Hi, my name is Phan Văn Gin, aka Gin 819 from APAC Esports Pro.
Hi, this is Christian Mariel or Skillio aka Chris M from Alpha Esports Pro. I look forward to play against the top teams in PH. As we all know, there's like top 8 teams and we're part of them. The other 7 teams have different play style and stuff, so I want to learn a lot against them.
Em mong chờ mình sẽ vô địch được VCT Philippines Stage 2. Team của em khá là khác biệt so với các team khác ở một điểm là team em chơi khá là aggressive.
My team stands out probably for our love with each other. We treat ourselves as a brotherhood, not just as workmates. So probably that's why we overcome the obstacles and challenges that we faced before the VCT happens. I'm looking forward to play against SBE because as we all know, they're the current top 1 in the PH right now. So I would like to play against them and see what play style do they have and try to gain experience from them.
Giải lần này em muốn đối đầu nhất đấy là team APAC, bởi vì team đấy có một người bạn của em nên em khá là mong chờ.
I think the team that I want to beat aside from SBE is probably APH because we never win against them even a series. So I think beating them is gonna make me satisfied and make me feel awesome.
Em nghĩ là em sẽ đánh bại được team SBE tại vì em khá là tự tin. Em muốn gửi lời tới fan hâm mộ Việt Nam là đừng lo, có em ở đây rồi. Em sẽ lấy vinh dự về việc cho Việt Nam. Yeah.
My message to my fans and supporters is that thank you so much guys for the unending support, love and support to Alpha ever since from day 1. All of this is all for you guys. Thank you so much. Again, this is Chris M from Alpha Esports Pro. Watch us on VCT Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys.
This is Errol Jul Delphine, aka EJ from Bren Esports.
This is Box Ramos, aka Symbol from Bren Esports. Ang pinaka-look forward ko po this VCTPH Stage 2 is to qualify for APAC Challengers Playoffs. Tapos never po ako nakapag-qualify for APAC. Kaya I'm looking forward to qualify this stage po.
Ako ang expect sa VCT Stage 2 is wala manggod na mo napakita mo ang best sa group stage. So now murag like gusto lang na mo i-prove na worth top team PH gyapon mi.
Trust po namin sa isa't isa. Kasi po yung pag nagbabanding po kami, para po talaga kaming magkakapatid. And sa in-game naman po, every idea from each player counts po. Yun po yung lagi namin ni-remind namin sa isa't isa.
Really skilled players like individually are amo ang aim, amo ang decision making, like really mas kusog pa compared to the other teams. So murag amo ang aim lang gyud ang ginabasihan namo. Ako ang gusto na makalaban is Naos Esports. Because gusto lang namo i-prove na murag young players man sila and we are young players also. So mura gusto lang namo na mas gahi pa mi compared sila.
The team I'm looking forward to play is Team Secret. Kasi po, ilang beses ko na po sila nakalaban since nung ibang org pa po sila and never ko pa po silang natalo. For me, it's Action PH po kasi sa previous tournaments po namin, sila po yung laging nag-eliminate sa amin. Kaya po, this stage po, gusto po namin bumawi sa kanila.
APH, I think APH. Because ilahang playstyle and aim kay murag mas confident sila and napod sila like one of the best player sa APAC si The Doctor. So cause like iprong na namo kami na team na murag mas kusog pa mi compared sila. Thank you guys for supporting us, believing in us, for helping us sa amo ang mga things like mga inspiration na inyo ang ginaingon. And don't worry guys, amo ang ihatag amo ang best para lang mapakita sa inyo na top teams gyapon mi sa PH.
Thank you po sa pag-support niyo sa amin. It means a lot to us po and papakita po namin sa inyo why we deserve to be here. Again, this is Symbol from Bren Esports. Watch us on VCTPH Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys.
Hi, this is Omar Lopez, more commonly known as Coco, from Oasis Gaming. I'm looking forward for the teams that will participate because I think it will be a good fight for all the teams because all of us are really working hard and we will do our best. I think our band as a team and we enjoy playing with each other and we're comfortable all the time. I'm looking forward to play against Team Secret again because playing with them is really fun and it's not easy but it's so enjoyable playing with Team Secret. I think the one to beat is SBE because they beat us last VCT and we want a revenge. To all the fans and supporters, thank you for supporting us since day one. Keep on supporting us and thank you so much. Again, this is Coco from Oasis Gaming. Catch us on VCT Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys.
Hi, I'm Chris. My in-game name is Pro and I am from Southbuilt Esports. Looking forward ako na makalaban ulit namin yung Naos Esports. Because last time na nagkalaban kami is sa finals yun ng VCT Stage 1. And hopefully kami ulit yung magkatapat sa finals. Siguro yung the way kami mag-banding namin outside the game. So doon kami nagiging solid hanggang sa inside namin sa paglalaro. Siguro yung Secret na lang din ulit since sila talaga yung rivalry namin way back CSGO pa lang dito sa PH and sana magkalaro kami ulit ngayon VCT. Sino ba? Naos? Ayun, batiin ko lang yung lahat ng fans namin and sumusuporta. Siyempre gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa lahat, especially sa boss namin kay Boss Prince and sa mga manager, kaya sa mga analyst and coach namin like Nico, Black and Blue, Sir Lee, and to all my teammates. thank you sa lahat ng patuloy na pagsusuporta sa amin. Again, this is Pro from Southbuilt Esports. Catch us on VCT Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking to place me. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the life before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to fool you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in, we control the hurt frequency. The heart of the world beats in me, it beats on beats as we breathe deep, oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift, this right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst, there's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Load. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule.
Eight teams stepped up to the platform to prove their worth. 2 have been eliminated and 6 carry on the journey. Just a few more days till we find out which team is the true Philippine challenger. This is day 1 of the playoffs here on VCT Stage 2 Challengers Philippines.
The battles have been fought.
Heading towards that C site and Morty is standing now.
Real. If he actually gets this!
The heroes have risen, but they're not done yet.
The path that led me here
has tested me beyond limits.
Today,
I go against the current.
And show them the tide doesn't only rise,
but continues to grow stronger.
Now, Esports and Action PH say goodbye in the meantime to living their VCT dreams. 6 teams remain. Let's talk about them here on the Updraft. Hello everyone, here is your panel, Fluffy02 and G10. And then there's me, your host, likable, not to be mistaken with G10's favorite host, Mika Faust.
That's
You want to explain to the audience what I mean?
All right. So on Twitter, because Mika Fabs, unfortunately, it was her last day hosting for us in the group
Unfortunately.
stages. Unfortunately. See, even Fluffy misses her. But she did put out a tweet, and I completely blanked out on the fact that Likeable was also panel host. And yeah, may atraso ako sa'yo. I'll tweet you out after the playoffs. Don't worry. Don't worry. We didn't get a selfie
Totally
together.
not heartbroken, by the way. I know
I'm
I've got
stupid.
huge shoes to fill because Mika did a fantastic job hosting. But I will try my best, G10, to be worthy of that tweet. Now, let's start off with the action that I did miss from the panel last week. Let's take a look at the highlights. Let's go. Group stage has been truly something else. Fluffy, what was something that caught you by surprise during this stage?
I feel like overall, for the 2 weeks that we had on group stages, a team that impressed me the most was RRQ. They had a really slow start in the beginning, but towards the end, they really found themselves not only as a team, but in the way that they play the map against their opponents. They went from one of the lowest placing teams at the start to second place, almost as good as Team Secret, our current leaders.
Ooh, look at those faces. Look at the shaking of the camera. Team Secret in that screen was just something else. G10, who was a player that stood out to you the most during the group stages?
Ooh, a player, you say? Well, to me, I really think that Team Secret as a team was really good. But for a player, I won't be looking at them. I think I will be looking at RRQ's Kelly S. I think he's had quite some really good performances. And RRQ, as Fluffy said, is one of the more consistent teams, better teams, especially since they are kind of the second seed. Kelly S was a huge factor in that. And I really think that in this playoffs, we will see Kelly S and the rest of RRQ shine, even though RRQ, they kind of pick every game, every match, who they pop off, who they choose to pop off. I think Kelly S has just been incredibly consistent and is one of the biggest reasons why RRQ is in the second seed at the moment.
Ooh, that's going to be very exciting to see. Now, Fluffy, as we do know, Now's had a rocky run this stage, but by the end of the group stage, they had all the power on their hands. Bren Esports, as we saw earlier, and SBE are moving on to the playoffs, but are you worried for these teams?
Maybe Bren a bit. Self-built esports, I don't know if it's a good or bad thing, but they have been in this position before and they have proven that they can make it out. During stage 1, self-built esports also was in not the best spot coming out of group stages, but they really pulled through, especially on the last weekend, even making it to become the champions of the stage. So I have no doubt in my mind that that team is completely capable. Bren Esports, on the other hand, is a pretty young team. It's their first playoffs, at least this year, for VCTPH with their current roster. So they might not have the experience, but they've always had that potential. So the big question for me is just if they can show off this playoffs. Because, we did have a small break, and a lot of teams in the last little weekend that we had improved a lot. So there's still a lot of opportunity for Bren Esports.
I'm very excited to see how the playoffs are going to unfold, especially since G10. I feel like a lot of these teams were actually holding back in fear of revealing strats too early in this stage. Can we expect something explosive in the playoffs?
Explosive, I think, is the right word here, likable, because I do agree that some teams may have been holding back a little bit, but Team Secret, they weren't afraid to pull out new things. To date, I think they're still the only team that's pulled out Yoru, although that did kind of give them their only loss of the group stages, which is unfortunate, but still, I do think quite a few teams have something cool up their sleeves still. I don't think they were exactly holding back in the group stages, but they were definitely keeping some things secret, a little bit safe, especially since, it is playoffs now, and we have been talking about SBE as groups SBE, and now they're playoffs SBE, so I want to see what'll happen there.
I'm really excited about that one. As Fluffy did mention earlier, we kind of saw this story unfold during the last stage, in stage 1 of VCT Challengers, but SBA might truly surprise us this time around. Nothing to be worried about. Now, the highlights that we did see were nothing short of amazing. But you know what else is amazing? Our sponsors! Let's take a second to express our gratitude for making all of this possible. We would like to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games, for bringing the VCT, or the Valorant Champions Tour, here in the Philippines. The VCT Challengers PH Stage 2 tournament is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusements Board.
We would also like to thank our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home. Fiber strong, family strong with the new G Fiber, only $20.99 on Globe at Home. Game with speeds to up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na, unlimited internet path. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
And finally, VCT 2022 is brought to you by the Asus Republic of Gamers. Get the all-new TUF-F15, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i7 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. Dash into action with the TUF-F15's thin and light and stylish form factor with up to a QHD 165Hz display and RTX graphics with MUX switch and powerful DDR5 memory. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGXVCT 2022 for more information about the TUF-F15.
There you have it, folks. Again, thank you so much to the sponsors that we have over here on the show. Now, if you guys feel like you've been missing out on the broadcast, do not fret, because we've got you guys covered. You have the option of watching the broadcasts in either English or Filipino. You could either find Dax in Black and Blue or perhaps Asarai on RAF on the English broadcast over on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and of course, it goes for the same over at the Filipino broadcast with Vil, Ray Ray, Terror, or Honey Glaze. So don't miss out on all the action. You guys have your options. Just check out the links that we have over there. Now, just a quick reminder that this is the playoffs. The group stages are done, and this is the last leg of this stage. We had a single round robin format for the group stages, but in the playoffs, it'll be a knockout. It's a double elimination tournament format, meaning if you lose your first game in the upper bracket, you get sent to the lower bracket. And if you lose in the lower bracket, you get knocked out of the competition. Their ranking during the group stages determined their seedings here in the playoffs, which will bring us to the next segment of the bracket. So take a look at how the matches are going to be unfolding. Let's take a look on our screens. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. The brackets, the bloody brackets, may I say. Fluffy, just looking at this now, what's going on in your head?
I feel like, so the first teams that we're going to be seeing is Oasis Gaming versus South Built Esports, and the next match will be AEP versus Bren. The brackets are, of course, based on the current rankings, meaning that Team Secret and RRQ does have that slight advantage for being our first and second seed, moving up to the round 2 for the playoffs. The losers, of which I think you explained earlier, will be moving on to the lower bracket, meaning that they still have a chance to gain victory, much like how SBE did it in Stage 1. Overall, I feel like, at least for the first bracket, Match 1, as you can see on your screen, it's going to be a really tight match, and whoever wins that will face the wrath of Team Secret, our current champions, which is not something you can scoff at as well, as much as you want to take that victory. And for the second match, we have them against our second, whoever wins that game will play against RRQ, another very hard game indeed.
Oh my god, just looking at this now, I'm really nervous, because even if you get through to round number 1 and stay at the upper bracket, round 2 is no joke. G10, yeah. Whoever wins round 1 is gonna be in for a treat around 2. What can you say about what's gonna go down today?
Well, today we have Oasis and SBE, and then Alpha Esports Pro and Bren. I really think it's going to be a couple of incredibly close matches, especially in our first one. These two are very, very evenly matched, I would say, but they do have some different playstyles between the two of them now, AP versus Bren. That, I think, is going to be a little bit more explosive of a match. It's going to be a little bit faster paced, I would say. But definitely tomorrow in our second round, that's going to be I think that's actually going to determine how everything will shape up, because Team Secret, they have, as we know, they were kind of undefeated until the last day, but they are looking like the strongest team so far. And Oasis versus SB, whoever wins this will kind of be heat checking them, and that is not something that I think either of these teams are really super confident about, especially since Team Secret seems to be they're going a little plus ultra these days. Honestly, it's hard to describe how actually good they are without having, if you guys haven't seen the group stages, it's going to be hard to describe. But if you have, then you would know how utterly dominant they have been. And
that is true.
How creative their strategies have been as well.
That is true. And on our screens right now are the pivotal matches for the playoffs. We'll go in depth later with these teams. So for now, as a bit of a teaser for our audience, G10, as you were saying, I would like to just continue. I wanted to describe Oasis and SBE with one word each for these teams.
Okay, for Oasis, and for SBE, patient.
Fluffy. On the flip side, we've got Alpha Esports Pro versus Bren Esports later on. One word to describe these teams.
Well, for Alpha Esports Pro, I'd have to go with cracked, because the team in general has one of the best aims of all the teams that we have seen here, one of the greatest strengths. And for Bren Esports, I'd have to go with ambitious.
Okay, those are very, very good descriptors. I'm really excited on how we're gonna dissect the terms that you guys just shared. And again, these teasers are really thrilling, and I can't wait to hear more about it later. In the meantime, though, we're headed off to a quick break. We're just getting fired up, so don't go anywhere.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
Chains, my
belts, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, bumping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Listen on, yeah. Listen on, lean. Listen on, yeah. Listen on, lean. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go 10 bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go 10 bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind.
My lord, those are some pretty fine looking people.
True.
My jaw just dropped. Is
That
it getting
fluffy
hot in
guy.
here, guys?
That fluffy guy, man, he's really handsome. It's like he should be on broadcast or something.
I think so too. I think he deserves a girlfriend. Anyway, VCTPH really stepping up here on the playoffs. We're back here on VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers. You're still with a dynamic trio, Likeable, Fluffy, and G10. And before the break, I asked the casters to describe the teams with one word. The first series being explosive and patient, according to G10. What about you, Fluffy? Aside from probably LOVE for Oasis, what are other words that pop into your head when you hear Oasis and SBE?
Oasis, probably aggression, and SBE, tactical.
Those are very good descriptors. Let's get into more detail as we feature the first team into this series, the ever aggressive and explosive Oasis Gaming. VCT truly stepping up this time around. I'm cat jamming on my seat right now as we got to see the Oasis introduction video. Fluffy, now that we're entering the playoffs, I'm sure you have a lot to say about this team, and we'd love to hear it. Don't be shy. Tell us everything.
I mean, Oasis Gaming, what more is there to say? We have, of course, them led by Coco, one of the VCT winners on the squad. I think 4 out of 6 of them, actually. We've already seen their 6-man courtesy play recently, so hopefully we can see more of that coming into this stage. So for the playoffs, Oasis Gaming, they've made it into playoffs. They're 4th overall in the group standings, hopefully starting the week strong in their opening match against Southbuilt Esports. Oasis Gaming has shown more flexibility this stage by adopting the tactical terrors of Fade, especially with their new support staff, as well as showing in the results more controlled aggression. But hopefully this team has used the short break that we had very wisely, as these aspirants challenge today is to take on one of the best teams that has championed this tournament in the past, So the winner of this match will not only proceed to the upper semifinals, but will also be facing against the current leaders, Team Secret.
Oh, that is quite a challenge indeed. Now, we did see a bit of courtesy in the past week. Do you think we'll see more of him as we go into the playoffs, Fluffy?
I mean, hopefully, because all of them are very capable players, but it really is, at the end of the day, the team decision of what they think. Sometimes it's not just we need the mastery of an agent, courtesy known for that Sova most of the time. But we also know that Envy, for example, has a good initiator and Sova gameplay, and we've seen him play more matches this stage. So it might not be based on which agent they decide, but it also might be which play style of player they need. And I'm sure that with the weekend and all the research that they've done with their training, they can decide which configuration of the team that they'd want to play. Much like other top teams, like how Team Secret, for example, consistently subs out Dispenser or Wits or Jeremy interchangeably to face a certain team, or maybe just to play in a certain agent like Fade.
Oh, you sound like you really know what you're talking about. I think you sound like a good coach or a good analyst. I think that fits you really perfectly, Fluffy.
Maybe in the past life.
Maybe in the past stage.
That is true. And on the other corner of Oasis Gaming, it is the team that G10 likes to call patient and Fluffy likes to call tactical. The boys from the South, Southbuilt Esports. The boys from the South here to redeem themselves after a shaky performance at the group stages. G10, this was the team that won against Alpha Esports Pro, which in retrospect was the only team that won against Team Secret this stage. Do you think that this is a testament of the potential that this team has?
Well, if we're talking about potential, we also have to talk about past results. These boys were the lower bracket runners, the kings of the first stage, man. And they have quite a bit of potential here, especially considering that this is the playoffs. And we have talked quite a bit about groups SBE versus playoffs SBE. And finally, we are here. This is the time for them to go plus ultra. I know that, they have kind of been fighting for their life for most of the group stage, I would say. And fortunately enough, they weren't dropped after that insane last day of group stages. And now I think that we've made it here. They're kind of like, Rock Lee. He drops his hand wraps, and then they just thud onto the ground. And everything that I think has been holding back SBE is going to disappear. I think they're going to show us what they truly have in store. And while Oasis, they do have, courtesy as a sub that they can, flex in when they need to. Southbuilt, man, most of their players actually can be subbed out for another whenever they need a specific setup, because really a lot of these players play quite a few different roles, quite a few different ages. They're very flexible. But I think the biggest thing that South Built has over a team like Oasis Gaming is, well, they're being very patient, very slow, very tactical, as Fluffy said, and they do like to kind of run down the clock on their offense quite a bit, just because they want to, kind of psych out the opponent a little bit, try to look for as much information as they can before committing to a call, before committing to a site take. And that is something that has been not missing, but something that's not super popular in the Philippine Valorant meta, where we're kind of all about mostly aim and explosiveness, as you see with most of our teams. And I really think that this kind of play style is something that can be equivalent to something like what Team Secret does.
I see. I totally understand the sentiments. We came from tactical, but you also mentioned flexibility. Again, these are players that are very good with flexibility. And as we move on to the head-to-head portion, we are going to be seeing some very flexible players indeed. For the side of SBE, we've got Ja, and on the other side for Oasis Gaming, it's Envy. We've known Ja to be quite the flexible player. We've seen his Omen, Chamber, Astra, Jet, whatever the team needs, he's up for it. On the other side, Envy may not be the type of person that adjusts accordingly per map. But depending on the stage, he really fills out what the team really needs. So, Fluffy, looking into this head-to-head, how do you think Envy and Ja are going to be facing off each other later on?
I feel like though they play a similar role, another thing they have in common is they're both high-impact players. I feel like the stats reflect that. And as you mentioned earlier, Ja a bit more flexible with the roles that he can play. He's played essentially every role and almost every agent that he can slot into. That comes, I think, a big part from his experience in the scene, as well as just trust in the team that he can just fill in the slots. Having a player like that on your team really alleviates a lot of the stress for your other teammates, allowing them to move more freely and find their own tempo and plays, and maybe even get some picks to help you pace through a round. On the other hand, we have Envy, the young gun of Oasis Gaming that has built quite a reputation on his own. He's our high school hero right there, and one of the best initiators in the game, coming from, even at a very young age, from other veteran teams like SV Empire, etc. So moving on to Oasis Gaming, he's trying to basically prove himself this stage and get that VCT champion title.
I'm really excited, like how this is all going to play out. I'm excited to see how flexible Ja is going to be in the match that they're going to be facing off with later on. But I'm also excited to see what maps we're going to be playing on. So let's take a look at the map, Vito, so I can hopefully finally watch a bind game, because I know Mika had all the fun while I was away. Fluffy, during your days as a coach for Oasis, what was your process in terms of like banning maps or picking them?
I think there's two thought processes. Either you practice with one map that's like you quote-unquote permaban, which you'll never play, or you practice banning against a certain team. Moving on to playoffs, it's a bit of a different situation as you have more information of what teams currently play so that you can reflect on from the group stages. SBE already starting off with the ban for Icebox. Icebox being one of the maps actually that they took Oasis down on the first map, but Oasis coming back with a very strong ban on Split. We've seen SBE play a lot on Split and Oasis play a lot on Split, but more importantly, they played each other on Split, where Oasis Gaming did take the L there during their series in the group stages. So looking at recent matches, these are two maps that they have lost to each other on, so I'm not surprised that they're going to be banned. I'm predicting that coming up, SBE is going to pick a more neutral map that can kind of play slow. I feel like they're going to avoid the fracture right here. But on the other side for Oasis Gaming, normally we've seen them in the past this stage ban Bind as their first ban. So them banning Split does keep your Bind dreams more alive. As
Bind, there we go.
And there you go. So SBE picking that Bind up, a map that they know that Oasis Gaming is not it's not their strong suit, but still a great choice for SBE, especially for practice. I'm expecting that Oasis is gonna go for the Haven.
Wow, there we go. Laika, first game of the day. Welcome back. There's your favorite map. How's that
I'm
feel?
excited to see it, G10.
Wow, okay. Now Oasis, though, they do have quite a few options here. Haven, as Fluffy said, is very strong for them. But Fracture, wow, that's a very confident pick from Oasis.
I mean, Oasis has yet to lose a game in Fracture. They've had a 100% win rate here, as far as I know, versus SBE in the previous matchup that they've had, and Bren Esports. So this was a really good pick on the side of Oasis. I'm sure that this is going to be pretty challenging for SBE to figure out. Okay, next up is the map veto again for the side of SBE. I wonder what they're going to be banning. Might be Ascent. I know that both of these teams are, as I said it, there it is. I know that both of these teams are really struggling with Ascent, you know? Oasis side, however, Haven might be the decider map over here. I know that Haven is quite the favorite of Oasis. Never mind. Never mind. Despite winning a map previously against SBE here, we've yet to see another Haven map in this matchup. So, Fluffy, is there anything you want to say about these bans?
The Ascent ban kind of surprised, but considering that SB also has a decent Haven but a strong Breeze, it makes sense that they're going for that ban. For Oasis, I'm kind of surprised that they're banning the Haven. Maybe from the gameplay that they've seen SBE do or in their VODs over the weekend, they saw something that they don't like, or maybe they're just not confident in that, or maybe on the other hand, they might be just very confident in their Breeze. But that being said, I think I mentioned it a bit earlier, SBE also with a very strong Breeze. So I feel like that map is the most 50-50, being that the first map that we're going to go into that is locked in will be Bind, the second being Fracture, and the last decider map being Breeze. Bind, I think, is going to go in the way of SBE, and Oasis will easily take Fracture. Breeze is probably the most 50-50 map, but if I'm being honest, if either team takes the other opponent's map, I feel like it can be an easy 2-0 for either team. For me, I'd have to go with Oasis Gaming. I feel like they can go for a Bind because they know as a team that if they ban Split first, because they really don't want to play it against Self-Built, that they have to be prepared for Bind.
Oh, you know, funny how you mentioned it earlier, how Breeze is going to be one of the deciding maps. Definitely, it's like a 50-50 for both of these teams. Now, I've already established that I'm really excited for a Bind map, but the thing is, this is the first time we're going to be seeing Oasis in a Bind map as well. We've seen SBE play this out versus Bren and Alpha Esports. Really good performance there. But I'm excited to see what kind of strats Oasis is going to be pulling out over here. And with that, you know, Fluffy already touched up on it a bit. I want to know what the predictions are. Fluffy, just for the fun of it, why don't you say it? Like, let us really know what your predictions are, even though we already heard it. We already know what your heart tells you. But, you know, just for the fun of it, let us know again.
Well, for maybe it'll come as a surprise, but I'm going to vote for a 2-0 or 2-1, leaning towards 2-0 for Oasis Gaming.
No way. You really predict that, Fluffy?
Fucking
What a surprise. G10, what is your prediction?
You know,
Are
I'm
you
actually more
surprised?
surprised that he's thinking it's a 2-0 because, man, Bag is a really, really good map for SB, I'd say. And honestly, Oasis, I do think that it's going to go 2-1, but in the other direction. Self-Built, I think, is going to be taking Breeze. It's not because Oasis is, you know, worse at Breeze. They have a very strong Breeze, but I think the patience and tactical thinking of SBE is going to win out in, you know, something like a larger map like Breeze.
Gonna be very exciting. You know, for this prediction, I'm with Fluffy, but I don't think it's a 2-0. I think it's a 2-1. It's gonna be really close, and we might see a game number 3 on Breeze. But now that our predictions are up, it's time for the teams to prove us wrong. I don't know which panelists they're gonna prove wrong, but that's gonna be it. This is Oasis Gaming versus South-Built Easter. Why did I say Easter? I am getting tongue-tied over here. South-Built Esports. You know, maybe it's because Easter, you get a little bit of a surprise. So maybe that's what's going to be in front of us in just a bit. Now, we're going to be passing you guys over to our casters so that they can break it down for the rest of us. Casters, take it away.
What's up? Nandito na tayo sa first day ng playoffs here in VCTPH Stage 2. Ako si Ray and syempre kasama ko dito si Vil at kami ang maghahatid ng aksyon mula sa Oasis Gaming and Southfield Esports. Pero syempre, unang-una sa lahat, kumusta ka naman na pare kong Vil?
I'm actually doing great. Yeah, I mean, a big shout out to all the people tuning in right now. And syempre, gusto ko pala sabihin sa mga viewers natin ngayon, good afternoon. And it's time para sa ating game number 1 of the day. Well, ano ba maglalaban ngayon? Syempre, yung mga tropa natin sa Oasis Gaming and SPE, mga audits of Manila. So, I have a feeling. I have a huge feeling na baka gawin na naman ng SBE yung ginawa nila last time. Coming in from the lower bracket, bigla silang aariba papuntang Grand Finals. They did it back then. They can actually do it again dito sa ating Stage 2. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, 6 teams na natitira ngayon. From 8 teams to 6 teams, but there can only be 3 teams na mag-advance sa ating VCT Asia Pacific qualifiers para syempre malaman natin kung sino ba yung magiging representative ng Asia Pacific para sa Valorant Masters sa Copenhagen next month. And Ray, sino ang magiging top 1 ng buong Pilipinas? Kasi uulitin ko, hanggat hindi pa tapos ang VCT Stage 2, it's still SBE. Sila pa rin ang top 1 sa Pilipinas.
At dito natin malalaman kung may mga teams ba talaga na nag-improve all over the time to actually take down SBE or talagang malas lang SBE during group stage. Ganun kasi parati yung run ng SBE, just basing it on last time nung nakita nga natin sila sa group stage, sila yung pangalawa sa huli, di ba? Pero pagdating dito sa playoffs, is it gonna be the same SBE going up against Oasis ang young roster? Pero
What? Oh, wow, okay. This is new. Totoo ba itong gagawin nila? Ripper picking out Daddy Bren, Wild Or without Chamber. Oh, fade by Envy. Oh no. Oh, Coco with a breach. Marky. Oh my god, Marky with a neon. This is really new na pwedeng ilabas ng Oasis Gaming. Eto na. Nagsama na si Tony Prowler at saka si Breach na peke. Ang dami mong dada. Kasama pa si Leon Guerrero. My God!
Tapos,
okay, nagulat ako sa Oasis Game. Tapos dito naman sa SBE.
Double controller
dito. Wow, this is new! Na pwede gawin ng Oasis. Pero, ito sinabi kong new. Kasi, ito yung first time na nakita kong ginamit nila to. Pero Ray, ginamit na ba nila to dati?
Ginagamit nila yung mga agents sa ibang map like Fracture and Haven. Pero never silang gumamit ng bind na
ganito.
So surprisingly, kaya nila binan yung split. Ito na yung sagot kung bakit nila binan yung split para mag-open yung bind at magiging ganito yung comp nila.
Diyos ko, ang hirap nito. Isipin mo, may fade ka na, may breach ka pa. Grabe yung ano nila, yung crowd control nila. Diyos ko, literal, lumayas kayo sa mapa. Lumayas kayo sa site! Sa amin to!
Go!
Grabe!
Gusto nila mag 2-0, Villa.
Marky with a neon already. Let's see if ever ano ba mangyayari dito kasi ulitin ko din sa first time talaga makikita ko si Marky nito with this agent right now. Pero Marky pushing in! Diyos ko po! Ano nangyari? Napakabilis na pangyayari. Bigla natin hindi nakita agad si Marky sa mapa. Pero hindi mga kaibigan trying to push in. Trying to take down these persons talaga. Pero ito, that is a Tony Prowler. Finding all these early pickups na pwedeng gawin ngayon ng mga players sa Oasis Gaming. Pero it's all up to Papi Chun as he's dito mga kaibigan. Pero as he's super low in HP right now. NB, muntik nang makita nung Roomba. Pero at least ba rin talaga to ng mga players ng Oasis Gaming and wala silang choice kundi lumipat na lang talaga sa B. Ano nangyari kay Marky? Biglang nabura. Nabura sa mapa bigla eh.
Best na batting ko, best.
Ano nangyari dun? Pero okay lang yan kasi si Marky tahimik lang. Pero Envy catching 1v on here in this game right now. Aziz planted the spike already. Paraw silang low. Pero labang si Envy dito because of that ghost. Aziz getting some verticality right there. And Envy take it in with a big 3K. 1-0 already for the side of Oasis Gaming since day one.
Did they really think they could
Ano man
beat
is
me?
na ROG Clutch brought to us by once again Republic of Gamers. Pero Vil, si Invi kapag kailangan mo siya sa mga clutches, sabi niya I got you. So nabura ka agad.
Nabura yun, bam! Nabura eh! One hit delete eh. Nabura sa mapa eh. Huy, ano ginagawa mo dyan?
One enemy.
Kawawa naman si Marky, gusto mo highlights pa lang eh. Binayos siya ni Ja.
Mala Usain Bolt yung datingan na dito eh. Napakabilis, kulit-kulit mo ha. Takbo ka ng takbo ha. O, tinan mo, napatid ka tuloy. Pero, Ja, knows already na meron tao dito sa may U-Haul. Pero muntik na doon Coco getting tag. Pero mababa lang naman. Pero yung nga lang Coco with a swing. Pero Ja with a big damage right now. Coco needs to be really careful because the players of SB is coming in dito lang sa loob ng lamp. Pero Coco mga kaibigan with that spray rider, pero wala siya may kinataw talaga rin naman. Siya nakakuha ng kill dito onto Ja. Envy, all these utilities na binabata talaga nung Fate para lang at least to spray them to get out of this.
One enemy remaining.
So hard for them to do that right now. Pushing in for all the kills na ginagawa talaga the Marquee, Envy, and Coco. Free round for the side of Oasis Gaming dito sa A.
Mukhang inaantok pa yung yung HUD natin, Bill. Nalalate o minsan maaga. Nahantok pa.
One enemy remaining.
May nagsabi, show now sa 2-piece. Chill lang kayo. Ako nga easy lang eh. Magpapatato ako na Naos, huwag kayo mag-alala. Naos inspired pero hindi yung logo May wings lang. White yung tattoo ko para di makita ng nanay ko.
Si Taylor nga ako sa Tewop daw gusto. Pero ito na naman! Marky! Anong ginagawa mo dyan, Step Bro? Bigla na lang siya napapati agad pero Wild Oreo. With a one tap to the head, taking down 1v3. Kailangan manalo dito ng SBE. This is their buy round. This is their gun round. Pero dito naman sa side ng Oasis, I mean, yes, yung iba naman nakapag-upgrade. So it's fine. Pero walang choice ng SBE dito kundi manalo. Look at the money of Oasis Gaming. They can actually, if ever nanalo sila dito, they can easily put this to a 4-0 if ever. Ano daw? Sabi ni Jalfred Colastino, corny manood sa YouTube, wala si Bill. Huh? Bakit iba ba yun?
Baka yung sa kabila. Sa English. Tagalog kami, men.
Okay. O nga pala, no. Hello. Ilang ako ngayon, men. First game pala.
Kaya mag-alala mamaya. Papichulo. Takes down kagad si Indy. So 3v3 pa nga to. Marami pang pag-asa ang SP para maipanalo to. Pero may mga utilities pang counter itong mga taga-OWAS. But I think pagdating sa advantage ng baril, SB has it.
Diba? And finally, I mean, at least ako pa rin talaga ng SB itong round na to because like what I told you, they need to get this round kasi nga that is their buy round if ever. But di naman sa Oasis Gaming, let's see if ever bibila ba si Envy ngayon. And at least dito sa mapa na to,
30 seconds left.
halos walang nag-change ng roles. So Wild Oreo, they're gonna get that agent, si Ripper with that big operator. Pero hirap na to ha. Isipin mo, SBE. May Viper ka na, may Brimstone ka pa. Paglabas mo ng mapa, literal na nakangiti ka.
Daming echoes no, ng SBE. Baduin mo, may toxic team na nga. Meron ka pang smoke, wala kay Brim. Pero si Ja! Yung duelist na naman ang kanyang chamber. At ayun, biglang tumitigil ang mundo ko dito sa spectate natin. Pero nga lang, 5 pa ang natitira sa SB at mukhang nakuha na ni upper hand against Oasis. Pero nga lang, may nightfall kagad. May pagdara si Invi, sinabayan din kagad ng ultimate ni Reaper! Tumigil na talaga ang mundo!
Diyos ko po!
To actually save it. Uy, siya din
Wala siya natamaan ngayon. Walang natamaan ng orbital strike right now at wala namang gagawin talaga si Micro doon kaya he's gonna switch it up all the way from B to A. Ripper with a huge rotation right now together with all the players home.
Right between the eyes.
of Oasis Gaming. Micro sees one. Marky. Alam ni Micro na mayroon tayo sa may taas mga kami, pero nga wala siyang idea kung nasa yung isa. Flank all the way, flanking to the backside of the map right now. Pero, Envy, we're gonna catch him instead. Ito yung ginagawa ng dalawa. Si Marky, nag-iingay lang yan. Literal na nagbe-bait siya para magkaroon ng space si Envy. Napaka smooth ng transition na ginawa nila dito. So, I mean, Marky, lumalabas-labas siya para lang talaga mag-bait. And Envy, mga kaibigan, gonna get that head, gonna get that win. 3-1 in favor. 3-1 right now in favor of Oasis Gaming. Ito yung, ito ang Oasis Gaming, hindi talaga nawawala yan sa playoffs. Kasi, sobrang crack na mga players yan. Grabe yung pagka-crack ng mga players ng Oasis Gaming. One of the best here in the Philippines talaga. Knowing na napakatagal na nila magkakasama, the synergy is there. Oasis Gaming parang SBE lang yan. Matagal nagsasama, hindi naghihiwalay. Sana all.
Sana all hindi naghihiwalay, Vil. Pero minsan, pag kailangan na magpaalam. Pero Marky, hindi na siya nawala ngayon sa mapa. At kasi Marky, maingay yan dito sa in-game. Pero kapag sa totoong buhay, tahimik lang yan. Si Mark, tahimik lang talaga yan. At ngayon,
tahimik
Iko
lang
ang, tahimik lang yan. Pero matinik yan.
Yeah.
Kaya kawawa yung mga Mark nasisisi. Pero at least si Marky, may pinapatunayan.
Oo. I mean, sa totoong buhay, nakita ko sa Marky, tahimik lang eh. Nagtitinginan lang kami dalawa eh. Legit, titinginan lang kami. Sulyap-sulyap lang, pero tahimik lang talaga. Pero ito na si Ja! With a swing, we're gonna take down two. Ripper. Catching someone off guard. Wala na silang isang smoke, pero meron pa silang Viper. Okay lang yan. Kung napapansin mo, meron silang backup ha. Pero Ripper, pushing in. Expect nila ang gamit yung kinawa ni Chinese kaya nakakita na nga ng isang right na. Pero nga na Papi Chulo ang mawawala dito. I mean, Papi Chulo makakapatay na isang rather. Pushing ito a 2v2 situation right now. They still have that breach. They still have that neon on hand. But can they still do a big clutch or not? Coco catches one. Pero Snake Bite just to get some damage onto Coco. Meron nagbabantay lang dito sa may triple. Coco swinging in and Pro get that kill. Papi Chulo as well. 3-2. Still in favor of Oasis Gaming, but SBE trying to make a big comeback right now, slowly and surely. And Wild Oreo, I mean, of course, gonna use all your utilities. Right now, pala siya makakuha ng konting bawi dito. I'm gonna get that through the force right now. To get that early pickup sa kailangan na kailangan niya. Probably gonna wait for the showers, doing A, anywhere you want.
Na 350. Wala pala si Flippy, hindi pala siya maglalaro dito sa bind.
Sakit likod.
Sakit likod. Bisa nila kasi si Hana. Yun.
Kailangan pala sa loan pass, man. Ganito lang yan. Siyempre, alam na natin, yung mga may edad na, kailangan na ng pahinga. Diba?
Sumasaktis kasuan. Alam mo, na-realize ka na tumatanda na ako medyo. Medyo sumasakting kasuan ko. Nagiging kita na ako.
Yun nga. Yun nga yung nakita natin ngayon. Pero nga si John at naman talaga dito ng fault line. Pero naman siya magagawa dyan kundi mamba out na lang din talaga. Marky playing close. Halos walang pera pa lang ang players dito ng Oasis Gaming. Pero nga si Bren nakakuha na isang pero si Ripper is gonna go down as well. Hindi ko alam kung ano yung kakasko. Yun ang nangyayari ba yung HUD. Pero David ko to this game, Coco, muntik na makaisa. Pero Wild Oreo, tour de force on your face. Pushing ito a big 2v2. Pero Wild Oreo mamamatay na dito. Siya, with a 2v1 on this game right now. Envy, kumpleto sa counter scrap. Pwede ba siya bumawi if ever. Pero nga na hunt na na-seize pa. Tony Prowler on his way. Catching one. Envy with a big clutch. ROG clutch into the hands of Envy again. Isipin mo na hunt na na-seize pa. May Tony Prowler pa. Literal na walang buhay ang SBE doon. Diyos ko!
Grabe ka naman, Invi. 9-2. Si Invi tahimik lang yan. Pero napalong-palo.
Maingay yan, men. Sumisigaw si Pace.
Ay, gano'n yun. Yung mga agent yung maingay. Pero alam mo, ang laki kasi nung stop ni Wild Oreo. Napakalaki information. Pero yung back na nag-start na backline, alam mo eh. Dami pang utilities to. Walang magawa.
Alam mo yung isa pa, hindi sila nagkakarinigan. Kasi na-seize ka, di ba? Pag na-seize ko, of course, yung mga effects nun, may defen lahat. Parang Discord lang na defen. Pero, ito na, ng Chicho Dog, nakakita ng isa. Missing the head of these players. Dalawa nakita nila pero hindi na patok. But Oreo, dun lang sa may backside of the map right now, waiting for the perfect execution before siya magpakita. Tamang jump pick lang para magkaroon siya ng information kung nasa may mga players dito ng SBE. Pero, a minute left in the clock right now. Where is the possible entry pwede gawin dito ng SBE? Si Aziz, yes, pwede siyang pumasok. Meron siyang showstopper. Pero, gagawin ba niya yan? Pero, oh my God! All these! Oy! Wall bang na ginagawa nila mga kaibigan? Orbital strike, pushing in. Pero wala matatamaan yung showstopper right now. Pero this is the big ultimate na nilabas ngayon ni Envy. Catching 2 already. Tamang hunt lang dun sa may gila. Wala siya may gila at all. Pero it's just the information na meron yung Fade. Pro, mag-isa. Seize! Oh, look at that, Pro. Super low on HP. Isipin mo bes. Punong-puno yung buhay mo. Tapos na-seize ka lang. Literal na pulado ka na agad. Feeling ko aayusin si Fade. Aayusin talaga si Fade eh. Pero sana wag. Kasi Fade main na ako eh.
Nakita ko nga yung mga recent games na eh. Pero Fade na all. Parang ikaw na, parang tinuruan mo na naman si Indy paano mag-Fade eh. No? Alam niyo Indy yung kung paano niya man-neutralize itong itong SB every time that they try to be aggressive. Tapos alam din nila yung weakness dahil nga sila ay naka-double controller. So usually talaga pag nasa attacking side yung SB, they will definitely play slow, di ba? In a way. Tapos on the other side, ang sakto din ng mga concast ni Coco Martin. Naku po, mahihirapan ng SB sa attacking side nila if nagpatuloy lang tong gameplay ng Oasis just to put them on a stop.
Si Coco nang uwaitit. Coco super low right now. But let's see if ever ano ba mangyayari dito sa may A short because Ja trying to push in. Andito na si Envy right now. Na-flash na nga. Gonna get that head onto that headhunter but missing that second shot. Right now, pero SBE, all they're gonna do is just save up everything. Pero si Marky pa nakapatay nun. What? Aziz with a big 2K with that Sheriff.
One
Isipin
enemy
mo
remaining.
nag-swing si Marky, pero si Aziz pa rin talaga nakakuha ng kill yun and Ripper. However, gonna get that 3 though. Pero, Papi Show gonna plant the spike already here in A. Meron kang Viper, meron ka pang Pain Shield dito na Aziz. All the damage na pwede nang gawin dito. Actually, ang gagawin lang nila dito is mag-antay lang. Wait for that pagpitik ng spike. Then okay na. Pero, Papi Chulo, gonna get that kill. 5-3. And SBE with a big thrifty round here in this game right now. And, grabe naman. Isipin mo, hindi pa nag-start yung movie, pero may end credits na. Ganun din nangyayari sa HUD natin.
Meron na kagad spoiler kapag nanonood ka ng Marvel movie. Alam na kagad yung mga revelation. Pero smart move mula sa SP pero medyo naging aggressive yung Oasis sa part na yon. Something they didn't expect kapag naka-sheriff ang mga otits na malamang sa tutok eh. Pero ngayon, Wild Oreo. Gagamit lang siya ng headhunter para marami siyang pera. And Pro? Iniskipan lang siya. Bakit, Bill?
Hindi talaga. Wala lang. Natawa lang ako sa Ewan ko. Every time narinig ko talaga ang otits sa tatawa ako. Kasi it reminds me of something. Mga
Ako ka magsalita, Bill. Hindi. Pero iba yung naisip ko.
Talaga? Ewan ko sa'yo. Ako iba. Pero...
Ayoko sabihin eh. Pero...
Okay.
Diba?
Sige. Pero yun nga lang, Hunt will gonna be denied for the side of Oasis Gaming. Pero as he's pushing in already inside the smoke, they can go in easily because of the smokes na meron sila. Isipin mo, may tatlong smoke ni Micro, pero ito na, yung orbital strike para lang siya. Pero oh my God, bro! That is the combo na inaantay natin! The seize and that orbital strike, walang nagawa si Pro eh. Diba? Walang nagawa si Pro eh. Pero, Micro, naramdaman niya yung damage nung aftershock na nilabas ngayon ni Ripper. Pero kung napapansin mo, halos wala pa rin talaga bawas yung mga players ng Oasis Gaming ngayon. Grabe yung combo talaga. Yun ang inaantay natin dito matagal na. Pero Wild Oreo pushing in. Pero sabi na Headhunter lang gagamitin ko. Pero marami akong pera ngayon. Pero sila na naman yung Ripper. We're gonna take down these person. Pero dati sa kami ngayon from Marky. Pero Ja was not gonna get that kill. 1v2 onto this game. Ripper getting tight. Happy to as well. Ripper with a swing. Catching one. Ja 1v1 with the killing right now. The clock is ticking already. Ja getting some verticality. Pero magkakita pa silang dalawa. Pero meron pang oras. Pero yun nga lang Ja. Naubos na rin yung isa. What a big 3. 5-4 SBE. Bumabawi.
Ang ganda ng post plant parata ng SB. Pinapahirapan nila yung retake sana ng Oasis sa kanila. Although maganda na kagad yung tinapon ni Envy na utilities, but unfortunately, nung pagka-stun kasi ni Marky kay Ja, yun dapat yung naging game changer. Unfortunately, hindi pa rin nga niya nakuha yung pick-off. And that's just it. Humahabol ang SBE. And as they try to handle ang Oasis pagdating sa aggressiveness nila, medyo naging maasim yung Oasis eh. Kaya sabi ng SB, sige, tapatan natin. Let's just wait for them to come at us. And actually, they're very successful about it. Kaya tong Oasis, mapapatime out talaga sila, guys. Kailangan natin kumalma. Medyo nag-iba yung ihip ng hangin para sa atin. But all in all, it's still Oasis leading by 1 round against SB dito, Beshiwap.
Actually, talagang itong sa playoffs na to, wala na akong inaasahang 2-0 dito. Wala na akong inaasahang one-sided na match. Kasi ito na yung top 6 na pinakamagaling sa buong Pilipinas eh. Kung merong ibang team na nagsasabi na mas magaling kami dyan, ba't wala kayo dito? Di ba?
No.
Maraming ganun sa sa mga amateur.
All set up.
Yung mga sinasabi nila, mas magaling pa ako dyan sa mga ganun. Pero wala naman sila dito. So, syempre, dito na talaga patunayan. Diba? Kung magaling, dito talaga patunayan. Pero yung alis dyan, nagkakatama na kasi. Pero ito na kayo. Diyos ko po, ito na pininggas tayo. Di Marky, malanaro to ang galawan.
Oh! Kaso nga lang, wala pa. Si Otix pa yan, Pro, tsaka si Aziz. Pero yung Spike, wala sa kanila. Pinapakitaan na ng voltage dito. Sila ba yan din ng mga repolyo na lumilipad? And that's just it. Lahat nakaabang sa kanila. Pero mag-iingat din sila ngayon, no? Kailangan nyo mag-iingat kapag hindi nyo nag-iingat. Just kalabingin. Ayan na! Diba?
Oh my God!
Bakit ganon, Oasis? Sa inyo na!
Nag-line up! Nag-line up! Literal nakitang-kita natin magkatabi yung bangkay nila. Diyos ko! Nag-line up kay Aziz, nakakita ng isa, dalawa yung nakuha.
Natuhog.
Natuhog. Ginawang sisig, ginawang isaw eh. Pero gusto kitang-kita natin kung paano. Ginawang Meralco.
Player standing.
Ni Marky yung mga players dito ng SB, ginawang mo si Aziz oh. Wallbang pa nga yung isa eh. Diyos ko, ginawang isaw.
Ginawang isa, shoutout nga pala kay Supremely. Sabi niya, miss ko na si Rain. Nandito po ba siya? Oo, nandito ako, Beshiwap. Yan. Masyadong mamiss. Nakakita lang natin isang araw. Pero ito na. Bro, tries to go in. Nakapasok sila kagad ang daming opener mula sa SBE. Nag-shift back na muli ang momentum sa kanila at pag-adjust na rin sila sa mga moves mula sa Oasis. Pero Envy still denies that. Takes down Pro. But there's the refrag also on the other side of the map galing kay Aziz.
Marky with a swing. Marky with a kabad. Ja with a big 2K. 3v2 onto this game. Envy muntik na makaisa din pero pushing ito. A 2v1 situation right now. Envy mag-isa. Meron siyang ultimate. Nightmare take him! Pero, saan ba siya silip dito? Nakatagdangan din siya pero wala siyang Tony Prowler. Mga kaibigan, yun ang problema. Pwede sana pero wala siyang Tony Prowler so sayang lang. Well, at least ginamit niya. Pero good sana kung dalawa yung natag niya pero hindi isa lang eh. Ano bang nangyayari pag natamaan ka ng ultimate ni Fade? Ganito kasi yan. Decade ka na, literal na wala kang naririnig. Yun. Tapos natag ka pa. Pag tinag ka mga kaibigan, pag nakita mo yung linya na yun, yung parang yan, nakita mo yung linya na yan. Pag nilagay na dyan yung Tony Prowler, literal na susundan niya. Ano pag ginagawa ng Prowler? Ano, parang yung kay Omen. Yung sa'yo. Yung nabablind ka, of course. Dito na wala kang naririnig, something like
Parang
that.
paranoia. Parang paranoia.
Yeah, parang siyang paranoia. So, masakit, di ba? I mean, wait. Pero, sana makabawi pa yung mga players dito ng Oasis Gaming kasi isa lang naman laman ng SB dito if ever, Tony Prowler catching one. Pero ang tanong, sino ba ang pumili nitong mapa na to, Ray?
Pumili ng mapa na to ay ang
Tignan natin
SBE.
eh.
So,
SBE.
kung natalo sila dito, ang SBE, malaking probability na 2-0 in favor of Oasis to. Kaya, tatandaan nyo, magka-close friends to ha. Promise. May nakakasama din natin tong dalawang teams na to at sobrang masaya. Masaya lang naman sila pero as for Wild Warriors,
Spike down A.
pero nakuha na nakagad si Papa Chulo together with Pro. Pero nga lang as this tries to go up with something with his showstopper, napatigil na naman ni Wild Oreo kasama ang kanyang 2-4 at si Micro na lang
30
kagad ang
seconds
natitira.
Micro 1v5 on this game right now, but can he do the big RLG club? Pero just go! May orbital strike na! May baril ka pang nasa harapan mo na napakadami!
Switching sides.
Baka mabu, di ba? Baka mabu.
Baka mabu. Pero to,
Spike down.
Marky, malamoses ang galawan eh.
Moses. Hinati.
Hinati yung river. Ayun, di ba?
May Moses yan.
Malamoses ang galawan ngayon ni Marky. Pero, si Ja popping off. I mean, at least nakita na ng SBE yung capabilities nila na double controller para lang syempre mas mahirapan pa yung Oasis, pero hindi, kitang-kita natin, kitang-kita sa mapa na okay lang, sige i-smoke mo kaming lahat. Anong sagot ng Oasis Gaming? Okay, fine, alright, meron kaming fade, 'di ba? Tapos ano bang pwedeng i-combo sa fade? Diyos ko, napakadami. Andyan si Coco, andyan si Ripper, yung Molly, yung orbital strike, si Coco, yung aftershock, 'di ba? I mean, grabe talaga yung kombohan dito, mga kaibigan. Sa FPS talaga na ganitong solid, alam mo yun, parang isipin mo si Astra may gravity well. Ano bang pwedeng i-combo sa gravity well? Lahat ng damage utilities, 'di ba? Alam mo yun? Parang magagawa mo lang yun if ever you have that synergy on your team. Kung pareho kayo ng mindset, kung pareho kayo iniisip. Kasi kunyari, yung pagbato ng Molly, kunyari, naiba lang ng angulo ng konti, iba dun sa seize ni Envy, iba dun sa gravity well ni Astra. Mo off na yun, di ba? Hindi natatama. So, ano ba? Napag-practicean, kumbaga.
Talagang Vil na nagagalit talaga sa back. Gusto din niya mag-cast. Pero as for this, still a good opportunity to mula sa side ng SBE na in-stop nila yung momentum ng Oasis on the first half. Napakaganda kasi na defending ng parehas sa teams na to. Although, balance siya in attacking and defending. Pero with their comp right now, I think this is already big sa side ng SBE to actually tie against Oasis on their attacking side. So, ibig sabihin talaga nakakapag-adjust sila with how Ja, together with Aziz, does their entries. Pero as we switch sides, sino nga bang mas nakakalamang ngayon? Marky gets aggressive already, nakapasok na kagad sa side, tries to get some pick up. At least nandito lang sa may Getty, pero nga lang nakakasaya yung kapangyarihan ng initiators ngayon ng OWAS. Mabubura talaga sa mapa kagad ng SB as tatlo na lang kagad natitira sa kanila.
Kasi later on kung ano magagawin dito ng Oasis Gaming, and napakaganda ng attacking nila ng Oasis Gaming sa totoo lang. They have Coco for that flash, for that entry, and Marky with the stun, and syempre yung bilis ng pagtakbo niya. And we have Ripper with that big pwede nang gawin dito. Pero yun nga, si Pro nakakuha ng 2 killing yun with that big frenzy, mga kaibigan. Pero kung ito, BB2. Envy and Coco, the only man remaining dito sa Oasis Gaming. Can they still do all this structure? Pwede nang gawin 1v1 out of this game right now. Envy, that is the hunt! Nahunt siya. Alam mo,
oras pa.
Kung may oras siya, may oras.
Ay, oras, ay wala.
May oras siya, may oras. Ito if ever na si Envy binatuhan ng season, si Envy dapat mananalo. Pero hindi, Honte, yun lang yung meron siya. Wala naman tayong magagawa dun, diba? Siyempre, make the most out of everything na meron tayo. Pero 6-7 for the side of SBE right now, knowing na ito yung mapang pinili nila, they have to do it. They need to win it.
Talagang di natin in-expect na malalalo pa sila sa 3v4, pero si Pro, dito mo Pro.
One enemy
Kaso
remaining.
nga lang, dito sa 1v1, lugi talaga kagad ang Oasis doon. And right now, sinasabayan nga lang nila ng bayang SB. Oh, this is really big of a risk. Wala sa side ng Oasis. Pero kasi kaya naman 1v1 naman nangyari, na-plant naman. But SB takes down na din. But then, may nauubot. At ngayon, kay Reaper na lang, tsaka Wild Oreo
One enemy remaining.
Medyo masakit yun, men. Natamaan siya ng crash gear. Literal na masakit yun. Pero Reaper, Diyos ko po, 3 HP versus 3. Pero Papi Chulo will gonna get the ulo of Reaper right now, 6-8. And for the side of Oasis Gaming, this is their comeback na pwede nilang gawin ngayon. They have all the monies on hand, pero mukhang wala. Alaw sila Arep, dude, pare siyang orb.
Ni-risk niya na yung buy, Vil eh. Ni-risk
Oh,
talaga
yun
nila
nga
sa bayan eh. Sila pa nalugi ngayon.
Yun yung mahirap talaga. Yun, like what you've said, talagang high risk, high reward yan eh. Nag-force buy sila para lang syempre ma-deny yung pag-buy din ng SBE. Pero if ever na talaga hindi na kinaya yun, this might be a big 6-9 if ever.
Talagang punished ang Oasis at kailangan nilang bumawi for the next 3 rounds kung sakasakali. Pero nga lang, baka ma-thrifty pa. Di mo alam na may pag-asa pa rin ng Oasis kahit ganito. Yung mga may lakas ng tutok neto eh. Pero Wild Oreo, naku po, kailangan siya agad yung sa pang off angle mula kay Ja, and now he's gonna be getting him. At 4 na lang muli ang natitirang mula sa side ng OAS. SB daw ba si Narpim? Kadiliman yan, boy.
Si Narpim matanda na pero hindi SB yan. Pero si Micro, waiting in that corner. Aziz will gonna be spotting out someone, but Envy still gonna get that deny na pwedeng gumuli din na Aziz right now. Pero at least si Envy nakakuha na siya ng Spectre din, so pwede siyang bumabi kahit paano. Micro, with that big push, he's half on HP right now. Pero that is the spray and pwede ginawa ni Micro, but not gonna catch these players off guard. Pero 3-4 under the game. Ripper getting all the heads na kailangan niya, but Ja! What a big 4! Nag-line up lahat ng nakita niya. Literal na nag-aim lab si Ja dun sa 3.
Ja got talent.
Oo! Ja
yun? Time out. Uy, by the way, Vil, 6-9? Nice!
Well,
Ang ganda na sana eh.
Walang pera kanina Oasis Gaming, so what you gonna do, boy? Siyempre.
Spike down A.
Talagang just deny the economy lang din siguro, pero at the end of the day, men, napakadaming pera ng SBE. Tino mo siya, meron siya 5K, 5-5, di ba? So pwede siyang bumili ng ilang rounds if ever. Pwede pa, madadrapan pa din sila Micro, sila Aziz. Tino mo, si Pro nga may 5K. Itong Spectre nila, kanina pa to, nung 6-6 pa. Men, 6-9 na, ito pa rin yung gamit nila. Di ba? So, ang gagawin lang nila dito, si Micro at si Aziz, pwede na lang bigyan na lang siguro ng Spectre, or Marshall, or a Sheriff. Ganun na lang. Kasi, at least, pantay-pantay pa rin sila ng pera if ever. Ganun na lang din talaga. Pero tingnan natin, malay mo, Vandal na yung kunin, or Spectre. Pero, baka Spectre na lang din talaga. Kasi economy pa rin.
Hanggang...
O yan, tira mo, judge. Okay, nag-vandal si Aziz, may pera siya next round, it's fine. So, yun nga. Hindi talaga sila nag-full on vandals.
Pwede pa naman nila kasi i-reserve para sa next round eh.
Yeah.
Especially kapag balak nila iba yan ng si Aziz or maybe si Ja. Kaso kasi, naka-2d4 na din si Ja right now because of the kills he's been getting. Pero as they try to come up with something, si Micro, meron ba siyang mga pipitas with this judge? Oh, ang ganda ng pamitas agad para di siya magkagalaw. And Wild Oreo gets the swing. At ngayon nasigat sa
Oh, Papi Chulo! Grabe! Nakakuha na agad na libre ng Marky catching one. Aziz all the way from CT, mga kaibigan. Let's see if Coco. Tara the spike already. Still a 2v2 right now. Si Pro meron siyang malaking flash, but Marky and Coco won't gonna do the job that they need.
Go, go, go.
Pero si Papi Chulo, huge kills coming in from him. That is a 3K na nakuha niya. Shoutout nga pala kay Pico na parang nagpapapansin ata. Ano?
Ano? Dati cute lang siya, ngayon may ugali na, no? Pero si Papi Chulo,
actually, totoo. Naligo pala. Naligo pala si Pico.
Nga pala. Yung isa kong aso may sakit eh. Si Gohan.
Oo nga, sana maging okay na. Pero bago natin pag-usapan yan, Ray, ipagdala natin si Ja. Literal na binigyan ng sakit yung isa. Ripper is now down.
Wala nang taga-ecoms ngayon sa Oasis ha. So mahirapan sila pumasok sa site. Unless mayroong first frags mula kay Marky. Pero he's waiting for someone to just come at him. That's gonna be either si Aziz or ang sipa nilang membro pero mukhang ayaw nila kasi medyo mahirap-hirap na pag inasim nila to pero I still think he's gonna take the risk and once na yung smoke na yan mawawala ang laking oportunidad sana to sa side ng Oasis dahil dalawa sila nakatingin ni Coco ngayon at kailangan ng halang nila mag-ingat pero sa iba rin nakatutok sa this timing talaga. Timing is very important right now. Kaso nga lang! Ayun na sinasabi ko!
Oh my God!
One Oreo na lang tsaka si Invi ang natitira.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Perfect kill pero si Wild Oreo naman siya dito ng operator. Pero si Pro nagpapatay na sa gilid ngayon. Being flash right now. They know what also like yung nasa si Wild Oreo. Micro andun sa gilid. Nakakuha pa ng isa. 7-10 in favor of the Otits of Manila.
Oh!
Grabe si ano eh, no? Si Shazam De Castro pala dito.
Kaya nga De La Cruz there. Tsaka si Tenz. Batong bakal.
So close.
30 seconds left.
Okay.
May nag-message sa akin. Mukha daw akong inspired. Hindi nga eh.
Sino nagsabi?
May nag-message lang na someone dito sa page ko. Ate Ray, mukha kang inspired. Wala ka nag-inspired. Oh!
May nag-text sa akin.
Ayan, sabi.
I'm currently hiring manager and I'm currently hiring a part-time team. Diba? Magte-text na nga lang, wrong grammar pa. Wages are paid daily. You can work from home and earn between 1,000 and 50,000 pesos a day. Wow, di ba?
Ang galing!
Nakakatakot ko pa rin ng mga text na ganyan.
Oo, dami nga eh.
Nakaka-iritado.
Sana naman umabot yung number ko.
Oh. Pero legit yun, may nag-text talaga. Siyempre. Sabi lang natin sa mga viewers natin ngayon. Pero, si Chichu Dog, walang nakita dito ang isa, pero nga lang Envy nagpapatid sa Megan Lee right now. Pero that is Micro! Muntik na makakuha rin, pero nga lang Pro! Just ko pa one! Hit! Delete!
Spike down
ginawa
A.
ni Envy dito, Coco. Only Mark remaining onto the corner. Pero Coco with just that Spectre on hand. We're gonna take one down. 3v1. Snake bite. Hindi ka makakadaan dyan, kaibigan Coco.
30 seconds left.
Not in my watch.
Alam na nila kung nasan si Coco ngayon, Vil. So, pwede gawin ni Papi Chulo ni Aziz at niya. Maghihintay lang sila. Pero, may mga opportunities pa rin ha. Wala kay Coco, nakapag-contact. Oh no! Nilipat lang naman.
Oh. Okay, yung bangka yung nag-teleporter mga kaibigan, pero but still, a big shoutout nga pala kay Eliza Taylor na ipapatattoo daw ako sa noo. Yeah, grabe ka naman, Desi. Huwag mo na kailangan gawin yan.
Z-Spike.
Yung mukha ni Bill na sa noo.
Nasa page yun.
Kita ko nga eh. Nasa page yun nga eh.
Sabi kasi ni Ching, long time partner naman kami ni Eliza. Ipatattoo na niya ako, di ba?
Actually, bagay na. Pero to, here comes the party! What Oreo? Nakaiwas lang! Iniwasan lang kagad si Aziz. Hindi nagana yung flights. Pero to, sino susunod na mag-audition? Yung kasama ko si Mike mo ngayon, ha? orbital strike pero walang tinamaan. Instead, one orc gets the kills. Pero nga lang, always check kung nasaan nga ba kagad. Reaper suddenly shots him down. And it's up to Papi Chulo together with Pro. As he comes up with a flash, panalo pa rin. Dinaan talaga ngayon sa maintenance. 3v2, pero alam na nila kung saan manggagaling. Si Papi Chulo together with Pro.
2v3.
One enemy remaining.
Do a big retake dito sa side ng SB if ever. Pero nga na si Coco sealing the deal already. We're gonna catch them off guard. 8-11 for SB right now. Yes, they still have enough money para makabuhay kahit papano. And ang problema din talaga is they don't have any ultimates na rin eh. Wala silang Viper Spit, wala silang Showstopper, wala na rin silang Orbital Strike. Pero
I win again.
that is a huge move. That is an easy kill for the side of Wild Oreo. Kasi isipin mo, Showstopper na yan eh. Ang gagawin mo, ay Aziz rather. Siyempre, pag Showstopper, ang gagawin mo lang naman dyan is tamaan lang naman eh. Kahit naman hindi direct hit eh. Pero wala, nakakulang lang ata sa geometry kahit pa paano. Pero at least si Ja, alam na natin, if Ja gonna use that operator, at least 2 to 3 kills ang magagawa niya per round.
Talagang Oasis, may pag-asa pa rin sila makabawi unless madedenay sila ngayon. Nija wants to get with that operator. Speaking of, Wild Warrior is gonna be punished at 4 na lang muli ang natitira sa Oasis. Sobrang laki talaga ng ginagawa ni Ja to actually punish one of Oasis kasi madidistract talaga sila kung ano kailangan nila execute every round.
Yeah. Ano nila So, that's gonna be the biggest question of them all. Pero yun nga lang, Orbital Strike remain for these players right now. Pero just po, nag-dive si Morgy pero siya pa yung namatay ngayon. Aziz catches one soul up to Coco. 4v1, 1v1 sa 4. Coco, anong gagawin mo? Papi Chulo all the way from heaven. But Aziz knows exactly where you are. Big shoutout nga pala kay Direk. Grabe naman talaga yung pangmalakasan. Naka-strikes pa. Checker. Grabe naman talaga si Direk.
Shoutout.
Last player, 30 seconds left.
At, one point na lang. Bago makuha nga to ng SBN, gaya nga sinabi ko, di ba? Napaka-importante na ipanalo nila yung fight. Kasi technically, marami silang weaknesses pagdating sa fracture. Pero ngayon, sinabayan na agad kagad ang pagyanig ng banig. Sinabayan din kagad ni Geralco, ni Marty, and Naiko, but Pro still gets Marty down. Pero nga lang, may information na rin kagad ng mga taga-Oasis. Kaso nga lang, isa-isa sila bumabagsak. And it's up to Reaper. So, we make something, pero Reaper gets the fourth one. And it's gonna be a 1v1. Pro versus Reaper. Alam na rin kagad sa magagaling si Reaper. Sasabihin ba kagad ni Pro ngayon? Ang kanyang... ang kanyang mga Napoleon, pero Reaper gets an ace.
Woo! Literal na dumaan yung mga players sa crosshair ni Reaper. At ang gagawin lang niya is syempre pindutin lang yung mouse niya. Reaper with a big ace. Just to stop the possible win of SBE here in this game.
Down B.
Ganda ng ginawa ni Reaper. Literal na isa-isa.
One enemy remains standing.
Nakakuha pa ng 4.
One enemy remaining.
Akala ko i-dedenay ni Pro yung pwede gawin ni Reaper pero hindi. Nakapag-plant pa. Literal na napakadaming pera ngayon ni Reaper.
Kompleto, ready pa kagad ang orbital strike. Pero nga lang, mapipick up ba hindi? Pero si Aziz gets na tap. Tapos na trademark na naman nag-Oasis. Yun lang, nakitaan. And now, it's just gonna be Reaper and Coco. Pero may pag-asa pa rin to Ang ganda ng trademark ni Ja. Hindi in-expect kagad ng Oasis yun.
Tatlo agad na napatay. Like what I said a while ago, 2 to 3 ang mapapatayin niya if ever na meron siyang operator. Lalong-lalo na pag meron pa siyang tour de force dito. Pero, Reaper and Coco, kailangan nila mag-ingat ngayon kasi delikado sila. Kasi, I mean,
Spike down A.
3v1 yan eh. Pero, Aziz, outside showers right now. Coco, punong-puno pa ang buhay niya. 2v1 on this game right now. Coco getting that spike done para lang syempre maplant niya dito sa may A. Pero meron silang idea kung nasan si Coco ngayon. Kung napapansin mo si Aziz, nililikod na yung isa, Papi Chulo. Ayun na nga, yung trade na inaantay natin. Yun na nga yung bait na ginagawa ni Papi Aziz. Nag-iingay lang si Papi Chulo para magkaroon ng space si Aziz.
Ang ganda pa rin ng performance mula sa SBE.
Yung iniinom nila. Yan, Lola Remedios yan, men.
May halo yan, Bill.
Oh, may halong ginkgo biloba ba yan, men? Oh.
Tapos si Tito Mapro nakasalon pasta dito tsaka dito. Medyo masakit kasukasuan, pero overall, we still know that when it comes to SBE, they can still manage to win their bind despite yung magandang start ng Oasis Gaming. And they're definitely one of the teams that has a good bind comp. Talagang alam nila paano ba nila maka-counter nitong innovation and aggressiveness ng mga taga-Oasis. Although nakita natin yung mga pag-asa na sana maitayman ng Oasis or somehow get the bind map against SBE, pero I think that particular round kung saan hindi nila na-pop off hindi nila na-take down yung trademark ni Ja, yun na talaga yung naging game changer. It's already hard for them to actually win that last round, pero looking at it, statistically wise, napakalapit lang naman ng Oasis together with SBE, but I think when it comes to executions with that double controller, alam ng SBE paano mapapunish si Envy together with Marky.
Yeah. And dito natawa ako sa sinabi ni Tolitz. Pero at least, diba, I mean, this matter is expected by SBE. So, syempre, if ever pinili mo yung mapa, talagang magkakaroon ka talaga dapat dito ng matinding bawi din. Syempre, kahit papano. For the side of Oasis Gaming naman, pwede siyang, if ever na makuha nila ang game number 2, there's a chance na baka makuha nila ang game number 3 dito. Pero in terms of, feel ko economy to yan. Economy to, diba? Economy to.
No.
Economy. Yeah, economy. Yes.
Yung
the rise and fall of their economies right now. Pero if ever na napapansin mo, ang SBE towards dito sa round 8 to round 12, kitang-kita mo talaga yung lamang nila in terms of economy. 'Di ba? And parang almost all the time, most of the time dito sa game na to, talagang sila yung talagang may ekonomiya. Sila talaga yung may pera. At yun, ang Oasis, yun ang problema.
At ito pa yung usual na nagiging problem, Vil. Si Ja, hindi natin mas super nakita yung kanyang highlights pagdating sa mga e-games. Pero I really do think that he's giving a lot of delays. Second is yung mga first frag kills niya. Nung nag-second half na, nung naka-operator na siya, he's really popping off with that shape. I think this is one of the games na nakita kong hindi man siya makakuha ng sobrang daming frags in a way, pero sobrang laki ng impact niya parati sa first kill. And that's something that Ja, when he's on that flex role, he's really managing, he's really keeping up. Kahit naka-omen man siya, kahit ano man yung agent na gamitin niya, sobrang ganda ng mga remarks kung paano siya maglaro para sa kanyang team. And they're getting it. And ito yung mga rounds na dapat hindi ginagawa ng Oasis. Yet, kapag sobrang nag-iinit sila, nagiging reckless na naman sila sa mga ginagawa nila. And that's how SBE has much more of a discipline pagdating sa bind map.
Pero isipin mo, Rere, I mean, sobrang solo na ginagawa dito ni Marky. Pero, lagi siyang napapunish. Like, all the time. Nang pagka-slide ni Marky, biglang BAM! Diba? Lagi ganun ang nakukuha dito. So, there's a chance sa next game. Please siguro. Okay, if ever he's gonna stick with that Jet, probably.
I'm sure, kapag si Marky, diba, usually nakikita lang natin siya with the Jet, pero ngayon with this Neon, sobrang laki ng improvement ng ginagawa niya. And yung pagiging flex nga din ng kanyang mga teammates. Pero sayang kay Reaper, no, bigla na lang siya nag-init sa pinaka last few moments. Pero siguro kung gonna be continuous with how he's performing so far with that controller, tingin ko sa next map, mahihirapan niya ang mga taga-SBE. Pero nga lang sa side ng SBE, just one win away, just one map away. And maybe they can finally steal this with the clean 2-0 against the guys of Oasis. Pero guys, maya-maya nga lang, we're gonna go on a short break. Kapag bumalik tayo, may kita nga natin sino mananalo between SB and Oasis Gaming here in the second map.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a
Hi guys! Nandito muli kayo sa match between Oasis Gaming together with SBE. My name is Rere. Kasama ko ngayon si Vil at pupunta na nga tayo sa second map which is going to be in Fracture na nakita naman natin na maganda ang performance ng Oasis pagdating nito. Pero Vil, nakita nga natin very important yung bind. Akala natin it's gonna be leaning towards Oasis pero mukhang hindi talaga. Sabi ng SBE, we're still gonna make it into a map 3 just in case matatalo sila dito sa Fracture.
Yeah, and akala ko sa akin galit si Derek eh. Pero going back here in this pero going back here in this game, you see that hindi talaga nagkaroon talaga tayo ng isang malaking sagupaan doon sa mapa ng Bide. Pero dito naman ngayon sa next map which is Fracture, you know what? Back then, stage 1, every time na merong Fracture, lagi may nilalabas yung mga players na neon, sa totoo lang. Pero ngayon, I'd go with a better, not a better pick, pero siguro safer play with that Jet na lang din siguro. Doon tayo sa mga comfy picks talaga natin siguro. Well, nasa mga players naman natin kung ano talaga yung PPA nila dito. Pero yun nga, ano ba talaga ang isa sa pinaka-top pick talaga if ever na kunyari fractured na laro natin. Syempre yung mga controllers talaga. You need to block off all the possible entry points ng mga kalaban nyo, ng mga of course, ng mga kalaban nyo para lang syempre for you to secure that site. And syempre, ano ba, napakalaki nitong mapa na to. Ano ba ang mga favorites nandito? Lalo na, ang chamber talaga. So, we're gonna get to see these types of agent here in this game. So, tignan natin kung talaga magkakaroon tayo ng isang malupit na bakbakan dito. And syempre, alam naman natin na, na ang Killjoy, lalo na sa B, ito ang pinaka-favorite ni Killjoy, mga kaibigan B, because pwede kang mag-ulti dun sa baba, dun sa underground, dun sa sewers, para syempre talagang makukuha mo yung buong site talaga. Mga simple mechanics, simple techniques in order for you to shut down everyone na makikita mo dito. Pero SBE, here in Fracture, minsan ko lang silang makita dito, Rere.
Talagang, I think ito sa mga usual na iniiwasan ng SB. Kung ang Breeze, they're confident about it. When they're confident about their split map, pagdating dito sa Fracture, parang nagiging problema nila to usually against going up sa mga ibang teams. And Oasis, ito yung isa sa mga maps na maganda yung performance nila. So we can definitely see that it's leaning towards Oasis. But at the same time, malay natin, when Oasis gets the when SPE has the momentum, when they know na kaya naman nilang tapatan ng Oasis dito sa second map, syempre gusto na lang i-close out yung series na to against Oasis. Pero syempre, di pa naman tapos ang mga laban ngayon mula sa Oasis. Dahil dito sa Fracture, kapag comfortable sila, lalong-lalo na yung time na nakalaban nila yung Team Secret dito. Ang ganda ng performance ni Marky together with Wild Oreo, together with Envy. Yung mga stunts nila, yung mga blinds nila, sobrang nag-work together. And titignan natin if same comp pa rin ba yung gagawin nila or they will come up with something once again. Like last time, nakita natin sila dito naglabas ng Fade. Nakita nga natin sila dito naglabas ng Neon as the usual duelist na ginagawa nila. Pero overall, pagdating naman sa side ng SBE, double controller nga ba muli yung gagawin nila? Daming secrets pa sa mga teams ngayon. Syempre, nagtago pa yan na strat somehow ng group stage. Ngayong playoff, syempre, dapat all out na rin sila one way or another. Para sa APAC, they're gonna go up with something. Pero as we go to the draft already, ano nga bang papakita nila? Oh! Interestingly, KO ang meron sa side ng SBE-ville.
Sabi na Neon na naman, makikita ko naman si Neon Guerrero dito Yeah, I mean, matik naman talaga. Dito sa Fracture talaga, pwedeng Jet, pwedeng Neon. So, at least, if ever na ito yung lineup ng Oasis Gaming, isipin mo, Ray, Breach, Neon, and Fade, magiging sobrang aggressive sila for sure. Grabe ang aggressiveness na ipapakita nila dito. And hopefully, hindi na parang hindi na matapilok si Marky. Kasi lagi na lang siya na shutdown
Kanina?
'Di ba? Pagka-slide niya, bam! Wala na.
Yung naging problema ni Marky kanina na nagbigay talaga sa kanya ng malaking sakit sa ulo. Pero bago ang lahat, gusto ko lang i-shoutout yung mami ko na nanonood dito sa office nila. At syempre kay Miss Kathleen Aquino. Na kahit nasa bangko, nanonood daw siya ng VCT sa YouTube. Yan.
Miss Kathleen Aquino, a big shoutouts nga po pala sa inyo. And syempre sa kay Mami Ray Ray. Ayan, Mami Ray Ray. Hello po.
Walang naiintindihan yan, pero nanonood yan.
Yeah, Mami Ray Ray, ang kinakas po namin ngayon ay ang tunay na bang-bang Valorant po. Maraming salamat po, Mami Ray Ray. Kung hindi po dahil sa inyo, hindi po mabubuo ang isang mabait na katulad ni Racel and Garrido Claraval. Tama ba? O baliktad?
Secret. Pwede na yan. May apelido ka Sana apelido din yan magiging last name ko. Pero ito na nga.
Gusto mo ba? Ganun.
Gotta go.
Ba't ang baka?
Okay, sige.
I'll find you.
Nag-iisip ako ng apelido na punchline. Wala akong maisip. Baka kasi may masabi akong mali. Alam mo yun?
Oo nga.
Nakakabahan ako eh. Oo.
Kinakabahan din ako din eh.
Oh, malay mo. Si Nomad, Pineda. Pero, dito lang yun sa mga tropa yan. Si Nomad, miss na kita. Pero going back here in this game right now, si Coco, pero spike already. Pero that is a player of SBE trying to stop the possible win of Oasis Gaming dito sa first half natin ngayon. Pero like what I've said a while ago, sobrang magiging aggressive ngayon ng Oasis Gaming because of their company. They have the dream, they have the faith, they had the neon as well. Pero Jack is catching one. Pero para sa baba. 2v1, Wild Oreo, the only man remaining. Wild Oreo catching one. Wild Oreo getting that ghost para magkaroon siya ng bawi dito ng Wild Oreo. With a big 4. Napakaganda ng pick-up na ginawa ni Wild Oreo doon. Getting that ghost, will gonna get the head as well. And that is the ROG clutch that Oasis did. Parang yung kanina lang, Ray, no? Parang yung kanina lang. Ganito din. Pero medyo tumagal lang ng konti. Kasi si Marky kasi hindi siya namatay agad.
There.
Talagang nagpa-pop off si Wild Oreo. Lalo na, nakita natin ito last time kung pop na ganito. Yung kanyang Cypher, sobrang napapanish eh. Napapanish yung mga isa or dalawa mula sa mga teams na nakakalaban nila dito. And that's something commendable kay Wild Oreo. I think yung sa performance dito sa Fracture gave him that MVP for that match itself. Kasi nga, ang ganda ng traps niya, may napipicturean pa, the refrag is actually working, ang laki niyang anchor. Pero ngayon sa attacking side sila, remember, so somehow he's doing it. And now, Oasis, nakapasok na nga sila kagad here in A site.
Pero, Marky, sees one already. What a big opener pwedeng gawin dito ng Oasis Gaming para makabawa na sila kahit papano. Pero napakahirap na retake na pwedeng gawin talaga ng SBE mga kaibigan because it's just na lockdown na talaga agad ng Oasis Gaming itong side ko to. Wild Oreo, muntik na makakuha ng isa pero that is Ja na muntikan pa talaga makaisa dito. 5v3, Papi Chulo, Pro, and Flippy. Kailangan nila makabawi kahit papano. Pero dito naman sa side ng Oasis Gaming, they have all the utilities on hand for them to get all these kills. Pero sa side ng SBE, everyone needs to die para makakuha sila dito ng pera din sa next round.
Tumama na sila sa hukay din. Oo. May magagawa kaya yung KO ng SBE? Kasi, Will, si Wild Oreo, alam na paano timingan eh. Yung KO na yan, diba, nakikita nga natin, when you have that KO, usually nagiging useless yung Cypher. But then, you have Wild Oreo nga, using that, talagang baka mahirapan din ng SBE at the same time. But so far, dito sa full buy, kailangan nga ito maipanalo ng SBE para lang talagang pwede silang makabawi and actually tie this against Oasis. Lalo na pag nakakuha na ng init ng Oasis, baka ma-reverse uno card sila. Kasi usually, nabibigay ng Oasis sa kanilang first map, but babawi sila sa second and third. But concuss ngayon si Marky, great timing mula sa kanila. Ja, takes the timing.
Yung timing.
At
yung talagang timing naman. Na ano. Oh, napanish na naman. Sige, ikaw na. Pero, mga players din ng SBE, mga kaibigan, medyo mahirap lang din talaga, Ray, kasi it's now or never. I mean, if ever matalo dito ang SBE, hindi na bago sa kanila yun. Kasi lower bracket kings to eh. Sipin mo, from lower bracket, naging tapon sa buong Pilipinas. If na ginawa nila dati, why not na? Diba? Pwede din nilang gawin ngayon. But Papi Chulo, catching one already. Pero ang gamit lang naman dito ng mga players sa Oasis Gaming is just all these specters on hand ni Coco tsaka ni Envy. Ja, waiting for that swing. Catches one. Spike is dropped. Alam ng SBE kung nasan yung spike. So, all they're gonna do is just trying to save no matter what. Ripper pushing in. He's super low on HP right now. Envy all the way from CT. I mean, all the way from B main rather.
30 seconds
waiting
left.
For these angles na pwede nilang silipin, Ray.
Kaso nga lang, delayed si Reaper together with Envy.
Got the spike.
22 seconds na lang. At 4 pa sa SB ang naghihintay sa kanila. 10 assists will be coming from the back. Pero Kulang
10
na kulang
seconds
sa oras. Mas maganda kung i-plant na lang nila. Kahit na-retake sila ngayon, PP gets him. And contrast lahat tinapon na kayo kay Reaper. Kawawa naman siya as he takes him out. And it's gonna be a win mula sa SB. Naghintay lang sila. Pero still, side ng Oasis, not bad. At least nakapag-plant sila na spike. And wala pala si Micro this time around sa Fracture. Si Flippy pa lang ginawa na lang Ecom squad ngayon with his Brimstone.
I'm out of here.
Sabi ni Kaide Butombakal de la Cruz.
Go, go, go.
Does anyone have fun?
Kaano-ano daw? Ni Neon Guerrero. Si Guerrero Ping.
Hindi namin alam.
Kababata
10 seconds
niyan.
left.
Kababata niyan. Si Guerrero Ping. Kala mo wag ako. Pero at least nakabawa nila dito ang SB kahit pa paano. Galing all these important kills na kailangan talaga nila. Pero ito na ngayon ang problema ng SB. Kasi ang kalaban nila is ekonomiya. Pero Oasis Gaming meron naman sila dito pambawit. Because si Envy tsaka si Coco meron pa rin pera kahit pa paano. I mean, hindi naman sila super safe dito if ever. And for SBE, kailan ba mag-o-operator si Ja? That's gonna be the biggest question of them all. Yes, if ever namatay siya dito, meron magkakaroon siya ng isang ultimate orb para magkaroon siya dito ng 24. Yes, they can do that. Pero si Papi Chulo, he needs to stay close. Why? Because of that judge na gamit niya. Siya ang gugulat sa mga players dito ng Oasis Gaming if ever. Tignan mo yung position dito ni Tignan mo yung position ni Papi Chulo waiting on that corner dun sa may tower. If ever na may pumasok, if ever na may umakit sa tower, oh my god, paktay ka diha, literal nasasabog yung utak mo. Pero si Fade, siya ang nagl-lurk lang siya dito, man, waiting for that corner. Pero nga lang, Marky will gonna catch them off guard right now. Wild audio all the way here from Dra. That's gonna go down as well. Bro, all these flashes on hand! We're gonna catch one. Pero medyo nabuwasan isa. Pero eto na ngayon, yung ultimate na nilabas ni kaibigan Envy, mga kaibigan 4v3 open game. Not only Fowler pa yung isa, Marky will gonna catch one. 2v2 in this game. Papi Chulo with just that judge. Kailangan mong kumuha dito ng better gun. Probably a Phantom or a Vandal. Ikaw na bahala dyan. And Marky is still alive. Shot with that swing. Catches one and wallbang as well. What a big 2. SBE. Score nila is 2-2.
Yung disiplina na hinintay ni Ja. Tapos na nakuha na siya ng information. Narinig na rin niya kung nasaan. He'll be getting the frags. At hindi alam. At hindi expected ng Oasis yun. At tatandaan natin, it's gonna be needed Eco or needed 4 out of the side of Oasis. Pero ang daming nasayang sana. Na-set up mula sa kanila. And that's something commendable. Sa side ng SBE, hindi mo discipline ang pagkarinig ni siya. Hindi nyo ako mapipick up, hindi nyo rin ako matetradean. And it's gonna be a 2-all. Palong-palo ni siya ngayon na hindi siya reckless, kundi is actually getting the mind games against Oasis.
Mainit no? Ibang klase, pero ito na napakadami utilities ngayon ang nangyayari dito sa may fraction, mga kaibigan. Hindi nila kung ano yung pwede mangyayari dito. Meron pang aftershock para siya magiging capacity o pala sa Oasis Gaming. Pero si Aziz nakauna na nga ng isa. Pero ito, galawang moves na ginagawa dito ni kaibigan Marky. Pero nga lang, Flippy all the way from backer right now. Gripping at this one. Bro with a big 2K! Grabe naman talaga yung spray transfer na ginawa dito ni Pro. Naka-flick pa ng isa. Pushing ito a 3-2 situation right now. And once again, this is the map na pinili ng Oasis Gaming. So kailangan sila may bawi dito.
Naku po, Oasis, napag-aralan ng SBE na dito nila, ano nga ba yung possible weakness ng Oasis in this map, and they're actually getting it. So malaki yung deny ni Papi Chulo, and there's the perfect timing mula kay Pro, and I'm happy that Ja is just really getting his good setups against Oasis. Pero si Aziz, makakonkas siya ngayon. Medyo mahirap kapag nagpaka-aggressive mali siya, pero nga lang Oasis, hindi rin sila makagalaw at all dahil delayed lang sila sa side ng SPE.
Natin yan later on kung paano ba ang pwede nilang gamitin dito if ever, kung ano yung mga utilities pwede nilang pasabugin, kumbaga. Pero that is an orbital strike from the players of Oasis Gaming for them na magkaroon ng space dito sa may A, dito sa may B rather. Pero Marky pushing in, Tony Prowler catches no one, Papi Chulo getting that ulo of Marky right now. Natamaan na nga na sis dito, and that is Envy dead. And that is the thing that Envy did para siyempre makakuha ng konti bawi if ever. Wild Oreo is gonna go down to the hands of Aziz, literal into the hands of Aziz. Aziz catching 1, catching 3, pero we're gonna get that boy will be able to get that big ROG clutch. Literal na napatay sila sa kamay ni Aziz.
Clutch.
Ay! Oh, that is the Republic of Gamers Clutch once again na VIL. With a 4K ng Oriente pa, pinatigil na naman ni Volta ang mundo ng Oasis. Pinabs lang niya eh. Pero to, expect. 2-1.
1v3, 1v3, finger style ang ginawa dito ni Aziz with a big slide, and that fourth one as well. Literal na namatay sila sa mga kamay ni Aziz. Sobrang worth it nung pinindot niya yung X, nakakuha siya ng 4. Ito lang yung X na may nagagawang maganda.
Oo, sinasabi ko sa'yo. Pero may kilala din ako, wala din ginawang maganda eh.
Na X?
Hindi pa nga X eh. Minsan wala na ding sinabing maganda. Wala na ginawang maganda.
Oo.
Diba?
Grabe.
Ano yan, Will?
Meron ngang sinabi si ang kaibigan natin sa Atod 2. Itatago ko na lang siya sa pangalang Kuroki. Sabi daw niya, upper bracket is fourth. Ano na ako na yan?
Ay, no. Parang nagigets ko
Si Kuroki, yan. Tropa natin si Kuroki, mga kaibigan. Pero ito na yung mga players ngayon dito ng Oasis Gaming, mga kaibigan, si ever makakapasok pa ba sila. Pero, si Miracle ba nagsabi? Hindi ko alam.
Nakakalimutan ka na eh.
Big shoutout nga pala sa mga nag-watch party dyan. Hello! Hello sa inyo.
At di ko alam kung si MJ nag-watch party, pero shoutout sa iyo, Super MJ. Yan.
Mga nasa Twitch, mga nag-watch party, hello sa inyong lahat. Mahal namin kayo. And ito na si Ray Ray, yan. Mga best friends.
Mahal
si
ka
Ray
ba?
Ray. Ayun
Best friend? Wala akong best friend. Sino ba best friend natin dyan? Pero to, kami ang best friend eh. Best friend ko alam mo sino? Si Asaray. Yan. Sige.
Hoy! Pin them down.
Pero, Envy. Nag-throw ng Tony Prowler.
30 seconds left.
Narinig ni Flippy! Mag-o-audition ata sila sa harapan ni Flippy.
Oh my God! Flippy got talent. FGT, ladies and gentlemen, isa-isa silang nagpakita kay Flippy. Isa-isang bitril ni Flippy lahat. Walang nagawa ang Oasis no, wala naman silang pera. Pero wala, I mean, kung alam mong dalawa na yung napapatay dyan, might as well, huwag ka na sumilip, di ba? Kasi baka yun din yung may mangyari. Baka yun din yung mangyari sa'yo. 1, 2, dalawa na napatay, silip ka pa ulit, di ba? Huwag na!
Spike down. One enemy remaining.
Talagang alam mo ibig sabihin ng FGT? Filipinas Got Talent.
Launching smoke.
Okay, ang cringe ng joke ko, bye. Mama-cancel ako ng tao.
Nakaka-bad trip. Filipinas Got Talent.
Give me a corpse. Give me a corpse.
Give me a corpse. Yan ang ginagawa mo if ever in-spam mo yung X. Give me a corpse. Pero ito na yung mga players ngayon, Oasis Gaming pushing in here in A. Pero maganda yung position dito ni Brimso tsaka ni Bridge. Pero nga na Envy with a big opening right now. Catching one, a flip inside that area of the map right now. Pero si Mark yung makakuha ng kill na yun. And that Neural will know exactly kung nasa ba yung mga players dito ng SBE. 5v3, halos wala pang damage dito ang Oasis Gaming, well, except for one or with a minimal damage dito. Pero Aziz, is he gonna push in? Pero Envy, mga kaibigan, getting that kill. Maraming perang SBE dito, so pwede sila mag-commit if ever. Pwede sila mag-commit. Pwedeng hatiin muna ni Aziz ang mundo. Malamu isang galawan, pero saan ba sila makakapasok dito? Pero may magandang open dito para kay Coco. Pero hindi can spot or not, pero nga lang Coco catches 1v5 round in this game. Papi Chulo, the only man remaining. Papi Chulo gets 2. Trying to go with the 31 right now, pero nga lang missing that shot. Pero Papi Chulo will get 3. Just to stop and just to break the economy of Oasis Gaming since day 1.
Kaso nga lang, Vin, mukhang hindi nag-work yung plano sana ng SB against Oasis, and looking at it, simula na sa side ng Oasis to actually pop off once again. Talagang na-shutdown ang mga taga-SB sa isa't. Buti nakapag-reset sila after that 4K coming in from Aziz na dapat somehow napanalo ng Oasis. And now, 2 rounds lang naman ang difference nila. And what can Oasis possibly do? Ito na nga ba ulit ang 6-all here in Fracture? Or talagang SB makakalamang na naman sila ngayon?
We're gonna see that later on kung ano yung ginagawa dito ng SB, pero nga lang dyan, trying to be really aggressive right now, trying to advance even further para syempre makakuha siya ng early pick-offs dito. Pero kung napapansin mo, pwedeng trade-offs na pwede nilang gawin dito sa Oasis Gaming. Meron tao sa kaliwa, meron tao sa kanan, pero si Ja, siya ang sagot kung paano ba gagawin to. Pero Diyos ko pa, muntik na makakita ng isa. Pero meron naman siya ground over dito if ever so makakaalis siya. Pero Flippy, oh! That timing is there for Envy at saka dito sa mga players ng SBE. Pero push again, with that shot, not gonna catch anyone. Envy catches one as well. Pero Flippy, mga kaibigan, with a big trade-off, pwede nang gawin dito mga kaibigan. Pero nga din is gonna be a few 4v4 situation right now. Marky, malamang isang galawan. Pero ano ang gagawin dito para makapasok dito? Pero ito na ang kalapag ng papa ng ginagawa dito ng mga players ngayon para syempre makakuha nila yung side. Pero kala one or makakuha na isa right now. 4v3, Ja, super low. Coco catches 1. Papi Chulo with another round right now. 2v3, winnable to. Pero si Ja, talaga operator ang gamit niya. Pwede siya magpalit ng ball dito if ever para syempre makabawi siya ng isa. Pero Marky, meron pa naman siyang mga utilities na pwede magamit para syempre mahirapan pa yung mga players dito ng SBE para makuha nila itong side. Pero Marky, with that swing, not gonna catch anyone. Ja is revealed right now. Pero Marky makakuha ng kill yun and rip her. We're gonna end the life of Papi Chulo 5-4.
Ang dikit talaga ng first half between SB and Oasis. At pera pa rin ang SB all over kasi nga they've been winning noon sa mga previous rounds na sunod-sunod. And they're actually getting the good pick-offs against Oasis. Pero dito sa side na to, na-timingan lang talaga na last pro. They still risk after almost makokontrast sila. And that's a good way of Oasis to actually start it. Pero as for Papi Chulo, sayang lang din yung timing. With God, could have gotten with that retake. Pero yung post lang talaga ng Oasis is actually gonna be punishing yung mga posibilidad ng mga angles na nasa SB. Pero si Marky ngayon, naka-aggressive na naman. Papi Chulo, nag-back off lang siya. Buti na lang may trademark kagad si Ja para lang talagang hindi sila makapag-agree here in B-side. So next na lang magiging problema yung nasa A-side, pero may mako-contrast ba? Yep, meron si Wild Oreo, pero buti na lang may Cyber Cage to actually hide from it. And there's the Nightfall also coming in from Envy.
Pero ito rin yung mga pwedeng gawin dito mga players. Ganyan si Aziz, pwede siya makakuha dito ng mga orbital. Pero ito rin yung orbital strike all the way from A. Not gonna catch anyone, pero si Marky playing close will catch 2! Let's see if everyone makakita dito, pero muntik na makakita dito yung isa. Pero Pro, all the way here. Dito lang sa may doors if ever, pero si Coco nagbabantay dyan ng matindi. 3v4 onto this game. Envy catches 1. This might be a round for Oasis Gaming. Grabe naman talaga yung mga fingers na nangyayari dito. Isipin mo, Ray, mala through the fire and flames eh. Yung shoutout nga pala kay Herman Lee.
Alam ko na ano yung makakarelate ako yung through the fire.
Hindi, iba yun, man. Iba yun.
Iba ba yan? Sorry, akin. Ngayon, Papi Chulo Pro, wala nang oras. Save na lang nila, exit frags na lang ang kailangan. And I think that's just it. Oasis, kung kanina, ganito yung nangyari sa Bind, na biglang nakahabol yung SB against Oasis. Ngayon naman, nakahabol yung Oasis against SBE. So talagang kitang-kita mo yung level up ng Oasis to actually makipagsabayan sa SB. Kasi SB last time, reminder lang sa mga hindi nakanood ng Stage 1. Throwback Thursday lang tayo. Si SBE, ang naging problema ng Oasis, na-punish sila na talagang nakakalungkot yung icebox match na yun na sobrang tagal, yet it paved in for SBE, 'di ba, against Oasis. At ito talagang inaabangan na lang, kailangan na lang kalabanin. Pero ngayon, the fact that they're actually tying with each other, so it's telling us so much sa pag-rise up ng Oasis Gaming once again.
The rise of Oasis, ito na ba yun? Pero Diyos ko po, triple pick, walang malakas na tatlo! Medyo masakit yun, pero ito rin talaga yung mga style na ginagawa din ng mga players ngayon ng Oasis Gaming. Nagkamali pa nga yung isa bilang sumanado yung pinto, pero waiting for the perfect entry, waiting for the perfect execution para makapasok dito sa site. Pero kung napapansin mo, wala naman talaga pera SB dito, so talagang itong round na to is pwede mapunta sa Oasis Gaming. Pero Coco, inside that smoke, Aziz and Papi Chulo is down here already here in A. Pero are they gonna stop the possible push of Oasis Gaming or not? May natamaan ngayon, ay halos walang natamaan din talaga yung yung 0 point na nilabas talaga ni Papi Chulo, ni Optimum Pride. Pero Marky, all there from the backside, Flippy knows it, Flippy heard it, pero Marky was gonna go down into the hands of Flippy with a one shot to the head, and with a big trade off. Pero Coco, muntik na mapatay si Aziz dito, pero si Aziz napakakulit, hindi na talaga mahuli dito si Aziz. Pero Papi Chulo nakapatay pa ng isa, 2v3 onto this game. The clock is ticking already. Kakapalat na naman, so pwede talaga makabaw dito if ever they need to take that time for them to get that big trade-off. Pero si Aziz will gonna get that Phantom para siya makabaw dito if ever. Ito na si Oni Proud, si Mama Oni Phantom. Pero Aziz mga kaibigan, na siya utility zero at all. But Envy, catching one, Envy with a big prowler, he knows exactly where you are. Uy, nagmumura si Faye.
Uy, bawal yan.
Does anyone have funds?
Wala ako dun sa comment section, Pero, Envy, 5-6, pinakitaan ng Oasis sa 4 consecutive rounds how to make bawi against SB, and now 1 round na ang kanilang difference. Pero SB, they try to go with the timeout already. Actually, nag-timeout na sila. Si Ja, ngayon lang siya naka-operator, so maybe they can still get this into a 6-all Vil.
Ba't ako hihinga? Diba? Wala akong huminga. Pang normies lang yung humihinga.
Fire breathing form. Pero kanina pa napapanish yung SB. Ang daming rounds na naman na nasayang. Pero kasi yung aggressiveness ng Oasis, sobrang confident din nila na hindi na-expect ng SB yung actual timing. May isang nagpa-flank, may dalawang mag-go with the trades. Sobrang ganda ng teamwork ni Envy tsaka ni Marky, di ba?
Teleport's ready.
Kanina kasi, medyo matagal ako hindi nagkasi 2 araw. Kaya, naninibago ulit. Ganun ka ba rin? Pag kunyari matagal ka hindi nagkas, parang kailangan mo ng cooldown, pampainit, bago mag-apoy. Ganun ka rin ba? Ako, ganun ako eh.
They found my trap.
Oo, legit. Kailangan, kumbaga, parang himasin mo muna, di ba? Parang ganun. Konting himas pa para talaga mag-init. Yung
There.
Bakit ganun din na?
Ano nga? Ay, ako ituloy yung nabitin tuloy ako. Pero si Pro!
Spike down A.
Sige, 2v2 nilabasan neural F mula sa side ng Oasis Wild Warrior gets it as na lang together with Papi Chulo. Pero alam na nga ba? Yan yung meron na ba sa suppress? Hindi mo i-expect kung nasan yung kalaban mo eh. Yan yung cons and yan yung cons actually ng meron kang knife wala kay KO, pero si Aziz na lang all by himself. Will he be able to make the good clutch or talagang position ni Wild Warriors gonna be punishing him? Pero kailangan niya talaga i-contest to. Wala na siya ganong utilities just to get the contrast, and Wild Warriors spots him. And Oasis gets the 2-round lead against SB sa pinakaunang half.
Magkakaroon ata tayo ng game number 3. Sino sa game na to? Shoutout nga pala kay Pico na nakaupo lang sa gilid ko. Nakatingin sa akin.
Sabi niya siguro, ingay na to, habang nagtakas.
Ginagawa na tong... Ginagawa na to ni Dad. Ingay.
Ni Dad.
One enemy remaining.
Pero at least, diba, first half, nakabawi ang Oasis Gaming. And that's a good thing. Yeah, solid. Really solid matches ang nakikita natin ngayon. And big shoutout nga pala sa mga nanonood ngayon. Hello!
Sa Twitch siya sa YouTube. Shoutout din pala.
Yeah, sa
solid
YouTube. Hello sa inyong lahat. Hello! Hi!
Hi!
Hi! Ganun kasi. Hi! Tapos yung
Kala
magbabay
ko,
ka.
hi!
Tapos yung magbabay ka. Bye! Ganun. Ganun ako mag-hi and hello eh. Like everything. Oh, hi! Ganun na ako eh. 5 rounds for the side of Oasis Gaming. Di mo, I mean, 5 rounds para sa SBE and 5 rounds ang sagot ng Oasis Gaming. Diba? Kitang-kita napakaganda ng ating score sheet kung sino nakakuha ng win. Pero dito na ngayon, Oasis Gaming with that fade and that breach and that neon. Let's see kung paano nila malalaro to. Pero in terms of SBE, they can be really aggressive as well because of KO, man. Because of that KO. Isipin mo, may damage na, may flash na, and pwede pa rin malaman kung nasan pa yung mga players dito ng Oasis Gaming if ever. Pero, yeah, let's see if ever ano bang makakuha nila dito. Pero yun nga si Ja, at least meron siyang trademark para lang syempre makakuha siya ng konting bawi if ever meron ba dito meron ba umiikot dito, meron ba nagpa-flank sa kanila or anything like that. Yeah, we're gonna see that if ever ano bang gagawin dito ng SB and Oasis Gaming dito sa second half na ito! Time!
Hey! Pero importante tong pistol sa SBE. If they win this pistol, then alam na nga natin it's gonna be a 7-all and it's up na already sa SBE to actually close this series. Pero, dish control mula sa side ng SBE. Although may early pickoffs, may nakaabang si Jack. On the other side, he gets one trades off by Reaper. Sign already sa SB to actually pick this hide here in A. And speaking of, talagang sinasabayan nila, but there are the trade off. At si Reaper na lang together with Wild Oreo ang natitira ngayon din.
Spike planted.
Alam na nila sa magagaling alam na nila sa magagaling si Wild Oreo. But as Flippy tries to get some good information, sino nga bang mangunguna, tinalunan, pero nga lang, there's just coming in from him, and it's all up to Ripper with his frenzy to actually punish ang last 3 members ng SBE, but Aziz denies it, and mananalo ang SBE sa pistol round here in the second half.
Ang promise ko, ganito, ito ang promise ko. Siyempre sa APAC, may makikita nyo na ulit ang kagalang-galang na nakabarong na si Kuya. Makikita na ulit si Kuya Bill na nakabarong. Kasi sakto, nilibing na yung hihiraman ko
Talagang unbiased casting kapag nag-APAC na tayo, tsaka Masters.
Tama, shoutout nga pala sa mga may-ari ng mga barong. Ginagamit ko, RIP sa inyo. Ayan.
Bakit? Bakit kaya?
Ha? Ano bakit?
Bakit RIP?
Blinding! RIP. Rest in peace. Yung mga suot nila. Ano ba, Rick? Kailangan ko ba i-explain yung joke? Come on, man! You're better than that.
Inigil siya! Sorry, man. Sorry, kahit na lang ako.
Yung pinaka-ayoko yung nag-i-explain ako ng joke. Pero yun sa Aziz, mga kaibigan, pushing in already. Pero meron tayo sa Mr. Pero gusto ko si Coco na ginagawa mo dyan, Bro. Pero Aziz will gonna take down one. Coco is now down. Diyan, nakaisa pa. Pero Diyos ko po, isa-isa kayo dyan. Sige, maglambitin lang kayo dyan. Diyos ko. Alam mo ba, ang pangarap ko makapatay dun sa may gitna.
Last player remaining.
Alam mo yun? Yung habang nagkaroon sa kalagitnaan, yun yung pangarap ko makapatay dun. Sa tagal ko nagbabalot, wala pa nangyayari sa akin na gano'n. Pero si Ja, nakadalawa pa, kapal ng muka. Natropa yan si Ja. Basta ito, pag nanalo dito ang SBE, mga kaibigan, Ja, Matic, may buko, Diyos ka kay Ate Noelin. Tandaan mo yan.
Grabe
Malamig-lamig.
Oo,
na
malamig-lamig
pwede mong inumin.
yan.
Sarap. Na talagang refreshing, kumbaga.
Pero, grabe naman yun. Akala ko di pa matatamaan ni Tito Mag-Pro! 7-all! Bumawi nga ang SBE ngayon against Oasis at wala man lang na-pick off mula sa kanila. Pero, Vil, sana all na lang tayo dyan sa mga ganyan. Na all may awage na Radiant na Pog. Ang alam mo ba, di ba PPGL cooldown kami ni Taylor. Kailangan pala may daily updates kung nahanap ko na yung ka-Radiant duo ko or hindi. Kailangan ko pala mag-update parati. Ako, wala naman akong kaduwa pa hanggang ngayon. Crush lang, pero...
Nag-podcast kayo, di ba?
Secret.
Nag-podcast din ako. Nag-podcast din ako kahapon eh. Ano yan? Tawag dito, surprise yan.
Saya mga surprise.
Oo. Basta at least may stick-tick na kayo, di ba? Nag-podcast din ako kahapon. Secret na kung saan. Pero ito yung mga players ngayon na SB, mga kaibigan, literal na naghihingi na sila dito sa A. Just gonna deny all the traps na meron sila dito. Aziz, check in the corners, check in the top. Baka kasi may nag-isilip dyan, pero wala naman talaga. Pero si Papi Chulo, meron siya nakita dito. Pero ano ang gagawin ngayon ng Oasis Gaming para makabal kahit pero Wild Oreo, super low on HP. Coco, together with Fade. Dito lang sa may drop. Pero muntik nang talagang makarinigan dito mga kaibigan. Pero yung alam, Tony Prowler, dito lang sa may may not gonna catch anyone din naman talaga. Pero Prowler, at least hindi talaga makakakuha dito ng mga enough information para malaman nila kung talaga po yung mga players dito ng SP. Pero nga all the way from the backside with a Mamba out. Coco with another one right now. Bro, pinasabang ang ulo ngayon ni Coco. Pero Wild Oreo, saan na lang natitila dito? Pero is it gonna be a push coming in from Bro? Pero that is a kill coming in from kaibigan Chris. 8-7 in favor of the Otits of Manila.
Full buy ng Oasis on that round. Yet, natalo na naman sila against SBE VCT. At ito yung important thing about it. Di dyan nakapag-slam, hindi nila napansin kagad. And yan yung kapangyarihan ng meron kang na wala ka man ng alarm bot, wala kang stage mark, at meron ka lang kayong mga traps mula kay Cypher. So, wala talagang magiging information ang Oasis about it. And looks like SB is already getting that powerful source dito sa may side ng attacking nila. Pero ito na nga, Aziz tries to just be aggressive, tries to clear out everything, and now A is on their hands kagad. Dahil nga ano bang ilalaban ng mga sheriffs, ng mga pistol ng Oasis when it's SBE we are talking about?
Tangal dito na ako na siya, pero yung alam that Tony Prowler will be denied. Flippy with a victory already, pero napakarami pa. Ito na talaga yung mga Beyblade na ginagamit nila. Pero Envy, mag-isa na lang dito mga kaibigan. Pat Mitchell, gonna grab the spike already si Envy. Pero Envy, 1v5, kaya ba ito? 1v1 sa 5. Yan ang gagawin ni Envy ngayon. Pero big shoutout sa mga comment section na isipin mo, mga dami account, nagkakasuhan. Diba?
Sila pa yung galit eh, no?
Oo, sila pa yung galit eh. Sila na ngayon dami account.
Oh, Ace! Mula
pero,
kay
Flippy with a big ace. Ang sabi ni Flippy sa SB, pare, give me the ace, give me the ace, give me the ace, give me the ace. Yun ang ginasabi niya. Para syempre, may pang hashtag mood challenge siya.
Si Philip. Ito nga yung meron eh. Kanina nakapag-ace si Reaper sa kanyang Brimstone sa Vine. Ngayon naman, si Flippy naman with an ace. Hindi na ano, tignan mo, binibit ni Flippy mga teammates para makuha yung ace. May pang-highlights na siya 17-9. Brimstone, hana ba? Ganyan talaga, pag in love, palong-palo maglaro. Happy 4 years nga pala sa inyo. Pero ito na nga, Oasis full buy na muli, maka-close ba na lang gap against SB or talagang double-digit score rin mula sa SB, but it seems like nope, as this is gonna be shot down by Marky this time, and it leaves na lang sa 4 na miyembro ng SBE.
Let's see if ever makakawa dito ang SBE. Uulitin ko, sila yung muntik nang mawala dito sa playoffs mga kaibigan. Sila yung napaka parang hindi talaga nag-perform. Pero ito talaga yung bawi nila. Yung camera, may na-picture na isa. Nakangiti pa. Picture. Picture. Shoutout nga pala kila Tanya.
Close kayo.
Ilang beses ko na yun na stage. Ilang beses talaga kami nagkasama. Legit yun ha! Real talk yun ha! Reto yung mga players kaya Oasis Gaming going in already. Pero ito na! Ang daming na flash. So Oasis Gaming flash pati pamilya. 2v2 on this game. Justice 1. Pero the orbitals are gonna be right there. 1v1 with a great one. Flippy. Oh, ano nangyari kay Ripper? Well, gonna be shut down by Flippy. 10-7. Walang pera. Ang uwas.
Parang
Palong-palo.
Panel first kill. Anong 2-1-2-1?
Prepare for hell.
Zero at nakakamoy. SDE. Wala tayong talagang pangitain na malakas na fracture pero gaganap ko. Pero nawalan lang ng balas ni Reaper. Panalo na dapat eh. Kaso nga lang, walang bala. Meron pang natirang sham mula kay Flippy. At ngayon, 3 na lang before SBE can finally get this. Pero Oasis, kailangan na lang mag-time out ngayon kung pagpipilian na lang, magbabay ba tayo or hindi. We lose this round 18-19, and it's gonna be over for us.
Ang bilis na ng papanood natin ngayon. Actually, pagkatapos ito, lalabas ako. Bibili ako ng pagkain ng aso.
Ano mga pagkain ng aso mo? Vitality?
Ay, hindi. Pedigree puppy. Parang ipiko.
Yeah.
Hindi na trip yung holistic. talaga dito nag-usap eh. Vitality ba si Gohan?
Si Gohan, holistic. Pero nagsawa na siya sa holistic, so bumalik kami ng pedigree muna. Kasi walang lasa yung diba? Pero dati ubos na ubos yan.
Paano mo nalaman na walang lasa, Ray? Paano mo nalaman na walang lasa ang isang dog food?
Hindi. Kasi ang holistic talaga, wala talaga siyang lasa.
Paano mo nga nalaman?
Come on. Ano ka ba? Alam mo, tinitis ko
ba't hindi? Di ba? Ba't hindi?
Kasi tinatanong namin kung ano yung may mas lasa. Yung holistic talaga, wala siya sobrang alat. Kasi, di ba, pangit sa dogs kapag maalat yung pagkain. Unlike sa pedigree. Ayan. Kaya kailangan talaga holistic or vitality yung bibili sa kanila.
Ako kasi maalat.
Right there.
Pag sa laro minsan, pag hindi tumatama, maalat yun.
Maalat talaga yun, best.
Pero huwag kang magalala. Minsan maalat. Mas yummy. Pero, ito mga players ito, para natin sa Aziz. Breaking that camera dito. Pero ito na ngayon, si Optimum Pride mga kaibigan. Dito lang sa may B. Pero Aziz, let's see what's gonna happen. If ever makakuha ba siya ng mga kills dito, pero wala ata makuha si Optimum Pride. Pero ito na, yung pwedeng gawin dito. Let's go! Coming here for the players of SBE. Para na talaga syempre papalayo pa yung mga players dito ng Oasis Gaming. Envy, catches one. Jack pushing in. Jack, puting na makakuha siya. Pero ito na yung ultimate ngayon na meron si Marky. Pero ito na yung pangalawang kalampag ng papag mga kaibigan. Literal na nayanig ang panig sa mga players dito sa Mabi.
Uy, possible pang ma-retake to ng Oasis after the timeout. Coco na lang yung TP. Pero,
one enemy remaining.
Dinedali nila ng TP ang sagot. And TP gets it!
Got to be kidding me.
Piruin mo! Na 350 na ROI ng mabilisan. Nag-timeout lang, nag-iba ang ihip ng hangin. And below on HP, still got it. At ito na ata ang game changer kung saan pwedeng makabawi ang mga taga-Oasis Gaming.
Sim. Tipin mo, Oasis Gaming nakabawi pa kahit pa paano. Are we gonna see a game number 3? That is a place to be.
Place to be. Rhyming.
You want to play? Let's play.
Ano na sa akin yun? Parang hindi ko na matanggal sa sistema yun eh. Yung lahat na lang sinasabi ko, may karugtong, alam mo yun, parang, ewan ko.
Syempre.
Natutuwa naman ako kahit pa paano na puro rhyme yung mga pinagsasabi ko. Pero okay lang. Pakialam nyo. Nagsungit eh. No? Nag-attitude.
Inamoy na naman yung audience.
Magkano ba ito? Maglilimborak. Libin, borak.
Ano ba naman tong comment section natin yun? Mag-aawit yun. Pati dito may pag-brensyon na ng X. Pero ito, but Oreo, takes down si Aziz kagad. Ito na ata ang pagbabalik ng mga naaapi. Oof! Wild Oreo, kalabat ka ng ano,
Spike
Pagka, so
down A.
it's gonna be 2v2. It's up to Pro and Ja Pro. At matatamaan ba ni Ja ngayon si Ripper? Pero may comes. Uy! May kasama pang Knight. Hindi nga sila magkakarinigan. Pero timing kagad namang gagaling mula kay Pro. And Ja takes down Ripper. Tolak,
Enemy remaining.
And meron pa siya ngayon. Tony Prowler. At alam na nga na saan magbumula si Ja. Ja versus hindi ang ating head to head.
Oh!
Get
Not
it!
ready.
NSB! Dalawa na lang bago nila to ma-take over against Oasis.
So, a big shoutout nga pala. A big shoutout nga pala sa Father of Philippines. Father of Philippines. Since 2011. Yan, nakakalaro ko na yan. Big shoutout nga pala kay Mr. Ronald Robbins. Si Romineski. Ayan. Happy birthday. Happy birthday kay Roro. Kay Mr. Dodong Bagsik. Si Romineski, Roro. Big shoutout nga pala sa iyo. CEO ng Mineski Global. Tagal ko nang nakasama yan, man. Tagal namin nakasama yan. Marami kaming back then pumunta kami sa pumunta kami sa Baguio, sa kung saan. Oh, legit yun. Nung mga nagsisimula pa lang kami sa esports. Ayan. Tropa. Pero, syempre.
Pero, parang na-shutdown yung momentum ng Oasis eh. Kung nag-force sila, wala na sila ganong pera eh. So, wala silang choice to actually save this. But pwede bang magbagong ihip ng hangin? Baka may maboga pero nawala na nga kagad ang ball. It's all up to Envy. Will he be able to get that clutch? Or match point na ang mapupunta sa kamay ng SPE?
Pero, what's gonna happen here? Envy, low on HP, mga kaibigan. Envy, can he do the impossible? Can he do the big 1v3 clutch? Envy with a swing, Ja will be down. Okay. Pero Envy, matamaan siya dito ng fault lines, mga kaibigan. Medyo mahirap to. It will take that time na kailangan talaga na. Pero meron siyang seize though. Pero yun nga lang, muntik na malapit na sila mawala ng oras. Pero yung isa nag-swing na rin talaga. Papi Chulo, the only one remaining dito. Ang gagawin ni Pro is syempre paikot-ikot lang. Dito sa B, Pro with a 3. SBE is in a match point already.
Match point.
Poetic SBE. Isa na lang before Oasis at pwede nga nilang malala yung fracture weakness nila. Biglang nawala ang ihip ng hangin mula sa Oasis. At na nga sinasabi ko, paano kasi puro taga-Oasis sa favored. When I really do think when it comes to SBE winning the first map, alam mo na na malaki ang probabilidad na sa kanila mapupunta to. Plus their comp against Oasis, they know who is gonna be the biggest problem. And that's Wild Oreo. At so far, hindi talaga natin nakikita yung Wild Oreo Cypher plays. At yun yung malaking ambag sana na meron ng Oasis to actually steer the things against SBE. Pero SBE, they get the perfect timings as is palong-palo. Improved din si Papi Chulo with that KO and Flippy also. So lahat talaga sila ngayon nakikita natin how well coordinated they are, and as they try to punch through here in A side, will this be it against Oasis Phil?
Malalaman natin in just a few mga pero si Flippy catching one of the ngayon si Aziz finger style. Pero not gonna catch anyone right now, pero that is the siege from Envy. Ripper will gonna catch one, pero meron pa dito original strike coming in from Flippy. Meron pang kalapag ng papag. Lahat na ginamit nila. 2v3. Hindi pa naman-plant yung spike. Pushing ito ang 2v2 right now. Nasa may spike. Ano okay. Nandito lang kay Pro. Pero
one enemy remaining.
Na ang mundo. Pero Ripper catching one. It's all up to Tito Pro. 1v2. They know kung nasan ba si Pro dito. Marquis will not swing. Pero kailangan dalawa akin yung sumilip ngayon. Pero yun nga lang dito mo. Meron pa siyang spotlight ngayon. Pero catching one Pro.
Attackers win.
Oh my God! Natamaan si Marquis ng fault lines. And that's what Pro did. Just maximizing all the utilities na meron siya. 2-0!
Vil! SBE dinaan!
Sa edad! Minama ni Tito Pro! Diyos ko! Alam mo, sabi ni Tito Pro ganito, chill lang kayo mga kids. Ako lang to.
Lola na Medjos buff. Bill, ang nangyari at pinakita ni Tito mo Pro. Ang ganda ng timing at hindi siya kasi swinningan kagad eh. Yun ang naging problema. Nakuha niya yung flash, nakuha pa yung concuss, tapos wala nang magawa at all dahil di na saan na makuha. At that's it. Tito Pro makes the most of it. At this is just one of the few moments na nakita natin na important round.
Wow.
All those situations na panalo nga ni Tito Pro na dating batang pro.
Oo, ngayon tatang pro na. Pero kung napapansin mo talagang SBE, bumabawi talaga dito, Rere. Kasi nung nasa group stage tayo, hindi sila ganito. Pero ngayon, palong-palo.
Grabe. Akala ko magto-third map pa dahil nga napakalakas ng Oasis here in a fracture. But someone did their homework. Kung ginawa ng homework ng Oasis ang SBE sa first map, dito sa second map, gumawa rin kagad ang SBE ng kanilang homework. And you can really see on those last 5 to 6 rounds, SBE, Vil, they have the upper hand pagdating sa economy. Kaya dun parating napapunish ang Oasis dahil sa economy nila, tinatry nilang makahabol. Pero the biggest problem is that expensive din yung mga utilities nila na kailangan nila gamitin against SBE. Kaya talagang mas balanse sa side ng SBE ito and it's actually favoring them so much. All of those the fact that it started with a 5-7, nanalo na nga ang SBE sa pistol round on the second half, tapos na-punish na nga nila on their full buy sa mga taga-Oasis, napakalaking advantage na kagad ang meron sa side ng SBE. And tignan mo naman, nag-pop off si Flippy kahit one map lang siya for today, he's gonna be getting that 2.5 KDA with a 314 combat score. Although sa side naman ng Oasis Infi, sobrang consistent naman niya every map, pero ngayon ang nakita nga natin, mukhang magiging kalaban ng Team Secret ang SBE on the next days that we have at pupunta na nga sa lower bracket ang mga taga-Oasis Gaming.
Back then, the kryptonite of Team Secret is SBE. Ngayon na magtatapat sila dito sa game na to, ganun pa rin ba ang mangyayari, Rere? Sila pa rin ba ang kryptonite? Or makakatawag na dito ang Secret sa SBE? Oasis Gaming is gonna fall down to the lower bracket, mga kaibigan. And syempre, tignan natin yung lower bracket journey if ever na Oasis Gaming mo nang pwede mangyari doon. Your next game is probably...
Spike down, defender spawn.
Kailan ba?
One enemy
I mean, sa Friday? Siguro sa Friday. Pero but still, I mean, mainit, napakainit ng mga matches na nakikita natin ngayon. Pero hopefully, talagang magkaroon tayo ng lower bracket story. Pero, ito SB versus TS. Kailan to? Bukas? Mainit na labanan.
Magandang labanan din to, Vil, dahil last time nakabawi ang Team Secret against SB. Although close match, diba? Nakita tayo ng maraming overtime sa split. Talagang alam nila ang isa't isa. They used to be teammates, now popping off here in the scene. And I'm so happy to see ng SB hindi sila mapupunta sa lower bracket nila. Sabi nila kailangan na natin tanggalin yung mga konting kamalasan. And now looks like si Oasis ang mapupunta sa lower bracket, but I think hindi pa rin nakukuha ng Oasis. Last time, yep, they got them through the group stage, but here in playoffs, it's a different thing, di ba? Ngayon na naman magbabago ang ihip ng hangin. It seems like it favored SBE ngayon din, Vil.
Yeah, malalaman natin yan really soon sa mga matches na pinapakita natin, but still, big shoutout to tropang SBE for winning that big 2-0 dito against Oasis Game. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been your game number 1 of the VCTPH Playoffs, mga kaibigan. We are casters, Villain Rere here. See you later.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life so.
Hey, esports fans! Welcome back to VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers. We started the playoffs with a bang as things went south in the favor of Southbuilt Esports. G10 is just beaming with joy right now. You can see the smile on his face. He's like, look at me. I'm not cursed. I got the prediction right.
I was right and you were wrong.
No,
Sorry,
before
guys.
G10 even fully rubs it in our faces, let's add some poggers to that smile on your face as we have a look at the series highlights. I know, Fluffy, you were hoping for an Oasis win, but what is it about SBE that made them the better team this time?
I feel like today, SBE really showed up that veteran skill of doing a couple of things right. Number one, I feel like they had such good control of the map. They always had someone who were ready to trade them whenever Oasis normally got the advantage, especially here on the bind map that you can see on your screen and now Fracture. They always get the opening pick, but SBE always finds a way to get that trade and turn that into a better retake or even to plant a spike if they're on that side. Second thing that they always do is SBE was so good at when they do take space, they leave something, be it a person or maybe some form of utility to play off later in the round. Something that the more veterans team tend to do a lot, and it's something that I think Oasis has to learn how to deal with more often, because those are the types of plays that, you know, we see those 1 to 2 moments every couple rounds where SBE just gets a multi-kill. One of their players is in the prime position to just get all the frags. We see here on the highlights, Ja and Pro exactly doing that, making the moves because of the way that they play around the space. And because of that, mainly, I feel like that's why they won the series.
They really turned out to be the more experienced team. Like, it really shows in the performance that they had here. Now, G10, you did have faith in SBE from the very beginning, and for good reason, as Fluffy just expounded. This may not be the exact same storyline from stage 1, but do you believe that we'll be seeing the same results at the end, especially with Ja being our MVP for this series? All right. Oh, I think G10 kind of got into the multiverse in the meantime. So, Fluffy, I'd like you to continue the point that you had with Southbuilt Esports, especially with Ja being the MVP of that series.
Yeah, Ja is just the best player or most impactful player that they have currently for the series. He played a pivotal role especially on the defense, getting a lot of multi-kills. He played Chamber the entire series, but he just had so many of those frags that got 1 to 2 to trade himself, and normally even on that Chamber got out as well. So it just put them at such a numbers disadvantage.
As you said, when on the Chamber, he had so many amazing moments, so many multi-kills. It really kind of solidified the fact that he is one of the most impactful players of SBE, even though really SBE themselves did so much work, did so well in their, as you said, positioning and being able to refrag for each other, especially, on the second map on Fracture. I think we were all expecting Fracture to go the way of Oasis, but that second half was just so dominant from SBE, thanks to, Ja, Flippy, Papi, Bro. It was absolutely beautiful to see, and as an SBE fan, man, I cannot be happier with how playoffs SBE has shown up.
I mean, like you said, it was an unexpected thing to happen. Even though you were like, I'm for SBE, you still predicted a 2-1 in the end. But,
yeah.
Overall, SBE has been incredibly dominant in this series. And I'm very excited because right now, I'm going to be having a quick interview with Flippy, and we'll kind of dissect what went on with that series.
Hello!
Hi, Flippy! Congratulations to Southbuilt Esports for that win. Look at the smile on his face. I feel like there's something new coming into the group stage, for the playoffs rather. Now, Oasis has been dodging bind from the start, and you guys quickly picked it. Plus, we were expecting a really dominant performance from Oasis on the side of Fracture, but you guys just shut everything down. Have you guys been practicing on these maps? What's been going on for SBE?
So, nahirapan kami sa group stage, diba? Parang bang, it was very hard for us to makalaban ulit yung mga PH teams kasi nga, iba kang klase yung mga strategies na pinapakita rin nila, and they really studied us to the point na parang bang na-outplay talaga yung mga strats namin. So, mentally, nag-reset kami and everything, tapos all of the good jujus ginawa namin. So, parang bang nag-ready rin talaga kami sa mga outplay strategies nila. Everything that they, bring to us or throw at us, parang bang kailangan, mentally ready kami, tapos ipanalo namin lahat ng laban.
So what was the something, or what was like a line that you probably remembered that was different? What was like the mind-changing thing that happened from group stages to the playoffs? What was the reset?
Nung group stage kasi naliligo kami. Ngayon, hindi kami naliligo. Wapali buff.
I see. So that is the secret to having really good aim and really good strats. Not take a shower, apparently, on the side of SVE. Now, again, it's undeniable. You guys did a fantastic job today. But the next step for you guys is going to be Team Secret. Are you guys nervous for that? And how are you guys planning on preparing for that matchup?
Ewan ko lang kung mananervyos kami, pero excited kami sa matchup na yun. Like, we're gonna see both the strengths and the weaknesses of each team. So, parang bang, we'll just have a show to give you guys.
I see. I'm looking forward to that show. We're very lucky to have front row seats to that. Now, every now and then, I like to sneak in a fun little question here on our interviews. And as you know, we've got very beautiful Valorant agents here. If you could go on a date with any of them, who would it be?
Sino kaya? Siguro si Sage.
Sage! Very nurturing vibes from Sage. I can see that. Well, I'm going to give you a chance to give some shout outs to the people who have been supporting you. So, take it away, Flippy.
Sige. Thank you. Shout out po sa newborn baby ni Boss Bren and his other baby. Daenerys Olivia and Kaylee Hart. Shout out din sa mga fans namin. Shout out sa family ko and friends ko. And shout out sa girlfriend ko, si Johanna. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Flippy. Again, congratulations. Southbuilt Esports. Has been fun having you on the show. But I'm going to get back to our panelists for the meantime. You know, if I were to date a Valorant agent, I'd probably go with Yoru. Take me to another dimension for our first date. What about you, Fluffy?
I don't even know if I remember how to date anymore. What about you, G10?
That means he wants to just have a harem. I would say, Viper Mommy is something that I have kind of been thinking about since Valorant has been around, and it's something that I keep in my mind every time that Icebox comes around. So, Viper Mommy it is.
That was fun. I still kind of wonder which agent Fluffy is considering, but I guess that's a mystery for now. Now, it was a blast having Flippy on the show. Coming up next, though, is Alpha Esports Pro versus Bren Esports. More of the action when we return, so don't go anywhere. to VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers! You're still with Likeable, Fluffy, and G10 on the panel. It is the second series of the day, and it could not get any spicier than this one because it's Alpha Esports Pro versus Bren Esports. Fluffy, you described Alpha Esports Pro as cracked and Bren as ambitious. I do have to agree, AEP obviously has cracked aim, but for Bren though, I want you to explain why you call them ambitious.
So ambitious in the sense that the team has always had that ambition to be a playoffs, if not a VCT winning team with the current roster they have. And the ways they tried to achieve it were by doing a couple of things. One, they tried a couple different comps, and two, in their play style, sometimes they get kind of over ambitious sometimes, and when they overextend, that's where they start to falter. So the big question for me today is, hopefully we get an ambitious team that's still trying to do new things, but still have that discipline to maintain control of the situation.
Well, we're just about to find out how ambitious or how far their ambitions will take them. But let's find out how cracked the other team truly is. Let's start things off with Alpha Esports Pro. Alpha Esports Pro, the team that successfully ruined the win streak of Team Secret. The ever-cracked team, as Fluffy would like to say it. Now, G10, time and time again, the team has attributed the major success they've had in the group stages to having a coach like Amix. Though individually, they're all still very skilled, am I right?
Yeah, I mean, Fluffy wasn't wrong when he called them cracked aimers. That is kind of their claim to fame. As they are very, very fond of running double duelist with Kinsanity and Jin819. They really do rely quite a lot on taking aim duels and winning them. I mean, the ego peaks from this squad are just innumerable. You can't really count them. And I do think that that kind of play style is what kind of exemplifies a lot of Philippine Valorant. It's just that Alpha Esports Pro does it the best. And even with Jin, who isn't endemic to the Philippines, he is an import. He's kind of fit into this same mold very well because his duelist play is amazing and it's so consistent. Even when Ginsanity himself is not doing the best, you can definitely count on Jin to be picking up any slack that he sees and just absolutely destroying anybody, especially since it versus Team Secret, who were 6-0 in groups. They got a 2-0, and you can see here the team having their little huddle before the actual game. Gotta get their strats and their minds in the same place, maybe praying a little bit because they know that this is going to be a very tough match.
Whenever I see teams huddle up like this, I often wonder, what are they talking about? Are they huddling up and like, okay, so for dinner, we're going to have fried chicken. If we win this, we're going to have pizza. Maybe that's what's going on behind the scenes.
Motivation,
Yeah, something to look forward to after the match. Now, of course, on the opposing side are the ambitious youngins, the collegiate superstars. None other than Bren Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the playoff stage, Bren Esports. Fluffy, we've said this during the beginning of Stage 2. Bren Esports is a young team that needs more discipline per se, or perhaps more patience compared to the older players here. Throughout the group stages, have they shown signs that they've improved in that aspect? Ooh.
Oh no. I think Fluffy is the one that fell into the multiverse hole this time. Maybe he's verse jumping, but I do think that if Fluffy were here, he'd be saying that he'd be saying exactly what he would be saying right now, because I think we have him back.
Yeah, sorry, I was saying that when Esports, yes, it is a young roster, but if they're not lacking at all in experience, they all have capable players in their own right. Of course, they have sometimes their shining stars tend to be EJ or Savvy, but it does show through in their gameplay that most of the team has their own moments, has their own highlights, and they're all capable of being high-impact players. Bren had a rough group stage, but when they did win, they won very hard, even EJ dropping that 91 in a series not long ago. And when they lose, it's normally down to the wire. Even the stats kind of reflect that if you look it up. And they did just enough in the group stages to make their way here into the playoff with a bit of help of Now's Esports right there at the end of it, just for maybe a little last push. But the big question for them today is, how did they use their break? For me, I know that their coach Evo, their support staff, flew in recently for the playoffs specifically. So now that he's on site in the boot camp, that's an extra boost not only in morale, but in also their strategy. So hopefully with that reinforcement in, they can really shine, and these collegiate kings can graduate into the upper round 2.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself from laughing. I saw Hot Sauce as he was preparing. He was just dancing all over the place, cat jamming his head.
Energy.
The energy is there. So I'm really hyped up with this. And as we talk about Hot Sauce, let's also talk about the head-to-head of the players that we're going to be featuring in this matchup. It's going to be EJ versus Jin819, the two duelists that we've come to know and love from these teams. Now, we do know that Jin is kind of the yin and yang of GN Sanity. As you said earlier, G10, whether or not GN gets to perform properly in the matches, Jin is always there to make sure that the team is intact as well. But Fluffy, looking at this head-to-head, what can we say about Jin and EJ?
I feel like both these players, as the tip of the spears, mostly for their teams, really benefit, number one, from having the rest of the team just be so stable that they can do their part. Because when they do get rolling, it can really turn into a wrecking ball of a situation where a small entry frag from them can quickly turn into a landslide effect, and they can overtake a round. We've seen EJ especially. We've seen him get that 91 bomb, which I mentioned, I think, previously. And even Jin gets multiple 4 and 5K rounds on his own. So if they do get started, it could be the end for the other team. So you have to have the respect, knowing that the player can do that. But you also have to kind of not respect them enough and still stick to your strategy. Or maybe if you're really thinking about it, which I don't think teams are necessarily stressing about, but it's a good option maybe to find a way to play around them.
That's going to be very interesting to see as the matches play out. But you know what else is interesting? What maps we are going to be seeing in this series. Now, going into our map vetoes, I am very curious. I know that in the last time that they faced each other, we've seen Icebox, Ascent, and Haven. I wonder if that is going to be the case today. But G10, on the top of your head, what maps do you want to see for this series?
What I actually want to see? I'm going to be a little bit likable right now, and I say I do want to see Bind. I feel like we've seen some really good Bind today already from SBE, and I do think it's one of the more interesting maps in the rotation at the moment. So if it's not bad, I really, really do want to see it in the maybe the first round. So Split and Ascent are going to be banned out, so that does open up the possibility for a bind pick here. I do know that since it is one of the trickier maps to actually strategize for, AEP and their style of aggressive takes and aim duels, I think would be pretty decent on it. Bren, though, I think, oh god, they're going to be going with Fracture as a first pick. That's a little bit of a doozy, but I think that's a confidence pick from Bren Esports.
Yeah, that's interesting that you put it that way. Actually, we have yet to see Alpha Esports Pro play on Fracture. I don't think they've played this map yet, this stage. But it's funny that they banned Split immediately. I do believe that Split is a map that is troublesome for both of the teams here. So I think it's a relief on the side of Alpha Esports Pro as well to not see that map be played out in this series. Now we're gonna take a look at what AEP is gonna be locking in. I wonder what it is. I bet it's Icebox. I don't know at the top of my head, but what do you think, Fluffy?
I think a good map for them is Icebox. There's no need to guess anymore. There it is. Second map gonna
I
be
got it
Icebox.
right.
True. For the decider, it could go either way. I'm expecting to see a Haven just because both teams are pretty proficient at it. But if a team has a pocket pick or a strategy they've developed over the weekend in mind, I feel like options like Breeze can also be very good. Going back while waiting for the rest of the map, Vito, Fracture is a very interesting map for me. Bren, I think, has only played it once in this tournament, losing against Oasis Gaming. And other than that, they really haven't shown anything. And as you mentioned, AEP also has no footage on this map. So Fracture, I honestly don't know what to expect just because of there's no recent history on it for both of these teams. Icebox, a very aim-heavy map. I'm expecting AEP, who has selected it in the first place, to do pretty well on it. Bind, unfortunately, is going to be shut down for all the Bind dreams out there, as well as Breeze, meaning that the decider will be that Haven map, which there are a couple of variations on. AEP has done the kind of 5-head move, trying to incorporate that Fade, meaning that Jin would be the one playing the main duelist on Jet, but of recent times, I don't think that maybe it has worked out. Maybe they need more practice, but they've fallen back into the roots playing that paper-esque XS-ish style of double duelist, trying to control a lobby kind of thing, while Bren Esports always has had that very solid Haven map. So for me, the decider is 50-50. Icebox, I think, is going to go in the side of AE, but I'm very, very interested in this Fracture map. I think whoever wins the Fracture map is going to win the series.
Very interesting. I do think that if it does go to the decider, Alpha Esports Pro has had an incredible run on Haven recently, especially considering that they did beat out Team Secret on this map, which was, one of the maps that I think we were all kind of thinking that Team Secret has kind of read back and forth, but AEP were still able to take the W against them on Haven. If it does come to that, I think AEP has a little bit of a bigger advantage with how they like to play that map. But I do agree with Fluffy. Fracture is going to be, I think, the most interesting map here. No data on AEP, so I want to see how they play, and I want to see what comps they bring out. Perhaps Jin Sanity once again on the Fade, with Yin reprising his role as the main duelist.
I mean, we have to admit, everybody loves seeing the surprises that these teams bring to the table. I remember when Gia and Sanity locked in that Fade for the very first time on our VCT stage, everybody was in awe. Everybody had their jaws wide open, like, wow, Gia and Sanity on the Fade. And he really pulled it off. Now, with everything that you guys just said, I want to know what the predictions are for this series. I am a little bit nervous. I did not get the prediction right during the first series of the day, but I do think that this is going to fall on the side of AEP, especially since they've had a strong run so far. But what about you, G10?
That's, in my heart, I want to root for Bren, but in my mind, I do think that AEP, if they pull out something amazing on Fracture, they will just win 2-0s. And if they do get to Haven, they have a better chance because of the way that they like to play Haven with a double duelist. So I'm going to have to say it's going to be AEP 2-0, maybe 2-1. But in my heart, I do want Bren to take the W, but it's just the prediction itself, AEP.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree with G10 there. I really want Bren Esports to win, but being an analyst first, when you look at the statistics from the last time we've seen both teams, AEP just has improved so much throughout the tournament. And even though I say that, and I should use my head, I'm going to still go with Bren Esports.
Okay, you're going with Bren.
Heart.
Okay, I thought this was going to be
big hopium.
This was going to be a case of all panelists side on to one team, and the prediction just gets totally wrong. Now, very interesting that the predictions are in because, we've got the stats on the board, the maps are locked in, and the only thing that's left for us to find out now is what compositions are we going to be seeing in these maps. So I'm not going to keep you guys waiting for much longer to reveal the said compositions. It's the final series of the day, Bren Esports versus Alpha Esports Pro. Cast casters, take it away.
Huling series para sa araw na ito. Kaya naman kami ang magiging inyong mga casters. Welcome sa VCTPH. Ako nga pala si Taylor. Together with Honey Glaze para yatid sa inyo ang match natin between AEP and Bren Esports. Nako, ito mainit tong laban na to. Syempre, ano na tayo bracket system na tayo, Honey Glaze.
Sobrang nakakainit at sobrang nakaka-excite dahil Taylor, nagkaroon sila ng rematch nung mga nakaraang araw. So, this is really just an explosive match na makikita natin between the two teams. Dahil nung mga nakaraan lang din, in the group stages, doon sila nagkaroon ng, alam mo yun, ng comeback potential ng AEP. But this time, sabi mo nga, mainit na bracketing system na malalagot ang lahat na matutumba, malalaglag sa ating lower bracket finals.
True, nakita nyo naman yung first match kanina. Insta 2-0 coming in mula sa SBE. So yung Oasis, nag-aantay na agad sila sa lower bracket. Isang chance na lang yon dahil kapag natanggal pa sila doon, obviously, it's gonna be over for the VCT run. At on the side, para sa ating agent picks, agent selection, mukhang makakita na naman tayo ng Neon. And this Neon pick, we typically see it on especially like a map like Fracture, na maliit yung mapa, mabilis makagalaw yung Neon, and we've seen it time and time again. A while ago, ginamit din niya ng SBE. They won the match.
Sa mga explosive na mga picks nila dito, I gotta say na makakapagbigay na naman dito ng edge ang bridge and also have here fade pick for Bren Esports. We saw it earlier sa SBE and the battle between Oasis Gaming. But this time around, this is a different story kasi nga katulad ng sinabi natin kanina, Bren Esports has the upper edge pagdating sa matchup nila laban sa Alpha Esports Pro. Dahil 3 beses na silang nagkaroon ng past rematch, and it's all up to Bren para may pagpatuloy yung ganong klaseng win. But before that, syempre, nakita naman natin yung naging improvements, adjustments ng AEP ngayon. And this time, we need to prove it worth it na sobrang kailangan nilang makuha yung win na ito para manatili na nga in the upper bracket.
New meta ang laruan ng Bren Esports dito. Neon Chamber Fade Picks ang meron sila, and that fade pick can bring a lot to the table, especially sa ganito kaliit na mapa. On another note, andito na nga si Bren Esports. Mukhang naghahanap ng pwedeng ma-pick off, holding just the angles kung sakasakali mang merong magpupush at merong magiging aggressive. As we know, AEP always plays aggressively time to time.
Yeah, it's already happening here in A. Nandito kagad yung mga blinds, nagkaroon kagad sila ng opportunity makita kung sino ba yung nakaantay dito sa drop. But this time around, nag-aabang lang naman ng Bren Esports kung may magiging agresibo ba sa AEP. Dahil knowing AEP, talagang i-exhaust nila yung opportunity sila ditong makapag-push through, makakuha ng pick-off, especially even though that they are in the defense side. But speaking of Taylor, I think this is it. Napasok na sila sa
already getting that first kill, si Jing! Namatay na nga agad, pati na din si Jin. And this is Gian Sanity, securing a kill for himself. 2 laban sa 4. Makakapagplanta ng spike ang Bren Esports rito. 26 HP remaining para kay RU Ryu, 45 naman para kay Gian Sanity. Nako, bawas na ang dalawang natitirang players on the side of AEP. Pero nasaan nga ba sila? As Gian Sanity hops out, makikita siya ni Hot Sauce dito. Saktong blind lang pero hindi nag-connect. And this is Javi securing that final kill para sa ating first round. Pistol round going towards Bren Esports. Magandang pangitain.
Oo nga Especially na na-counter nila kaagad dito, AEP nag-push all the way from A main. Hindi naging successful yon dahil kumuha lang ng info dito sa Savvy all the way from drop. Ang balikan natin yung replay kung saan naunahan kagad nila dito sa Chingagan dahil nga sa paglabas nila dito ng Tony Fowler, hindi nakaambaka tuloy dito sa Insanity, and that is such an amazing move for Bren Esports na na-completely control nila dito, AEP. Pagdating pa sa post-plan.
Mabilisan laro ata. Mukhang may mga lakad ata tong Bren
Mamadali.
tsaka AEP. Ang bibilis gumalaw eh. Diyos ko. Eto na. Bumili na nga ng mga Spectre. Savvy, securing that wall up. Makakapasok siya ng side. There is no one on A. And this is a complete control coming in from Bren Esports. EJ, masaspatan siya ng dalawa dito. Naka-crossfire yan, sir. But EJ was able to secure one. This is not enough kills para sa kanila. It's still a 3v2 situation at mukhang babaliktad ata into an eco disadvantage ngayon. Or rather, eco advantage ang AEP. Nakapulot na si Ching ng kanyang Spectre dito. Gian Sanity hopping out, pero si Ching ang mamamatay. Another one bites the dust. That is Hot Sauce. Symbol versus Gian Sanity. Maghahanapan tong dalawa and Gian Sanity needs to go inside. No choice siya.
He's very low on HP pero alam na kasi talaga ni Symbol kung saan siya manggagaling. Very costly na round na ito for Bren Esports. Pero worth it naman kasi it's still a round 1 for Bren at nakikita naman natin na mainit talaga ang Bren Esports. Imagine kung ikaw lang yung nag-iisang nagda-defend ng A tapos biglang papasok dito all the way from drop ang lahat ng members from Bren Esports. Talagang hindi mo masasabi kung paano ka pa makakaligtas. Even though you have the utilities as a killjoy, hindi pa rin siya magiging enough eh. You can kill off one, pero this time, AEP na ngayon ang may bias. Let's see kung ano ba ang pwedeng gawin ngayon ng Bren, especially the fact that we all know how aggressive AEP is. Katulad na lang ngayon na may magkatunggali ngayon. We have Breach and also have that race para makakuha ng early picks laban sa Bren.
Prowler out. Walang mahuhuli on the side of Bren Esports. 5 silang gustong pumasok ng aiming. Sama-sama lahat. Walang split-split. Jin already being concussed here. Pero si Aryo Rio makakapatay sa mabilis na Neo na yan. Kaya naman sobrang bilis. Mabilis din ang reaction ng ibang mga teammates. Bren Esports securing that double kill already. Makakapasok na naman sila on site as one more player goes down. Kursim, Ching, sila na naman ang natitira. In a 3v2 situation, kakayanin ba nilang makapasok knowing that Ching also only have that judge and knowing na kailangan nilang mag-retake dito, kailangan mo ng pangmalayuan na baril.
Oh, feeling ko naman may madadadampot sila dyan all the way from ropes. Pero this time, it's numbers advantage kasi ng Bren. But unfortunately, talagang hindi nagdadalawang isip dito si Symbol gamitin yung kanyang Rolling Thunder. They're hold back now. Very low on HP dito si Brain Freeze, yes. Pero unfortunately kasi, sa mga utilities pang iniipon dito ng Bren, I think this is a very hard time for AEP to have that comeback, but that is a good move for Chingagad. Pero look at this, moving goes wrong. Chingagad with 2K again. 1-2. Very costly of a round, yes, pero at least they were able to secure this one laban sa Bren.
Exactly like that. Very costly round indeed. 4 sa kanila ang naging casualties on the side of AEP. And as much as you can, you don't want to do that kasi yun yung full buy round nila eh. Kaya going here in this next round, they're gonna force buy on those Spectres and maybe Bulldogs kung aabot man yung pera na meron sila. Kung kanina, maganda yung eco round na meron tayo on AEP side. This time around, maganda yung buy round na meron or bonus round na magmumula from Bren Esports. Still, around is around. Importante naman dito eh, makuha ang objective. At lalaban at lalaban pa rin yan. Isipin mo, binibigyan mo ng sheriff, kaya makapag-eco. Ito pa kaya.
Tingnan natin ngayon kung ano ba yung pwedeng gawin ng Bren Esports. Taylor, gotta say na sobrang pabor ito for Bren to be aggressive. But unfortunately, yun nga, kahit mag-dash in, dash out pa dito si Savvy, hindi pa rin magiging enough yun. Dahil sa hawak na dito kaagad nila Christian, although he is punished truly, we still have 2 remaining members pa or 3 remaining members from Bren. We have the utilities to hold them off. Pero I think it will be best kung talagang pick off na lang din muna ang unahin nila dito laban sa AEP. Lalo na hindi lumalabas ang AEP ngayon. Hindi nila hinahayaan na mawala yung kanilang mga angles na hinohold nila dito laban sa Bren. At mukhang maiipit pa nga dito si Hot Sauce.
Kung isipin mo kung kanina, sobrang fast-paced nung aksyon. This time around, ang tahimik nung mapa natin. Hot Sauce, just using up the utilities, baka sakaling merong mahuli at ma-hunt dito. On another note, siya ang nahanap. The Insanity securing that kill. Ibig sabihin, 2 na lang ang natitira sa Bren Esports na ubus na pala sila.
30 seconds left.
Naglit na lang eh. Talagang yung hold kasi dito ni Chris M ang isa sa mga malaking bagay dito to cancel out the aggressiveness of Bren. So Bren, tingin ko kailangan nila mag-twitch enough strategies here to secure in those following rounds na pinagpatuloy nilang kuhanin dito. First 2 rounds ay bumover sa kanila, but this time, look at this. We have the utilities being set out. EJ dito, quick off a scope, going in for 3K, collateral damage ang kinuha niya kay Ari.
No time.
But unfortunately, he doesn't have enough time at mapipick out siya dito ni Chris M. 2-2 na ang scoreline.
Hinawakan niya talaga yung tour de force. Tinry niyang hindi i-punish yung turret. Kasi kung sakasakaling nakatag yung turret, baka may sumilip. Pero grabe yung disiplina na nakikita natin on the side of AEP. Despite being detected by turret, no aggression. Kasi alam nilang lamang sila. Bakit sila pupush kung lamang ka naman? And knowing na ito yung mga baril nila, pang close range battle, especially with Specters, kayang-kaya nilang i-punish dito si EJ. At nakahuli pa nga si EJ ng 3 kahit pa paano.
Actually, no, nag-line up kasi dito AEP laban sa kanya. He wanted to pick through pero nakakuha naman siya ng ganong klaseng multi-kill. Pero this is going all in favor of AEP right now na nakikita ko yung adjustments talagang naninibago tayo ngayon na hindi biglang nang-agresibo dito si Jin, Sanity and Jin. Since natuto na tayo sa mga pagkakamali na yun. But this time around with the body system that they have, yan Sanity and Jin, picks up the showstopper. Sinabugan ka agad dito si Symbol and a flawless round for AEP. Kahit by round yun ng Bren Esports.
Ang bilis maka-spray down. Kung ano yung sinabi mo kanina, parang walang aggression na nangyayari sa AEP side, biglang nagpa-flank na lahat ng players. Si Gian Sanity, pati na rin si Jin. Alam mo namang, buy one take one yung dalawa. Kaya pag sumugod, talagang masakit, makati yung firepower na dala-dala nila dito. Look at this. They put up a smoke just to play around it. May showstopper up and online. At ginamit nila yung utilities na yan just to secure the kill para dito sa side ng Bren Esports. Another round para sa kanila. Gian Sanity, that aggression was punished immediately. And EJ secures another kill. 2-1 trade lang, Honey Glaze.
Mabilis ang mga trade-offs kagad dito. Unfortunately, ngayon, mapaparusahan si Jin. And this time around, Ryu very late on using in his lines. Pero ngayon, nandito naman si Ching agad for the trade-off. Makakaligtas siya after getting in, AJ. Pero with that Nightfall, makakasecure sila dito. Enough space to plant and the spike. Pero quick reposition naman ang ginawa dito kagad ni Xavi.
The thing is, kapag may neon ka sa team na ganito, nakita nyo naman si Ryu, hindi siya naka-react agad pagdating sa matchup na yon. I would like to add into that later on. But first, merong lockdown na nilapag ang Killjoy, Orbital Strike, to actually counter it as well. Chrism secures that kill on Hot Sauce. Ito na ang retake na inaantay natin as Chrism is already tapping the spike. Syempre, merong mga players na nasa A main. 2 HP in a dream. And this is up to Ching. It's not gonna be possible anymore dahil Symbol secures the kill. Naka 350 pa nga.
Oh, minadali niya ma-pick off dito si Sabi kahit nag-slide away na siya eh. Nakita siya dito, panandalian ni Ching agad, pero at least he was able to spray him down. 3-3 scoreline. This is looking good, especially for AEP, but unfortunately for that round, talagang nakakagulat yung pagpasok dito ni Sabi. Although we have Jin to get in those pick-offs as well for the trades. Imagine, sabi mo nga kanina, Jay, talagang ang hirap makapwesto at ang hirap gamitin ng mga utilities niya. Pag ikaw yung nag-hold tapos neon pa ang makakatapat mo. But this time, it's a different story. Mag-stack up ngayon ang Bren Esports going into arcade.
2-3 pa rin ang score natin. Wall coming up on the side of Javi. Meron bang entry na mangyayari? Tumatakbo na si Ate mo Neon. On the other hand, nasalo niya yung Concuss na meron yung breach. 2-2 trade na naman ang nangyari on both sides. Pantay na pantay ang laban as Gian Sanity goes down in the hands of Hot Sauce. Dalawa, laban sa 3. Ryu settles it out with a 2v2 situation. Kalampag ng papag! Hinabol yung isa! May pangalawa pa! Aftershock being set out. Atras yung ibang players ng AEP.
Wild round, if I may say. Taylor, isa na lang natitira. Pero, after being concussed, after niyang lumundag sa papag, we are down to a 2v1 situation right now. Ryu together with Jin, 819. Mas maganda talaga dito na mag-play together sila dahil we all know and respect the capabilities of Symbol to play this out with a clutch. Pero nasa kanya naman yung spike, thankfully. So now, pwede niyang maikutan dito yung dalawa. So let's see kung anong klaseng
30 seconds
tago-tago ang bang serye ang makikita natin between AEP and Bren. Tingnan mo naman, kuripas na takbo si Symbol
Sakto
para
lang.
makapasok in A.
Amang takbo lang, makakapag-plan siya ng spike. Open na open yung site natin. Anyway, going back sa sinasabi ko kanina.
Spike
The
planted.
thing is, para sa mga pro player, isa sa mga kailangan mong malaman at matutunan is actually how to read the enemy team. And that is, that concludes or basically it includes yung rotations ng mga teams. Gaano mo kayang hanapin at kayang isipin gaano kabilis sila makapag-rotate. Kagaya ng ganito, 10 seconds makakapag-rotate sila all the way from B. And with the Neon inside a team, parang mahirap gawin yon. Meron din kalampag ng papag. Naninapag dito si Symbol. Ang kaso nga lang, this time, hindi nag-connect. Okay lang yan, pang-delay. Kahit papaano para kay Ryu Ryu. Pero this is a breach versus breach. And the other breach from AAP side will go down.
Ibang klaseng clutch ito, RG clutch, given to us by Bren, given to us by Symbol. Pero balikan natin yung mga pangyayaring ang daming nangyari here in B. Sobrang explosive dahil nga hindi natin alam kung paano pa nakaligtas yung Bren doon sa mga ultimates na nilabas nila kanina. Especially dito yung pag-hold ni RG. Unfortunately nga dito, kana brain freeze, nalundag siya, 3K for this guy, but this time, nang isolate lang talaga si Symbol. We had so much of a good positioning from this guy, kaya naman ngayon sila ang may lead, pero isang puntos lang naman ang meron sila ngayon. Sanity has the operator.
Javi, pumasok! And he cleared out the angle completely, Ching! Nakapatay din using the Nano Swarm. Habang nandito na si Symbol, nagpa-plant na agad ng spike. Itong mga players ng Bren Esports, 3 laban sa 4 ang natitira. And this is still very much doable in the hands of AEP. Kung makakapunish sila, they also have the operator. So malaki ang investment nila dito. Saktong-sakto yung pag-clear out ng angle ni Jin. Lalabas si EJ. Ang kaso nga lang, hindi in-expect ni Jin. Nababarilin din siya agad-agad.
2v4 situation at meron pang operator nakahawak dito si Sanity. This is very unfortunate dahil hindi siya makapag-agresibo ngayon sa numbers lead nila. Sabi 8K, even though na very low on HP, Sanity though goes in for the kill, goes in for the pick. Ito mahirap kapag meron kang Neo na kalaban. We have so much of a jump and slide, but this time Sanity just decided to save up that operator pero hold out to that thought. EJ had a different story, had a different opportunity in mind para ma-pick off niya dito kaagad si Sanity at mamanghinayang sa inipon niyang operator sa round na yun.
And yun nga yung mangyayari, no? Yun yung mawawala talaga sa'yo, yung malaking investment na yan. Pero kasi pagdating sa AEP side, itong mga ganitong mga investment, hindi naman bago sa kanila yan eh. Minsan kahit nga ipit sila pagdating sa pera, pino-force pa rin nila yan. Ganun sila ka-confident na kaya nila makapatay. Saka malaking shoutout pala kay Johnny Santos. Tamlay daw ng casters, wala man lang daw. Hay, pasensya na, Lods, kung walang nangyayari. Oo. Mahirap naman yun. Bawat minuto na lang. AEP, time out! O, diba? Hype natin yun. Siya na lang mag-cast. 5-3 ang score natin at mukhang napag-time out ang AEP. Kanina kasi laging pantay yung score eh. 3-3, 4-4, mga ganon. O kaya, ay, di pala 4-4. 2-2. This time around, nakalamang na ng 2 rounds. Yung mga maagang timeout call na yan, importante yan para sa mga teams eh. Para mabilis yung action dun sa mga gusto nilang palitan. Agad-agad.
Exactly. Kasi ang AEP dito, kailangan nilang malaman muna kung paano ba nila pipigilan yung momentum na nagra-run through sa Bren Esports. Gaya nga, pagpasok ng Savi, alam niya kung paano niya i-utilize yung ibang mga members na dito na maganda yung mga corners na i-commit nila at maganda yung mga isi-secure nila mga pick-ups dito laban sa AEP. Look at this. Hindi sila nangihinayang gamitin yung kanilang mga utilities right now and even those concuss. Kahit pare-pareho lang ng effect ito, malalaman lang natin yung mga opportunity niyan once na meron na silang na-pick through dito. But Jin, very unfortunate for this guy na wala yung kaduo niya dito. Unfortunately, there's the ulti coming in from Savi and now it's all up to one remaining member. Naku, si Rio na mamawal pa, mag-smoke pa, pero look at this right now. The counter kay Savi laban sa kanya with just a shadow.
Dalawa laban sa tatlo, eco disadvantage para sa AEP side. Pero ginamit na nga si Tony Prowler. Meron ba mahuhuli? May concuss na rin up and online para kay Symbol. Hindi pa nila na-clear out yung angle na to. Pero magkaiba naman sila ng tinitignan. And they saw one already on tower. Kailangan nilang maklear yan bago sila makapag truly plant the side. And this aftershock will help them out with a molly combination as well. Chrisim, nakapatay na rin on the side. 2v2. Bren Esports AAP naglalabanan for that post-plant and defensive position.
Kanina nakikita ko yung opportunity. Pero now, this time, mukhang hindi na yata ito papabor pa for the side of AEP with the guns advantage ng Bren. Yes, it was an ego, pero sobrang ganda ng mga na-pick off nila dito from AEP. And even though na-sheriff lang din yung mga gamit nila, they were able to take down Savi. Pero kasi sobrang papolta si Savi dito eh. Bigla talaga siyang manggugulat from those na gusto lang makapag-hold pero pinarusahan din kasi nila yung mga nakapag-flankayan. Si Jan Salty,
Dinuktok eh!
Dinuktok talaga yung dalawa. Make it fit. But unfortunately, hindi naging ready kay Ryu. And that is our another round, another lead for Bren.
You want to play? Let's play.
Uy, may ulti na. Nagmumula sa chamber, ganito kabilis maglaro yung mga players. Ultimo replay pa lang pinapakita. Nagsimula na yung round, nakakapaglakad na rin sila. Anyway, mukhang it's gonna be an A-hit so far for Bren Esports. Depende na lang kung ano magiging reaction ng AEP dito, knowing that the neon wall is up already at nakapasok na nga si Savi. Nako, napatingin sa Nano Swarm si Kuya Mosabi, napatay ni Jin. Rio also getting a tag, and this is another player out. Pumasok yung ibang players, kaso nga lang yung nasa A-main, hindi sila makapasok.
Exactly, yung spike, it's already been compromised. May hawak lang dito ang ultimate nga toward their force ang isa, but unfortunately, it won't be enough. 5 ang makakalaban nila, magpipick na sila all the way from drop, pero let's see if this is going to be doable still for them dahil they need to pick up on someone. AP dito, talagang alam nila kung paano makapag-adjust, kaya naman ngayon naparusahan na sinasabi. Ito na lang din yung gusto nilang mangyari. Pick down Savi and it all falls in a landslide na for Bren. Pero this time, EJ with a pick. With the operator at hand and Hunter, labas bigla ng third force, pero wala talagang pinibigay, no? Lumabas pa niya to dito ni Jin, and yun ang gusto ni EJ, sasaglitin niya lang din, but we have so much utilities pang given for Ryu, so much lines pa, and the Rolling Thunder is still available for this guy.
Walang mahihila. Si Hot Sauce, merong nasa kanan. That is gonna be Ryu. Shinutdown lang ng players, especially Ching securing that 2K para sa kanilang side. Kanina pa, nagsimula mag-crumble yung opensa na dinala dito ng Bren Esports during the time na pinasok nila yung dish and they weren't successful at hindi nakapasok yung mga tao sa A-main. Ang kalungkutan doon, naiwan yung spike on site.
Ang problema pa nga dito is hindi nila alam kung paano nila pipitasin dito si Ching agad eh. Nakaabang nga siya dun all the way from that corner pero kasi yung ka-crossfire niya dito, si Ryu. So hindi sila nakapwesto, hindi sila nakabuelo to the point na na-take yung advantage or yung attention dito ni Sabi with just the swarm grenades na plinay si Ching agad and it was a good diversion. Dahil ang Bren Esports dito, hindi nila in-expect na meron pala dito magiging kasama yung AEP to defend in A. But this time, we have the smokes, we have the hunt, no info para doon sa magiging aggressive pick ng AEP. But I think this is a full-on commitment here.
Tamang jogging lang! Sabi dito, tamang jogging, sabay putay. 1-to-1 trade ang nangyari. Meron na ding ult na ginamit. The Nightfall has been out. Orbital strike, sinamahan pa. Napakadaming utilities ang nilapag ng AEP side. But it was cleared out, or rather, by Bren Esports completely.
Last round before the switch.
Akala ko kanina parang tag of war to Taylor eh. Dahil Bren Esports, parang may times na talagang napapadapa sila dito na AEP sa mga flank na ginagawa dito nila Jin. Hindi sila masyadong nagbibigay lang din agad ng info dito for Bren Esports to make those aggressive movements. But on the other hand, we had so much pushes na bigla na lang dito nangyayari for Bren Esports na hindi ina-expect ng AEP katulad nung pag-push at nung pag-dash at nung pagtakbo, nung pag-sprint dito ni Savi all the way from doors. And this time, drop na naman ang gusto niyang abusuhin laban sa AEP.
Nako, kung kanina nag-work out Dahil sa mga utilities na meron sila, nilapag lahat eh. Isipin mo, may Nightfall na, may Orbital Strike pa. Ewan ko na lang kung saan ka hahanapin eh, no? Kung saan ka pupuntahan. And knowing na buong site halos yung nako-cover nung Orbital Strike na yan, kailangan mo talagang lumabas dun sa positioning na meron ka.
Oh no.
Gian Sanity, nagkaroon lang ng trade-off dito. Showstopper! Hindi na putok! No way! Jin! Na-punish lang ng ganon! 8 orbs! Bye-bye!
Sayang na sayang yun! Now we have so much numbers advantage for Bren, pero this is still doable. Tony Fowler, matatagpuan niya dito sa kanyang agad. Maririnig nila dito kaagad na magre-reload siya. EJ goes in for the push. Dalawa na lang yung natitira, pero gustong umisa pa niya. Pero we have our hot sauce to Queen Team Southforce happy. That is such a good of a half. For
Switching
Bren
sides.
Esports, 4 yung nalamang nila dito laban sa AEP. But this time, Taylor, I think this is also the time for AEP na ibigay din yung spotlight sa kanila.
Ang bilis, no? Anong oras tayo nagsimula? Pero parang 5 minutes pa lang yung game natin dito. Ang dami ng action na nangyayari.
Na pala.
Grabe, sayang yung showstopper talaga. Kasi isipin mo, Honey Glaze, if it was fired off by Jin, it will catch how many people? Hindi lang dalawa. I think it
Dami
was
pa
around
naman
3 or 4 people from Bren
Exactly.
Esports that will be catched off guard or caught off guard by that showstopper. Kasi hindi nangyari eh. Masyadong malapit, masyadong close counters, kaya na-punish agad.
Yeah. Parang expected na rin talaga eh. Since yun nga, as we said earlier, parang yin and yang, sabi nga ng panel, sabi nila Likeable, na we have Gian Sanity and also Jin na lagi magkasama. So once na makita mo dito yung isa, na pwede makipag-trade off sa kanya, expect mo na kung saan siyang anggulong nag-aabang or nag-hide lang for those picks na pwede niyang i-control laban dito sa mga following members from Bren Esports. But this time, they have what it takes to be aggressive. Dalawa yung duelist nila, they have Rio for those blinds, but will it be enough? Dito yung mga diversion plays nila with those fast entries, Yan Sanity and Jin. Imagine yung mga pagdadash and after up nila kasama ng mga satchels. Dapat lang din makakuha ng mga corners dito ang AEP to secure those trade-offs at tingnan natin kung mahahabol ba nila dito yung 4 na lamang ng Bren Esports.
Ang composition kasi talaga dito ng AEP is typically the OG composition na nakikita natin here in a map like Fracture. Kaso nga lang, yung fast-paced na laro nila nagagamit ng AEP eh. Ang malupit doon, kayang sabayan ng Bren Esports. Mas mabilis din silang gumalaw. At with that kind of aggressions coming in from both sides of the team, kaya nagiging ganito kabilis yung matches natin. Ganito kabilis yung mga rounds na nakikita natin. As if it's a battle of aim duel.
Kung sino na lang yung magiging compose.
Parang wala na nga akong nakitang nagde-defuse ng spike eh.
Oo.
Meron na bang nag-defuse ng spike? Meron na bang nakapag-plant?
Nakapag-plant man, nakapag-defuse man, pero very little amount, no? Dahil nga,
nakalimutan mo na agad, di ba?
Si Savi, talagang alam mo may mapapatumba siya even though na maki-quickly traded off naman siya. But now, sila ngayon ang magiging agresibo. Naku, makakatapan niya yun. Please, but there's also easy for those trades. Di na lang din.
Hello!
Di na lang titira dito. Pero hello, it's me! We have Savi with the 3 and wide enough to remain Ching agad, all the way from Amin. Ano nangyari? Sabi ko, papasok lang ako dito sa A, tapos kukuha ako ng pick mula doon sa mga sa mag-rotate nga from Bren Esports. Pero siya na lang pala, natitira.
That is Ching securing the kill. Pero si Hot Sauce pa rin ang magwawagi. Mga kaibigan, nag-deathmatch sa A-main. Ang mga tropa natin, AEP, pati Bren. Nakita mo yung rotations ng Bren coming in from B-side? Ang bilis, diba? Because of the neon. Having that neon is very essential. Tingnan mo naman yung deathmatch dito on A-main. Talagang palag kung palag para sa mga teams natin. At nakainit talaga. Parang may mukhang babawi yata dito eh. Parang Kung last time kasi na nagkatapat sila, ang nanalo is, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, AEP versus Bren Esports na reverse sweep ng AEP ang Bren. Oh, bardagulan yun eh.
Ganito kainit.
Bardagulan ulit ngayong
klase yun
araw. Tignan natin. Excited na ako sa winning cam. Let's go!
Yun nga din inaabangan natin dito sa comments. Pero this time, abangan natin kung makakaligtas ba dito sina Jin and Jin Sanity as they go in the site. Walang makakatanggap ng mga fault lines dito. There's already the smoke. They can plant in the spike. Ang magiging trabaho na lang dito ng Bren is to win out that post plant. But hindi na nilang mangyari yun dahil makakakuha na naman din ng pick-off dito si Ryu with just the aftershock. So, 1 member down already for APAC.
Symbol. May kasama rin si Tony Prowler yan, sir. May tao sa likod, may tao sa harap, may tao sa kaliwa, may tao sa kanan. Secure lahat ng kill. Symbol with a 4K. What a play. Diyos ko, lahat ng nakita niyang kalaban, hindi ko alam kung anong agimat ang meron si Symbol dito. Hindi mamatay, parang Cardo Dalisay.
Oh nga, 14 HP pa ang natitira sa kanya. Imagine yung mga sprays na ginawa niya dito laban sa AP and AP. Tinanggap lang nila yung spray and spray dito na nag-press M. There's also Symbol. Oh my gosh. Hindi natin tong kakailang sobrang ganda ng double initiator na naganap dito. All in favor of Hot Sauce and Symbol, and it's all just to them na ma-clear out nila yung post plant na yun. Magtatagumpay na sana yung Bren. So after planting in the spike, but unfortunately with that clean retake from Bren sa mga flanks nila ngayon, tingnan natin kung makaganti ba dito ang AEP already with a 2-digit pressure from the side of Bren. Pero uy,
natuto na yung AEP, ni Glaze. Alam na nila yung paano manalo, mag-antay sa base. Kasi pasok lang naman din sila ng pasok. Di antayin na lang natin, ubos, pati pantubos. Symbol na lang natira.
Nerd.
Hindi nga lang naka-react on time si Ching agad. Pero free upgrade naman for Symbol. Let's hope for the best for this guy to clutch this one out for a 1v3 situation. Dahil wala siya ka-idea kung may kasabay ba dito. Yung napatay niyang Killjoy here in B. And they have already planted in the spike. 4-10 ang scoreline natin at napaka-importante ito for AEP dahil bumili sila, nag-ipon sila ng Vandals ngayon, Taylor, and this will be a problem kung mapitas-pitas pa sila ngayon ni Symbol, and this is good dahil they have played together here in A main and it will be a problem kung paano sila mapipitas ngayon, pero hindi pala ito magiging problema, Taylor, dahil look at the abilities ngayon ni Symbol. Available lahat halos, Rolling Thunder, Fault Lines, Aftershock, and even those blinds. Let's see kung makakaligtas ba dito or ang AEP.
Hindi niya ata gagamitin yung utilities na yan, knowing it's a 1v3 at hindi rin sa sure kung nasan nga ba yung ibang mga miyembro ng AEP side. No? Hindi niya alam lahat nasa A main. Imagine if he used the ultimate. It will actually catch the 3 of them. But he wasn't sure kung ano nga ba yung sitwasyon here on A side. It was better off not using it and just securing it for another round kung sakaling kailangan nilang mag-retake. I think this time, after this specific round, hindi magpupush ang Bren Esports, knowing na nag-aantay na lang ang players ng AEP sa base.
Exactly. Kailangan na matuto dito ng Bren. Ito na nga time out
may
na for Bren.
May spike pala?
Na-plant pala
May spike pala?
Sumasabog pala yung spike?
Di ko alam eh.
Ang bilis kasi
meron
talaga
palang spike.
Dalawa kasi yung initiator dito from Bren. So, nung attacking sila, sobrang pabor sa kanila dito yung lahat ng pangyayaring naiipit nila yung Alpha Esports Pro. Tinatry nila with that operator para maka-pick through. Pero kasi hindi nagmamabagal yung Bren Esports to get in info. Kung makakapag-dash in, makapag-slide in dito si Savvy, why not? Makapag-follow up ka na lang din kasi magiging problema yan kapag hindi mo na-enable dito si Savvy. Pumasok, kumuha ng space, get in those retakes, get in those rotations that will happen on AEP. And ngayon, 5 rounds pa ang kailangan ng AEP. But this time, matututo na nga ba sila kung paano i-counter si Savvy?
Nako, Savvy kasi, kanina talagang takbo lang. Yun ang puhunan ni Savvy rito. Ang pinagkaiba kasi niyan, knowing it is a Neon, kapag tumatakbo, once naglapag ng Kongkas, you already know that he is gonna push off doon sa kung saan siya nag-Kongkas. But this can be another story dahil nga, Bren, this time around, they will play it slow. Hindi na masyadong push out. And Brain Freeze at Savvy na nga ang unang napitas dito, Honey Glaze.
Sinaglit na lang ng dalawa dahil alam nila mag-push through sila. We have your Hot Sauce with a quick flick. We have also here Tony Power to get in that info, pero hindi siya mananalo sa duel ngayon ni Jin. It's all up to one remaining member at EJ. They don't know where this guy is. At ngayon may agisan siya ni Chris, and with this patience, this is another round 1 for AEP. 6 to 10 na. 4 na lang din ang kailangan nilang habulin niya.
4 na lang. This is still ongoing. This is just map number 1 na hinahatid sa atin dito ng AEP tsaka ng Bren Esports. Pero kita nyo naman kung gaano kainit at kabilis yung galawan ng dalawang teams na meron tayo rito. Kumbaga, kung pag nilabas yung pang-initiate, ay kasunod agad. Wala nang wala nang isip-isip. Kung if we go, then we go. Wala nang second doubts, and that is exactly what the two teams need right now, is to not doubt themselves. Savvy, hindi na siya pumupush. Tamang
Good
ano na
job.
lang, tamang chill lang sa mga sites na meron ang Bren
Oo.
Esports dito. Ikaw
Laki talaga ng advantage kapag may neon ka, no? Dahil kung kailangan ng kabilang defenders dito, ng kabilang members mo na nagde-defend in one side ng tulong to defend and hold into a site, mabilis ka makakatulong, makakapitas ka pa with just your aims na alam natin maasahan. But this time around, ang nangyari kasi for AEP, talagang hinihintay na lang nila dito si Savvy. At ang problema dito is kung papasok pa ba sila. Dahil sa paghihintay nilang ito, baka nga maisampa sila dito ng Bren Esports na biglaan sila makitaan ng opportunity here in one side. And now, fortunately for AEP, naka-ready na kaagad ang Bren Esports dito to get in those kills para sa kanila.
Hindi tumama yung shot na meron. The orbital strike though, it connects. Ang kaso nga lang, nakapitas pa si Savvy ng isa bago mapatumba. That is a double kill on the orbital strike. Symbol, the only man remaining. Meron pang kalampag ng papag. The ultimate is still there. Kayang-kaya. Abot buong site nito kung sakasakali. But it seems like Symbol is still trying to think, gagamitin niya ba or hindi? Wala pa siyang alam na info kung saan manggagaling o saan magmumula itong AEP side. He probably saw one outside. This will force out Chrism to move off the position. At siya pa nga ang mamamatay.
Nasabi at na-mention mo nga kanina, Taylor, kung paano nakakapag-adjust dito yung mga teams, kung gaano ka-importante, mabasa mo yung mga plays na nila. Ito na ang ginagawa ngayon, commitment ng AEP. Natututo na lang sa mga point na hindi sila basta-bastang papasok inside the sides, kundi ito na yung changes. So, Insanity and they are just waiting off for any info na pwede na lang mapitas dito laban sa Bren Esports at hindi sila nagdadalawang isip na magkaroon ng body-body system even though na meron silang confidence ngayon to get in those multi-kills. But now, this is the buy round already for Bren. They need to make sure na sa kanila itong round na ito kundi kailangan na naman nila mag-save. But on the other hand, we see here already the push that is already committed here by AEP mula Arcade. EG naman dito, may hawak na operator. Tingnan natin kung makakapitas nga ba siya ng isa sa lahat ng mga ecoms na nilabas na nga dito ngayon ng AEP just to secure in a side.
I think alam na ng AEP kung paano i-punish yung Neon. And nabasa na rin nila kung paano siya maglaro, no? And this is still Savvy though. Still getting that first shot in. Siya pa rin ang mauunang makapatay. May ultimate na nga rin si Savvy. Meron na rin yung iba. Si Symbol lalo. Yan ang magandang pang retake. Makikita natin yan. Baka ilapag nila. Savvy yet again with another kill. Pinik pa nila.
Katos dito, naku. Hindi expect ni Chris M na meron na nga kagad mag-push sa kanya. Look at this. Sobrang linis lang din ng Nightfall. There's the Hunt. There's also the Rolling Thunder. And this is just a clean retake for Bren Esports. Yung lineup ni Hatsos with that Hunt. Meron pa rin nakitang opportunity dito for Savvy to go in for those pushes. 3K for the Sky. 7-11 scoreline now in favor of Bren. And it was a flawless round pa. Kung kaya't walang masasayang dito sa mga binili nilang mga guns, mga rifles, and even have that operator at hand by EJ.
Grabe. Itong aggression na pinapakita ng Bren. Pero ang mali talaga sa round na yun, in a post-plant position, you wanna get that angle na ikaw yung makakalamang. Kasi basically, you're defending the spike at this point. But AEP, they got too overconfident. Overextend sila masyado into smokes and even trying to kill Savvy 8K here and trying to punish him. And dahil doon, nag-crumble yung defense sana pagdating sa post-plant position na meron sila rito on AEP side. So maliliit na mistakes na ganon, it can all go into a domino effect and literally can make your round into a loss instead of a win. Anyway, moving forward, move on na tayo. Tapos na yung round eh. Sila nga naka-move on na. Nandito na sila ngayon sa dish. At mukhang ready din ang wash dish ni Gian Sanity kung sakasakali man.
Nako, apat pa naman ang nag-aabang sa kanila dito here in A, which is something na hindi usually ina-expect dito ng AEP. But this time around, din naman yata sila dahil nagda-divert lang din naman ng attention dito yung ilang mga flanks with those smokes kasi talagang nagkakaroon sila ng hesitations. Jin won't be seeing enough with the showstopper, makakasatchel in siya, but then we have to all the way from A main, mahuhold nila yung gustong makapasok na nga dito sa side na ito. But now we have so much happening! Pero sana naman ang ginigay nila dito kay Savvy 8K. And now, dalawa silang nawala. Nakapag-plant and pan ng spike dito eh.
Hinahabol ng boombot eh. Mas mabilis tumakbo yung boombot kaysa kay Savvy doon, sir. 3v5. May operator pa si kuya mo EJ. Pero nag-iisip pa sila kung paano sila makakapasok dito, no? Kakaisip nila, na-shutdown na yung nagtatago sa loob doon. Nightfall out para sa kanila and hot sauce combination with brain freeze getting those kills in. Still a 1v2 situation. Post-plant ito ang dapat gawin ng AEP. Tamang silip lang, basta makancel yung nagde-defuse.
Wala, may six man kasi dito, AEP eh.
Nilagyan ng vandal.
Eh.
Nilagyan ng vandal yung ano niya. Yung turret.
Hindi siya nakagalaw doon. Pero sobrang ganda ng opportunity kanina ng AEP na ma-eliminate nila dito. Simple and even have Savvy here. Even though na alam natin na kaya nilang makapag-hold. But unfortunately, for them, expected kasi talaga na ng AEP dito yung magiging aggressive positionings dito committed by Bren. And this is now the punishment. We have tour de force na pwedeng gawitin dito ni EJ. Pero kasi ang makikita natin ngayon is just fully hesitations at pagbabasa lang din ng AEP kung ano ba yung pwede mangyari. Insanity with that operator. Tingnan natin kung sino ang malalaglag ngayon in the rabbit hole as they go potentially wait in for those picks na magmumula sa isa't isa.
Muntik na silang magkakitaan eh, no? Unang forward, talo. Unang sumilip, talo. Yan ang problema ngayon kasi may peeker's advantage na si kuya mo EJ. But the pick-off didn't work out. Rendezvous out para sa kanya. And they now quite know that the chamber is actually on B side. They probably will take this slow, play around the utilities, and maybe even use yung ultimate ng breach.
So much of a problem ito, no? Meron man sila ditong ultimate din kay Savvy, but will it be enough for the retake? We have Insanity with that operator, kaya siguro ito na rin mismo yung reason kung bakit sila nababagalan sa mga nagiging push sila at nakapag-abang na si Savvy to get in that kill. Jin is already down and now let's see kung ano yung magiging decisions made by AEP. There's the Cloudburst, pero papasok na rin naman na dito yung Rolling Thunder. Walang maapekto walang matatamaan, no lineup committed, but still, this is late commitment na ng AEP to plant in the spike at kung wala siyang makikita ni isa.
Naku po! Orbital strike hopping in from Brain Freeze. Securing the kill. Napakaganda. Napaka-alerto ng Bren Esports dito sa round na ito. Insanity, only man remaining with an operator he wants to probably save. It's not gonna happen anymore. Hot sauce. Siya ang nakasecure ng final kill na yon. Ang ganda ng read ng Bren Esports dito. Honeyglaze, alam na alam nila. Their hyper-awareness is what's bringing them to the top spot right now. Because alam nila na may Rolling Thunder. Kaya hindi sila naglalagay ng tao on site.
Yun din ang isa talaga sa mga good points dito and micro decisions made by Bren Esports na wag silang mag-intay inside the side dahil nga sa Rolling Thunder na yon pwede itong manghinayang AEP dahil wala silang makukommit into another pick off laban dito sa Bren at nagamit pa nila yung orbital strike para makapitas pa ng isa with that boombot in this round. This is a good opportunity nga for AEP na makasecure ng mga pick offs, makasecure ng space and tingnan mo naman yung minimap natin ngayon EJ just with a quick pick of the operator pero mapaparusahan naman sila dito na mag-duo. We have Insanity going in for the kill. EJ naman natutumba dito laban kay Jen and now we have the sprays not committed into Savvy 8K and as it's all up to 2 remaining members from AEP right now. They don't have everything in their hands and they don't have the spike inside the site but let's see if they can still win out this round with a 3v2 situation.
Spike planted.
Jumping lang. Red with the ultimate sakasakali. Hot Sauce securing the kill already. Ito na nga ang tamang finger style lang para sa kanila. Si Simple makakapatay in the final kill. And still, Bren Esports winning game number 1 while they defuse the spike. What a game, Honeyglaze.
Eto na pala yun. Naka 13 points na pala ang Bren Esports.
Tapos na, no?
Defenders
Akala
win.
ko talagang magiging mahirap ito, lalo na Fracture. Ang lawak-lawak na mapa na to. Ang hirap makapag-rotate from one side to another. And this time, look at the boys from Bren. Mainit na mainit. Chill lang sila
Naka-neon jersey pa.
Aba,
Oh, ready, oh.
pala si Abby.
Ay, si Madam Ish, tamang lakad lang sa likod. Oo, shoutout kay Ish na nasa likuran. But that was a game between Bren Esports and AEP. That was game number 1 sa Fracture. Napakabilis ng execution from both sides of the team. Knowing na itong dalawang teams na to, nagtapat na sila before, they quite have a good read kung paano ba maglaro ang isa't isa. Kung hyper-aggressive ang AEP, hyper-aggressive din ang Bren Esports. Kasi pag hindi mo nasabayan yung hyper-aggressiveness na yan, Honey Glaze, talagang mafo-falter o talagang mahihirapan kang dumipensa.
It's good to have a double duelist comp in your team, but unfortunately, matatapatan lang nila kasi ito with Bren with just the double initiator setup. Nakita natin kanina kung paano nagwagi ang Bren Esports pagdating nga sa mga times na gusto lang nila manalo sa mga duels. Look at the attacking side of Bren. Talagang most of them is just throughout the duels na naipanalo nila laban sa AEP, and they don't even care kung makakapag-plant ba sila ng site. Basta't mahanap nila dito ang AEP from their certain points of time na gusto lang nila mag-hold ng site. And this time, AEP, it's just really such a landslide dahil hindi naging effective dito yung double duelist comp nila with Gian Sanity and Jin.
Maganda sana yung plano naman nila dito eh. And makikita nyo sa screen nyo mismo, no? 21 total rounds. 4 sa rounds na yon, dun lang nagkaroon ng pag-plant ng spike at saka ng pag-defuse ng spike. 21 rounds in total, 4 na defuse at plant lang ang nakita natin. Puro aim duel talaga yung labanan ng dalawang teams na to. And a total of 22 kills mula naman kay Hot Sauce. But everyone in the team of Bren Esports, talagang nag-work sila as a unit, specifically in this map. Aside from that, Honey Glaze, Fracture map specifically, kapag nag-doubt ka kasi o nag-isip ka ng nagdalawang isip ka kung saan ka papasok, tapos may slow plays ka na nilalapag, hindi ka sure kung ano mangyayari, mabilis kasing mag-rotate dito eh. Nakita natin yan on the slow play a while ago kung kailan na naikutan na talaga sila at na-flank na agad-agad. Kasi once na merong, for example, papasok sila ng B-side, pag may pumasok ng dish mula sa players ng defensive, malalaman nila na it's not gonna be a B-take.
Those were really good thoughts, especially the fact na ito yung mga times din na naikutan nga yung Bren, pero mas nagwagi yung Bren doon sa mga times na nade-delay ng dalawang initiator lang ang AEP dito laban sa Bren Esports. There were also the times na talagang hindi sila makapag-decide nga kung ano ba yung dapat nilang gawin dahil sa mga nagiging aggressive pushes and yung mga early on smokes na wala silang kasiguraduhan kung meron na bang nakaabang dito dahil yun yung laging nangyayari. But now, in this point of time, it's just truly on the aggressiveness ng Bren Esports na nagwagi dito dahil nabigyan nila ng wins of places sa APAC. So why not keep on taking advantage of all of those things na pwede nga makapag-enable sa kanya para makakuha ng mga multi-kills doon. But that round is just truly explosive for Symbol and even have Hot Sauce.
Actually, dapat 5K na yun eh kung hindi siya tinulungan or hindi siya hinawakan ni Hot Sauce doon at hindi niya nakuha yung kill. Pero actually, it was all possible because of the help of Hot Sauce. Dahil sa kanya, dahil sa dalawang peak na yon, dalawang players na pumipeak doon, kaya nahuli talaga ni Symbol lahat ng players on A main. That was game number 1. Fast and the Furious ang datingan netong mga players natin at mga teams na meron tayo. No? Now I'm excited for game number 2 if it's still gonna be as fast as game number 1. Fast-paced ba o slow-paced ang mangyayari? Malalaman natin yan when VCTPH comes back. Right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. Game number 2 coming right up.
Mind-blowing game number 1 ang pinakita kanina ng Bren at AEP, but this time it will be cold enough to see kung sino nga ba talaga ay makakapagtimpi. I'm Manigli si DW, kasama ko ngayon si Terror, at kami pa rin naman na makakasama niyong shoutcasters for this game number 2 for the series between Bren Esports and AEP.
Mabait ang mga tropa natin sa Bren Esports ngayon. Nakakita na natin no?
Maingat.
Oo, ano na kasi, may game 2 pa. Hindi pa tapos yung laro. Alam naman natin, from last time that we've seen them played it out, game number 1 napunta rin sa Bren Esports dito, Hanig Days. Pero, na-reverse sweep ng Alpha Esports Pro yung matches nila last time. Now, maybe is it gonna be another story na gano'n na naman yung mangyayari, o is it gonna be Bren Esports really taking it off o talagang sa kanila talaga yung match na ito? But you could just see how hype both teams are. Mula doon sa panel pa lang kanina nung bago magsimula yung matches natin, nag-huddle sila, si Hatso sumasayaw, sobrang hype lang nung lahat ng mga players natin dito.
Ibang klase na rin talaga yung energy yung binibigay dito ng upper bracket na playoffs natin. Kung sino kasi yung malalaglag talaga, sabi mo rin kanina na mga ngamba na matalo at malaglag at mawala na sa tournament run nila going into APAC. Pero syempre, bakit na ball game muna? Ibang klase yung pinakita dito nila Hassles and even Brain Freeze. On the other hand, nakita naman natin na nagtatry ng AEP dito na makapag-adjust to the playstyle of Red Esports kung paano sila makukombohan din, makakounter throughout those aggressive strats. But this time, tingin ko, mapa na ito ng AEP They have what it takes to give it all in this map. Pero ang exciting part kasi dito talaga, Taylor, is yung lineup na pipiliin ng Bren Esports.
Totoo. Dahil nga yung susunod na mapa natin, it's gonna be actually Icebox. So, yung first map was picked out by Bren Esports, yung fracture map na meron tayo. And obviously, they won the map. This map number 2, ngayon na AEP naman, sila yung mas komportable sa mapa na to. Obviously, they wouldn't pick this if they weren't. At this can go either way. Because AEP, yung pinakita nila on a fracture map, very much capable of actually punishing the players of Bren Esports.
May mga times na napapatapilok, talipok.
Ay no, tapilok.
Tapilok kasi dito sinasabi. There are times na makikita natin na nakakapag-adjust nga sina Jin and Sanity. Pero kasi, mas nakikita natin yung read for Bren Esports na talagang alam nila kung ano yung uunahin nilang mga utilities. Yes, you might have here so much of a diversion play with those fast entry duelists. Pero ano yung may isasagot to? Kung may yung hold ka dito ng mga fault lines, mga concuss, even how to refroller na magiging sagabal sa pagpasok at makontrol mo yung mga space dito. At sabi nga natin kanina, for the post-game stats between these teams, talagang aim duels lang yung pinanalo ng Bren Esports kanina. So what more dito sa Icebox na puro corners pa at puro malawak na mga angles na pwede nilang hawakan ngayon.
Kaya nga sobrang gana yung neon pick na meron for the agents, because even if it's just a compact space na kaya nilang galawan on a map like Fracture, but with the neon coming in, lalo na pag nagsaslide yan, tumatakbo and everything else, rotations are fast. Aside from that, pwedeng may bigla factor na kayang dalhin on the teams itself. Tapos, marami pa rin silang blind, may utilities pa na pwedeng gamitin ng Fade. Aside from that, may Rolling Thunder din, and even an orbital strike that they can use. Napakadami talagang utilities na kailangan tapatan ng OG composition na meron tayo coming in from AEP side. But heading to the next map, which is gonna be Icebox. Sa tingin mo, makakakita pa rin ba tayo ng Neon Fade combo? Or Chamber is very much probable. It's very typical for teams to pick. Pero Chamber, or rather Fade and Neon combo, sa tingin mo, lalabas din dito when it comes to Icebox?
Feeling ko sa mga angles at sa mga corners sa maze ladder, especially in A side, parang hindi magiging pabor talaga ang Neon Mas gugustuhin mo yung makakapag-flights inside, makakapag-off drop para makita mo all the way from top side na kung sino ba yung nakakapag-hold. As the one attacking, talagang gusto mo malaman kaagad kung may mga nakapag-aggressive hold ba dito, dahil most vulnerable map kasi ito na pwede mong hawakan ng judge bukod sa splitter.
True. At base pala sa last time that they've met here in VCTPH na nagkatapat ang Alpha Esports Pro at saka ang Bren Esports. I was just taking a look at the stats, no? And in an Icebox map, the last time they played, it was a 13-9 score
Oh, wow.
in favor of Alpha Esports Pro. Ang composition na gamit nila rito is actually typically Arena and a double duelist composition setup na Jet Reyna, which Jin was really popping off during that time. Siya yung top frag natin. Andun din yung normal Sova pick natin and Viper. On the other hand, ganun din yung picks dito na nagmula sa Bren Esports aside from the addition of Sage na meron sila. So, ganun na picks na meron sila dito. I don't think there is gonna be a Neon pick coming in here. And Fade, very much probable, but who knows?
Who knows? Yeah, exactly. There's also the time na talagang mas importante yung mga utilities or yung info na mabibigay dito ng Sova instead of a Fade. Yes, you have Tony Fowlers, pero kasi once na makapagtago lang din in a corner, dito yung mga makakapag-hold as the defender side, mas malaki yung probability nila to win out the game with just the retakes. At isipin din natin yung mga times na nakakapag-cancel out na mga pagdi-diffuse dito with the Sova's ultimate, yung Hunter's Fury niya para madali niya lang din at para makapitas na rin, open up those sites, and it is just really one of the best agents here to use here in Icebox. Pero on the other hand, nakita naman natin kung gaano kawais and a hot and Bane 3 symbol here in using Fade. So why not use it again para naman magulantang dito AAP kung paano sila kukontrahin ulit.
Gian Sanity, nag-ano din yan.
Ayun
Nag-fade din yan. But I actually don't think that he will pull it up in a map like Icebox.
More
Lalo
like
na
Jet
yung Jet talaga niya. Yung nag-shine talaga typically when it comes to the matches. But very much probable ang isang Fade Sova combination, yung double initiator din instead of a double duelist setup. Masakit talaga sa ulo. You have the Hunt, you have a Prowler, you have the Nightfall, tapos sasamahan mo ng utilities pa ng isang Sova na kayang i-detect kung nasa lahat ng kalaban, pati yung shock darts niya. Nako, masakit sa ulo yung mga compositions na meron tayo dyan. But it all depends, all boils down kung ano ba ang plano ng mga teams. Hyper-aggressiveness or this time around, hindi na.
Yun din ang feeling ko eh. Hindi sila magiging aggressive na to the point na pwede, AEP, makita natin yung usual energy nila to get and attack in a site. Pero kasi ang Bren Esports dito, alam nila yung mga advantages nila once na nandun na sila sa retake. Nakikita natin yung mga angles na sinesecure nila at yung mga time na hindi sila basta-basta magbabato lang ng mga utilities. Alam nila kung kailan ito tamang gamitin laban sa AEP dahil you said it earlier as well na ilang beses na sila dito nagkatunggali talaga, nag-meet up na throughout the stages here in VCT. So there are also sometimes na alam mo na kung ano yung gagawin dito ng isang player, alam mo na kung paano siya kukontrahin at ano mo na rin kung ano yung pwedeng maipon pang mga utilities sa kanya para maipanalo mo yung mga rounds na yun na kailangan nyo dahil especially this time Bren already has one game ahead of AEP. Kailangan na lang nilang pigilan dito ang AEP sa double duelist setup nila dahil most likely yun ang mangyayari.
Tsaka parehas online eh. Yung teams natin dito, AEP is definitely online pagdating sa mga players na meron sila, no? Ibig sabihin, nagpa-pop off din talaga. Ganun din sa Bren Esports. Kasi isipin mo, si Symbol nga kanina is an initiator just planning to set up sites for the rest of the teammates. But he still manages to get fragging out of his mind. Even almost maka-ace na siya doon. But 4K, 3K, lahat may capabilities. Now we're seeing the agent selection na nagmumula sa mga teams na meron tayo rito. And it seems like Bren, double initiator nga ang meron din sila dito. But it's not a Fade. It is gonna be a KO.
Better. Since pwede nila makancel dito yung Empress ni Jin with just the KO suppress, tapos dagdagan mo pa dito yung paggamit ng 0 point niya para ma-detect niya kung sino ba talaga yung papasok into one site or kung sino ba yung nag-hold into that site. Especially the fact na pwede nilang mabaluhan dito yung Viper na hindi nila makokontrol and yung vision dito ng attacking team. And this time, I'm very excited kung paano ito maglilinger in favor of AEP kung gusto nila ng game number 3 with their lineup. Yes, and is the OG pick of AEP. And they have what it takes na magkaroon sila ng enough firepower laban sa Bren Esports. But this time again, you said it as well, Taylor, we have double initiator setup. Ang laki ng lamang nila dito, especially the fact na yung ultimate pa lang ni KO ay magiging problematic na for that Killjoy's utilities and even have the Viper.
Nako, dito na magkakaalaman itong dalawang teams. Siyempre, brackets na to. So, pupunta talaga ng lower bracket ang matatalo rito. At kung hindi ako nagkakamali is tatapatan nila ang Oasis Gaming. No? I'm not quite sure yet how the brackets work right now on the lower side. But sa upper bracket, for sure, nag-aabang na kasi yung Team Secret from the match a while ago kung sino yung makakatapat sila sa mananalo. So, SBE tsaka Team Secret ang susunod doon for the next days. Kasi today, ito na yung last series natin eh. But here, we have Bren Esports and AEP. Sila na ngayon ang maglalaban. We are into the pistol round already. Tamang jump pick lang para makakuha ng info. At kung kanina, sobrang bilis. This time around, tamang lakad lang.
Tama eh. Chill-chill lang muna. And Icepack, syempre, kailangan muna natin magpalabig ba after nating magkaroon ng mainit na mga scenarios earlier in Fracture. But this time, mukhang hindi magpapatupik-tupik pa ang AEP. Papasok na sila. They're just checking kung meron bang mga utilities dito by that Killjoy. And this is a good read for the Insanity dahil nga retake ang usually ginagawa dito ng Bren Esports here in B. With those utilities, they have the opportunity na makakuha nga ng info. Pero look at that wide usage of that Viper's Wall. This is the first time I've seen it, but now they have all that it takes para makakuha ng pick-off. Dalawa kaagad na nawawala dito for our defending team, and it's all up to them to secure in those pickles. But unfortunately, nabueluwa pa sila ni Chingagot. Na isa na lang din na natitira dito, all the way from yellow. But unfortunately for this guy as well, EJ goes in for 2. Chris M na lang din na natitira, and Insanity is very low on HP. Insanity with a right kick, and with Chris M finishing off that head of EJ, decapitating him on this round sa kanila ang pistol.
Ang ganda ng plano sana ng Bren Esports doon. Ang ganda na ng flank na nagmula kay EJ. Unfortunately, nakapag-set up si Chris M nung kanyang mga snake bite na pwedeng gamitin, no? At mabilis niyang nilapag yan, kaya wala makapag-diffuse din ng spike. And obviously, kailangan mo talagang i-clear out, especially in a pistol run kung saan pwede kang paglaruan nung last player on the attackers. You have to really clear it out. 1-0 is the score. That is in the hands of AEP. Nakita na rin natin to.
Kita na natin to kung saan pwede na naman ito maging pabor sa AEP. There's the walls already with that recon bolt already being taken down. Wala silang info kung sino na nga ba yung magkakasama dito dahil there are the possibilities for the flanks pero kasi iba ang gusto ng AEP. Insanity with that immediate kill. Wala silang idea dito kung nasa si EJ. EJ managed to survive for a couple of seconds pero ready naman din si Chris M sa kanya. 3v4 na kaagad yung laban. Nakapag-plant na sila ng spike there. This is new for the battle between Bren and AEP. Pero this time, Jin already has the advantage dito laban kay Brainfreeze. And Brainfreeze will he'll be going in for the crosshair dito ni Jin. And he will. Chris M dito makakakuha rin ng pitas. And with all of the remaining members, nakapag lang mga hot shots dito with just Classic. Won't be doing much. 0-2 kaagad for AEP.
Good round for the side of AEP. Isang casualty lang ang meron sila and that is Gian Sanity. So, insta-upgrade yan. Basta si Gian Sanity, alam mo na. Pag third round, insta-buy. Lalo na kapag siya lang yung actually napitas dito in the hands of AEP side. So, this time around, it is gonna be the buy round ng Bren Esports. Sila naman ngayon ang makakabili ng mga baril nila. On another note, ito yung replay. Mabilis na replay lang on round number 2. Knowing Bren was an eco disadvantage, obviously, mas malakas ang firepower na meron ng AEP. This can be another story. Dito na, magkakabaliktaran ng score kung sakasakali man. Si Jin, nagpe-prepare na rin. Leer in para sa kanila. Mabilis na take for the side of AEP. Alam nila na kailangan nila ng close counters, but the Insanity shut down mula kay Simple agad-agad. Jin, lumabas din on that smoke and caught off guard by Savvy 8K. May pop flash pa na pwedeng gamitin. This drone will spot the players here in rafters rather, pero makaka-atras pa rin naman sila. Nasa safe pa rin. Fast pa.
Problema nga lang dito is may natag in now. With that owl drone, it is enough info. Pero si Chris M na lang natitira inside the site. He needs to win out the duels and he will. Laban dito kina Chris M. We have what it takes for Bren Esports for the retake. Pero sila pa rin nabuluhan dito ng tatlong natitira. There is division controlled in by our holding, our defenders. But unfortunately, Chingagot dito ready for those 3K. Natag-in pa na Recon Ball dito. 4K for Chingagot. Finishing out that clean of a game. 3 upgrades for AEP. Clean and a strong start for Alpha Esports Pro.
Nako, na bonus round pa nga ang tropa natin sa Bren Esports. This will force them in another eco disadvantage na meron sila. Nag-crumble talaga yung depensa na meron tayo dito, no? And the Spectre shot down kasi nga mabilisan gumalaw yung players ng AEP. Aside from that, the 4K of Ching. Si Ching, mamaya magko-comment na naman yan. Gustong-gusto niya ipatato ko daw yung mukha ni Vil. Diyos ko, please Ching, maawa ka naman sa akin.
Ito naman ito naman si Ching
Pinagtitripan ako
Oo Naku po. Pero ngayon, wala nang trip-trip dito for AEP. Talagang gusto na lang B. Gugustuhin na lang B. Look at that vision ulit na kinontrol nila with the use of that Viper's wall.
Here.
There's no possibility for Bren Esports na kapag white pick agad dahil nga sa wall na control nila dito. EG though, with the Blade Storm, will be dealing enough damage pero kakakuha ng isa pero hindi magiging enough. Brain Freeze on the other hand does the job for him. Sanity is already down. We're down to 3v3. Symbol dito has no idea kung meron bang naka-snowman pero Chingagard again doing the wonders for AEP. It's all up to one remaining member and they don't know where this guy is. He can pick up some guns, yes, pero hindi kasi niya alam kung sino ba yung pwedeng lumikod sa kanya. With that Viper's wall up again, this is so much time being delayed for Bren Esports to do something about this. At meron pang nasa likod niya ngayon. And let's see kung magpipicture pa. Hindi. Napaka-patient ni Aurelio dito. Even though na nanguubos na makupunan niya. But unfortunately, that is a finisher. Nilinis lang naman din ni Brain Twist dito. Yung isang natitira for that 4K and 4 rounds na ang AEP.
Good exit frags coming in here just to, you know, have a little bit of change pagdating sa economy. Especially in the hands of AEP. Ang kaso nga lang, 4-0 na sila dito eh. Magkakasunod na round. Nakuha nila yung bonus, nakuha nila yung buy round. Madaming arep yan. Makakabili at makakabili pa rin ang AEP. At this point, they don't mind dying for those exit frags. Kasi Brain Freeze, he will probably he can save that Vandal. Makakatakbo siya palayo. Pero, 4 naman dun, wala eh. But,
hirap tuloy
makakabili pa rin naman sila dito. Vandal pa rin ang puuna ng Bren Esports dahil meron na rin silang loss bonus.
Hirap nito, especially na gamit ni Zen Sanity yung opportunity nilang bilang double duel as heavy. We have your EJ and Hot Sauce with the hold. GN naman dito for the trade. 3v3 na kaagad ang situation natin in favor of AEP dahil meron silang lockdown, masisecure nila yung site. There goes the linehouse, meron pa rin naman mga shock darts. Pero magkoconnect nga ba ito? Lalo na't ngayon, masisecure, makakapag-plant and na sila ng spike. And this is all up to EJ and his gang. With that Aldron, will he be getting in that info kay Jin? Yes, he will. Pero magbabatuwa pa rin naman sila ng mga utilities dito. Back away from the site na lang ang decisions made by AEP. And this is good. Lalo na't nahihirapan na for the retake ang Bren.
Post-plant position lang para sa AEP side. Viper Spit, nilabas na nga on the hands of Bren Esports. Sasabihin na lang nila dyan, iping mo yung spike, pre, because now the Hunter's Fury is out. Trying to defuse the spike is simple. Nawala na nga yung Hunter's Fury niyan, but Ching was able to still secure the kill. Doon sa nagde-defuse ng spike, tamang ikot lang, pero kitang-kita kung saan yung gunshots mo dyan, sir. Brain Freeze, the only man remaining standing above the spike. I would rather defuse it continuously than just stand there. Saktong-sakto yung ping mo dun eh.
Kahit kalahati mo nga yung spike, pero kasi alam na kung saan tututok dito si Ryu. Kaya naman ngayon, hawak na hawak nila yung commanding lead laban sa Bren Esports 0-5. Especially kanina, sobrang binuldozer sila dito ng Bren Esports. Pero look at them right now. Nalalansig ngayon yung Bren Esports. Parang hindi nagiging pabor sa kanila yung double initiator comp nila dito. To the fact that AP just have it all. Just hold on to the W para makapasok, para makakuha ng mga picks. But this time, with this eco round for Bren Esports, will it be happening na makakapatay ba sila? Or talaga magiging malinis lang din yung take ng mid ng AEP?
Malinis na malinis because Brain Freeze already shut down dito. Ito na ang buy one, take one. Si Jin, namatay na nga. Gian Sanity, kailangan niya umatras ng saglit. There is someone on Boiler. That is Symbol getting the shot in. 4, laban pa rin sa 4. This is another eco disadvantage in the hands of Bren Esports. Kung gano'ng kabilis yung rounds na nakikita natin kanina, ngayon na mas lumaki ang mapa natin, there's more rooms for flanks, there's more rooms for errors, and there's more rooms for that aggression and passiveness from the teams. Aldron muna! para sa tropa natin. AEP side, naghahanap lang sila dito ng info kung may tao ba. And most definitely, this spike is gonna be planted really soon.
Hunter's Fury to delay it further. Yes, makakapag-chacha nga dito si Oreo, pero hindi siya makakaligtas sa shadow shots dito ni Hot Sauce. Mainit na mainit. Doon na lang ang natitira for AEP at mukhang matitripti pa nga sila. Dalawa na lang. Insanity, very low, yes. Pero tingnan natin makakakuha ba siya ng pick-off. Chris M misses out the shot naman ni Savvy, and it's all up to Insanity to clutch this one out. It's very low on HP, but unfortunately for Hot Sauce over here is just ready na ma-pick up na nga dito ni Gian. He needs to plant the spike, pero look at this. EJ is just ready for him with those clicks all up to Insanity with no bullets remaining to flush that round out. Bren takes this one with the thrifty but clean off a game, especially for Insanity.
Dami nilang na-punish doon. Buti na lang. Eco. Thrifty round. Doon pa nga makakabawi o makakapulsos ang Bren. At isang magandang Hunter's Fury ang nilabas na symbol dito. Nakapag-plant ng spike sana. On another note, tinamaan ng Hunter's Fury. And aside from that, kailangan mo ang i-chacha yun. At syempre, nakabang na rin yung ibang teammates nila rito to actually secure those positioning na nawawala from the side of AEP. Good round mula sa Bren Esports. Can they still factor in? And can they still get that 4 more rounds para mabawi nila into a 5-5?
Uy, bigyan nila ng punishment ngayon ng AEP even though na ilang rounds na silang nananalo dito laban sa Bren. Look at them. We have the sheriffs at hand. Dalawa lang ang may Vandal, but will it be worth it? Especially the fact that they can be countered already by Bren Esports. EJ with that operator. He needs to go in for the flick and he will. Kumonek ito kaagad kay Aru Ryu. There's still the wall para makapag-up na nga. Pero unfortunately for them, they don't have anything para makapag-comment na nga dito laban sa side na nga ng Bren. They were able to pick on the one, but with the utilities pang natitira dito for Bren Esports, will it be enough?
Map pick ng AEP, ladies and gents, and they're showing off why they picked this map. Still, itong si Insanity, naka-sheriff lang. Tapos si Chris naka-classic lang rin, no? So, nakatalikod ata
30
dito.
seconds left.
And this is now Bren Esports still waiting sa A side completely. Baka sakaling may tao. There's not really anyone there. Viper spit up na nga on B side. Insanity getting that kill only with the sheriff. Tamang post plant positioning ang meron tayo as the spike is already planted. The Viper spit nandito na rin. This is now a side to take for Bren Esports. That is EJ alone with an operator. Feeling ko isa-save na to. Huli ka.
Makakapatay siya ng isa. Yes, he needs to save out this one. Dahil nakita naman natin kung gaano kalaki ng lamang niya dito to pick out the members from AEP. But this time, they are out for the hunt. Si Jin dito, hinahanap kung nasaan siya lulungga. Pero kasi kakaban tayo for EJ in case na may mag-flank sa kanya. Pero it's all up to Jin to make things working for AEP. 6-1, 3K for this guy just to open up the site and look at this right now. 1-6 ang lamang ngayon ng AEP and the good time of for Bren Esports to go for a timeout.
Ganda ng pick-offs na nakita natin coming in from Jin here. Tsaka tatakas sana si EJ. Makakatakas naman siya dito kaso nga lang huli pa rin siya sa akto ni Jin. Maganda na kasi yung yung buwelo niya After popping the shot, he moved to the right and imitating na parang pupunta siya on T-spawn instead. At bumalik siya dahan-dahan. Hindi nga lang niya alam yung info na wala naman tao doon sa flank niya. So Bren, papa-timeout sila dito. Kailangan talaga nila ng matinu-tinong usapan pagdating sa map pick na to. Dahil AEP, slowly but surely, nagsa-stack lang yung rounds na meron sila.
Ibang klase na rin talaga kasi ang attacking pace dito ng AEP to the point na gamit nila yung utilities dito ni Jin. With those blinds, Jin Insanity creating some space with just the half drop. Tapos kahit na mag-retake dito ang Bren Esports, para talagang yung commitment ng AEP ay laging pumapabor sa kanila with the Viper's Wall na hindi nagiging pabor dito for Bren Esports to come back for the retake. So, feeling ko ang mas malaking lamang dito ng Bren Esports kung makakapag-hold sila sa isang site, better Dahil AEP dito, they have what it takes with those Viper wall para ma-eliminate nga dito yung chances ng Bren Esports. But on the other hand, iba naman din ang gagawin ng Bren. 3 ang nakaabang na agad for the flank. Pero inaabangan pa rin naman sila ni Chris M.
Chris Brown ng Pinas. Hell yeah, that's me! Savvy, already dead! Pumasok na nga ang players ng Bren Esports. Mukhang all mid ang gusto nila at nice! Brain freeze, low on HP, only with the Sheriff. Trying to get the shot in. Classic laban sa Sheriff, pero Classic ang mananaig. This is now Hot Sauce, only 2 HP remaining. And this is not doable unless may matindi siyang flank na kayang gawin dito at mahuli niya talaga lahat ng players off guard.
Ito na rin talaga ang pang-finisher ngayon ng AEP. Look at this half. They're just going on wild and crazy. 7-1. Parang hindi natin ito nakita kanina dahil sobrang nabibigla sila dito with Savvy 8K's opportunity to get inside na wala man lang makakapag-react on time. Magamit niya yung mga utilities to delay the entry. And now, walang makakapag-delay ngayon for AP to win out this game number 2. They just need to be consistent para maisagad nila ito for the second half para mapigilan na agad nila dito yung pag-iinit ng boto ng Bren Esports. Bren, I think it really is better to hold on to a site or be aggressive enough laban sa AEP para makakuha ng magandang trade-offs. Pero kasi sa nakikita ko, hindi nagiging favorable sa kanila yung pagre-retake.
Yun nga eh. Tapos yung push, insta-push sa all mid talaga. Gusto kasi sana nilang biglain, lalo na eco naman yung round na meron sila, no? This is now the lockdown being placed mula sa Killjoy ng AEP. At para sa players ng Bren, tamang abang muna sa labas netong bilog. Isang malaking bilog on B side. Pero makakapag-set freely ng spike ang AEP. Now, preparing for that post-plant situation will be easy dahil nga nakapag-set naman sila nung Killjoy lockdown na yan. Ang kaso, nahuli na nga yung isang miyembro.
Diba yung pagiging komportable dito ng AEP, no? Look at those trades. Jin for Savvy. There's the smokes para magkaroon ng problema dito ang AEP to control and further their vision. Bren Esports with the lockdown, they have what it takes to go inside the site. Pero ang problema dito, kung ma-hold out pa nila dito ang AEP, magraragasan, magtatakbuhan na lang dito ang AEP dahil they don't have any idea kung paano nila i-control ito. Simple and hard to loaded for 2. Brain freeze naman dito, goes in aggressively laban dito sa mga natitira pa. Pero he is not sticking out to the side, sticking out to the spike dahil Ryuri is just enough to go in for that spread. Masecure nila dito yung 8-point lead laban sa Bren Esports ngayon.
7-point lead ang meron sila ngayon dahil syempre may puntos na rin naman dito ang Bren Esports. Kaso nga lang, nahihirapan talaga sila when it comes to the defense. Hindi nila mapigilan yung firepower capability ng isang AEP. And knowing, obviously, medyo attacker-sided kasi ang mapa na to. So, baka dahil doon, kaya maganda ang pagpasok when it comes to the players of AEP side. On another hand, mapapa-eco na naman ng Bren Esports. Parang wala pang rounds na magkakasunod na round na may baril talaga sila.
Yun talaga ang problema nila dito, especially na hindi makabuelo laban sa AEP dito, sina Brain Freeze. Yes, you wanna hold on to a side, pero yung problem lang dito is talagang on point yung mga tutok dito nila Jin Sanity. They know to how to counter sweep them out, paano nila ma-off-duel. And this time, salit-salitan na lang din talaga, Taylor. We have the insanity to get in that kill. Ito naman si Hot Sauce for the trade. Hot Sauce surviving for a few seconds, but unfortunately, it will not be enough. PJ with the Sheriff won't be committing as much dahil Chingagon ang makakasecure sa kanya with a free OP3K. Talaga naman, Chingagon, may init na naman laban sa Bren.
Pinupuan yung spike eh. Pati sa spike nagalit si Kuya Muching. Oo. Baka daw biglang magkasisiw yung spike. Eh wala. Natapos yung round. Hindi na nakita ni Ching kung meron. At AEP, talaga namang tuloy-tuloy yung momentum. Nasakyan na nila yung momentum na nakuha nila from that 4-0 from a while ago and still left unpunished by Bren Esports. Sila pa ang nag-time out.
Talaga naman ang AEP.
Time na out muna daw. Magpe-Facebook lang si Ching. Check lang muna siya.
Magte-tweet lang daw muna sila. Magko-comment. Para at least, di ba? Makita
Chat muna
nila.
kay Madam Colin yan. 9-1 na kami. Ganon ang usapan. Tapos tamang scroll muna sa Facebook. Tsaka Twitter. Para pangpawala lang ng init.
Oo, para maging chill lang din muna. Dahil kailangan nila maging consistent in the next following rounds. If ever na may push ito ng Bren Esports to a 9-3, mangamba na tayo for a 9-3 curse. Pero most potentially kasi, Alpha Esports, gamay na talaga nila dito yung bawat corners ng icebox, kaya hindi ito nagiging pabor for Bren. We had Ching agad with those recovery na makakapag-trade siya once na pumasok na dito si Jin and Sanity. And there's also Ryu pa sa mga gamit niya ng utilities niya with the recon bolts, even have the shock darts to remain standing pagdating nga dito sa post plant. But look at this right now. We have Savvy and even have EJ. Operator at hand. Chill lang muna dahil nagbigay ng warning shot pero wala siyang idea na nandito na pala si Sanity. There's no commitment whatsoever for Hotsos to go in for the repick. But with that being said, he can still go in for the kill. Compose enough to go in for 2. Spike has been compromised pero si Chris M lang din na makakakuha ng 3.
2v2 situation, pero rin pumalag ang players ng AEP. Hindi pa nila napaplant yung spike, kaya wala pang post-plant position ang meron tayo dito. They're still trying to see kung makakapitas pa sila dito kasi dalawa na lang natitira eh. On another hand, si Brain Freeze umiikot na rin. He's actually quite ready for that big flank. Simple, already killing one. That is Ching. And this is now Chrisim planting the spike. At si Brain Freeze ata yung nagpapaingay. Bumabaril siya doon. So alam na yung posisyon ng huling players yung player natin dito. Brain Freeze already setting up the Viper Spit. Kaya atang mag-retake and this is Chrisim going down. A good retake from Bren Esports. Di nila in-expect na umikot na si Brain Freeze. Pero bumaril naman eh. Kaya alam nila.
Oh, meron na rin kasi talaga nagbibigay ng first contact. Kaya naman, naipit tuloy ang AEP from that retake na isa lang din yung pinacheck nilang corner dito. Last round and a half, still going good, still going smoothly for AEP to the point na talagang kita natin kung gaano kapursigido silang makakuha at makasecure ng game number 3. Sanity with a blowing 13-9 KDA. Ang laking lamang nito especially na Bren Esports hindi man lang maka-double digit dahil nga sa mga times na nasa-secure nila yung site, nakakakuha sila ng pick-off, binibigay ng Bren at hindi makakuha ng magandang retake. It all boils down na kaya nilang kuhanin yung mga angles na magiging komportable sila dito i-secure. But look at that. Speaking of comfortability, Sanity just easily gets in the shot. Laban dito kay Symbol with just the mid-duel na kinumit niya.
Napitas. Yun ang exactly hinahanap ng AEP. Play for picks ang meron sila rito. And it seems like it worked out. Symbol already out pero may Killjoy lockdown na ginamit. That is on B site. Nag-lockdown din on A. Ultimate lockdown na ang meron tayo dito. Sanay na sanay ang Pinoy sa lockdown, mga kapatid. EJ already on site here on A. Kaya naman itong mga players ng AEP nagkakagulo. Lahat pumatalon. Parang ibon lang. Here goes Chrisim trying to spray down. Tamang dasal lang na tumama. Sanity will connect the shot though with a triple already on this round. Ching secures that next kill. Isa na lang ang natitira. That is Hot Sauce. He gets one. There is a turret. It will fire on him. Sanity nasa second floor. Habang si Ching naman ay nasa baba. Meron pang kasamang turret. And this is now the plant of the spike. Alam nila yung positioning dito ni Hot Sauce. Tamang zipline lang din mula kay Sanity. Feeling nasa buhol lang.
Ang hirap dito. Lalo na tayo maze pa naman sila makakatapat. AEP, I think this is already the opportunity for them to secure in the double digit in just the first half. Pero let's hope for the bet for Hot Sauce. Pero kasi with the numbers advantage and with the angles taken already by AEP, it will be so hard for this guy to secure in that defuse, to secure in another round for their team. 2-10 again for AEP. May pang-DN dito kasi syempre, Sanity and Jin, they're just doing their jobs, securing in the site. May papanalo nila yung mga duels and look at that commanding start for Sanity na makapitas agad ng isa.
Ang kate, maglaro ng dalawang teams na meron tayo. Parang pag sumilip ka, patay ka. Yun yung posibleng mangyari. Tsaka ang dami talagang nangyayari each and every time a team decides to go on site. Nakita natin even with the double lockdown being placed and set here on the entirety of the map, A at B may lockdown pareho. Pero hindi pa rin papatinag ang Bren Esports. 2-10 mga kapatid. 2-10! Ang tagal kong hindi nakita yung ano na yan. Scoreline na yan.
Oo nga eh. Talagang nakikita kasi natin na tug of war nagiging battle dito sa mga teams natin na mag-equalize lang din. Pero this time, AEP Haring-hari ng Icebox ngayon, Gian Sanity. Hindi natin ito nakita kanina dahil bigla silang nababaluhan dito nila Sabi. And speaking of Sabi, he's down in the food chain with the scoreline or with the KD of 3-12 dahil sobra siyang napapunish dito nila Chris M, especially Jin, kapag nagkakatapat ka agad sila. And speaking of those retakes, it's all just in favor of the Insanity and the gang. Kung paano nila i-utilize dito yung vision and also yung space na kinocommit nila further para mahirapan dito yung Bren na kahit may lockdown sila, kahit meron sila ditong brain freeze with the Viper Spit, it will not be enough. Hindi ko rin alam kung ano yung kulang na timpla for Bren Esports dito para mapigilan ng AEP. It's just all of the main duels na laging pumapabor dito for AEP to secure in those rounds.
True. At kung makikita mo din, no, yung players ng Bren Esports, pagdating dun sa kills and deaths na meron sila, fairly the same for everyone. So there's no one really shining right now here in the hands of Bren Esports. Everyone is having a hard time trying to punish AEP on the attackers. Pero ngayon na may swap na tayo, may switch na tayo ng sides, Bren Esports, now on the attackers, baka sakaling magbago yung storya na meron tayo. No? Kailangan talaga nilang mag-pop off. And isa na nga sa mga nagpa-pop off ngayong araw na ito at sa game na ito is actually Gian Sanity.
They need to make use of their double initiator pero ang dami na mabubulaga sa kanila ngayon. Savvy and Hotsos is just really doing it. Dalawa kaagad na nawala. Make entry. Savvy goes in for the reload pero look at this. Duas lang din talaga makakapag-plant. Yes, pero nagkasalisihan sila. Chinga God goes in for 1. We have 35 HP remaining for this guy pero dalawa kasi nakabulaga sa kanya ngayon. That is a good pick of kay Savvy pero EJ with the double pick is just enough for them securing in the first pistol round in this half. Tingnan natin kung makocommit ba nila ito for the next following rounds. Laban sa AEP ngayon with so much pressure dahil it's already 10 rounds for AEP to secure.
Nako. Ito nga yung simula nung pagbangon ng api kung sakasakali man, no? Bren Esports securing this pistol round is the first step towards that. Dahil nga double digit na rin ang score natin when it comes to AEP. No rooms for mistake any longer. This is now officially a buy round for them. EJ, tamang one tap to the head lang. It connects completely. And that will be Jin being punished already. May shorty na nag-aabang sa Gedli. Sakto sa mukha ni Brain Freeze. Simple to secure that trade-off. Kaya naman 4v2 ang sitwasyon natin ngayon. But there is another person peeking. That is gonna be Ching securing a kill on EJ. 2v1. Ang dami pa rin naging casualties.
Sobra nga, kaya nakakagulat ng round na ito na ang daming magiging lamang ng AEP sa susunod na buwelo. Laban nila sa isa pero yung balikat, sumisingit na nga dito. Laban kina Ching agad mag-reload pero nakapick na siya kanya dito sila Hotsos. Pero Hotsos he needs to be careful dahil baka mawatap siya dito ni Ching agad. Pero with those sprays and with the reason na low HP na rin dito si Ching agad, this is another round for Bren pero talagang nanalo dito ang AEP. Taylor, sabi mo kanina, ang daming natabong sugat. Natabong mga pick-off ng AEP laban sa Bren doon lang sa round na yun.
Isang isang trigger lang pagdating dun sa shorty, ROI ang nangyari, 150 ang puhunan ng mga players ng AEP. Still in the hands of Bren Esports. Though, marami nga yung naging casualties on that round, makakabili pa rin naman sila ng mga kailangan nila. Aside from the symbol right here, magastos talaga ang isang Sova. EJ, trying to get that pick off again. Medyo masakit. Gian Sanity being connected with that knife. Hindi siya nakapatay. Sabi ang nakapatay dito. Hot Sauce with the nano swarm kill as well. Mukhang Bren is definitely online this time around. Pasok na nga ang A site. Makakapag-planta rin sila ng spike. But slowly, nandito lang na sa gilid. Si Jin, lumabas. Nakakuha ng kill. Nakapag-heal. Pero mamamatay din pala.
Chinganga dito na naman ang natitira. He has the Vandal at hand pero kasi sa numbers advantage dito mukhang mahirapan na naman siya. Alam na kung saan siya nakapwesto ngayon and this is really unfortunate for this guy dahil syempre masasaglit lang na naman din niya si Sabi 8K pero tingnan natin kung magtutuloy-tuloy ito dahil nabuluan na naman siya dito for a bit. We have here running away members, Recon Bolt para makasecure ng vision pero unfortunately dito that is the wide swing for Symbol and a good off a round, especially for Bren Esports. 5 na lang ang kailangan nilang habulin, pero in fact, yung fact na nabaluan nila ng punishment dito ang AEB. Another eco for this guys. What just happened? Parang na-eliminate yung firepower nila from round number 1.
Tacker side. Oo, nakakabawi na. Yung nasakyan na momentum ng Bren from that pistol round mukhang nagtutuloy-tuloy muli pagdating dito. No? They just have to continue to show the force here pagdating sa AEP. Lalo na, nakakakuha naman sila ng magagandang pick-off. Kailangan lang nila mag-ingat pagdating sa mga judge. Nako, si GN Sanity, notorious pa naman yan. Talagang dash-in sa mukha ang ginagawa.
Oo, wala sa talaga patawan.
Wala nang reload!
Oo,
baril lang na baril!
Talaga. Puputukan niya na lang. Enough na yun para makakuha ng pick-off. But now, di magdadalawang isip dito. Lalangin nila yung nanoswarm. Yes, and they still survive. 5v5, low on HP si Brain Freeze, pero yung push dito ni EJ ang magiging punishment na nga sa kanya. He is the first one picked off, but this is a good ulti, chancing. And for Savvy 18, na magkaroon sila ng isa pang round laban sa AEP.
Mahirap to, Honey Glaze, kasi meron kang dalawang agent na kayang makapagbato nung anong mga utils nila. Bren Esports, kita mo lahat sila nasa B-main lang eh. Magbabato lang ng nanoswarm, ipapop lang yung nanoswarm, ibabato yung snakebite, patay lahat, men! Sabi, ano na ganda, nandito na rin sa Godly. From 3 kills, naging 10 na ata ang kills dito ni Savi. Ang ganda na ng performance niya on the attackers itself. 10 kills
na. Sabi ng Bren dito, parang intayin nyo kami maging attacking side. Intayin nyo kami yung makakapag-plant. 4 na rounds nang tuloy-tuloy nilang itong naipapanalo. Ngayon, naparusahan nila Ultimo yung eco ng AEP. Magsasave sila, magbabay. Parang ng mga nangyari na lang din kanina in the first half. And kahit na may pamboga dito, may judge na hawak si GN Sanity, it's still not enough dahil alam ng Bren Esports kung paano abusuhin yung factor na kaya nilang manalo pagdating sa mga rush and sa mga duels with their Vandals. But this time, they're playing out smoothly and clean here in B-side pa rin. Pero utilities, will it be worth it for Chingagat?
Kung iisipin nyo, wala kasing flank din in the hands of AEP kanina. Anyway, brand new round, the Insanity, you're already getting a kill. Makakapitas ba si Jin? Ito na ang buy one, take one, another one bites the dust. 3v4 situation as Gian Sanity has been shot down already in the hands of AEP. 4 laban sa 3. Are you Ryu? Mukhang magkakaroon ng in-duel on mid. That is gonna be Hot Sauce winning that duel. Jin on another note, meron din namang indirect trade na nangyayari here on B side. And still, the spike is not planted yet. It's 2v3 and Symbol is rotating all the way to A.
Tingin ko makakapag-plant in sila ng spike, yes. Pero kasi tingnan natin kung makakaligtas ba dito si Hot Sauce dahil dalawa yung kailangan niya titigan ngayon. And Chris M just makes it worth it for them. Nasa kanila pa rin itong round na ito. Very unfortunate lang dito kay The Symbol dahil kahit na mag-isa lang dito si Jay and all the way from Snowman, nakapitas pa rin siya ng 2. Make it 3 pa nga dito laban sa Bren Esports. Still has the utilities, pero if I may say, kapag lumagasa agad dito si Jenny, takes the advantage na magpa-plant in na sila ng spike. Makakapag-commit sila in the side, very low ang HP na nga rin din dito dahil mababatuhan pa nga ng mga Dora ng mga snake fight. Symbol doesn't know how to play this out, especially in a 3v1 scenario dahil they can be all over the place para ma-secure lang itong 11-point leads nila dito laban sa Bren Esports.
Gumalaw ang baso finally in the hands of AEP. From 2-10, naging 6-10 ang score natin. At ngayon, finally, gumalaw na nga ang score ng AEP. Mahirap pag napapako ka talaga eh. And this time around, when it comes to their defensive position, definitely worked out kasi nakakuha sila ng mga tamang pick-offs. Pero yung kanina, balikan ko lang na mabilis. Yung mga rounds na tinitake ng Bren dito, wala tayo nakikita masyadong nagfa-flank from AEP side. Kaya ang ginagawa nila, pupapasok sila ng B. Once na ma-plant yung spike, post-plant position nila, all the way to B main. Lahat sila nandun. Bato lang ng utilities. Kaya gumagana. But this time, maybe it can be different. Jin, nakikita siya! EJ! Hindi niya pa rin nakuha yung kill na yan. Si Jin pa ang nakapatay at nakapitas. Hindi ko alam kung hindi nasabi yung info na yan. Chris, on another hand, nandito rin sa Viper's Pit. Nag-aabang lang sila dito, Honey Glaze.
Ito na, gumagana na yung judge na hawak ngayon ni GN Sanity. Wala nang tutok-tutok, basta putok, basta makita niya dito yung info kung nasa na nga ba dito. Papasok ang Bren Esports. Tsaka ang laking bagay nito since matidecay sila with the Viper's bet, talagang
Last player
enough na
standing.
yung mga shots dito may ibibigay ni Gian Sanity. But Ching agad just makes it worth na isa na lang yung matitira ngayon in favor sa side of AP. Matatag pa kayo ng Recon Ball. Very unfortunate
Wawa naman.
dahil ibang klase yung mga angulo ngayon ng AAP sa kanya. Finally, in a match point already laban sa Bren.
Match point na nga. Itong AEP, nako, bumawi ang api. Talagang pagandahan ng map pick ang nangyari. Kung dati usong-uso yung map pick curse, this time around, parang kung sino na talaga yung pumipili nung mga mapa natin. Sila na rin talaga yung nananalo no? 6-12, kung tutuusin, kalahati pa yung kailangan habulin ng Bren dito. And knowing that this is already a match point, kung kanina there's no room for error, lalo na ngayon. Literal, wala na talaga. It's a make or break for the rest of the team of Bren Esports. But the good thing is, nakuha naman nila yung game 1 kung sakali.
Kaya pwede pa rin naman nila ipagpatuloy itong mga sere nilang nailalaban-laban sa AEP. Pero kasi this is the starting point na rin ng AEP na makapag-comeback. Imagine yung composure and even have the momentum na bumubuo na nga dito kina Gian Sanity. Talagang init sila, unat na yung kanilang mga kasaw-kasuan dito para ma-eliminate na nga yung capabilities ng Bren Esports dito na manalo at makapasok inside the sites. Although, nangamba tayo doon sa 4 na rounds sa patuloy na ipapanalo na ipupush ng Bren Esports dahil hindi ito ina-expect ng AEP. But this time, they know how to adjust. Na-lead lang ng konti, kaya naman ngayon na-secure na nila yung match point. And will it be in favor of
Revealing
AEP
area.
still? Dahil ngayon, medyo hesitated muna ang Bren Esports na makakuha ng info, makapag-push low lang ng isang site.
Careful.
Kumpleto lahat. Lahat may barel. Lahat kumpleto. At 5v5. So, pagalingan na lang ng pag-execute when it comes to strats. Pero isa lang ang hindi parehas dito is yung score na meron sila. So, now with Symbol using that Sova drone, trying to spot someone. Ang matindi dito, sila ang naspatan nung Sova drone na pinalagan din naman dito ng AEP. Nagsagutan lang sila.
Spike down.
Kian
Attacker
Sanity.
spawn.
Hello? Paano yun?
Giant guy. Nag-up-drop lang
Tumalon
saglit. Ano yun? Nasaglit niya na lang din. Tapos yung spike pa, it's just over attacker spawn and they're taking too much time. Wala mang alarm ba dito, wala mang utility, but this is an opening for Hostas to use in the lockdown. Pwede siyang abusuin dito ngayon ni Jin and he takes some time para makapag-aggressive push na nga sa kanya and the lockdown won't be effective so much for the side of Bren Esports. It's 3v4 scenario pero and I think this is all going in favor of Jin na nag-iinit na sa mga tutok niya. AJ dito makakapasok. Umuulan na ng mga utilities, yes. Pero will they be able to survive? The Great Wall of Jin goes in for another pick of goes in for EJ na lang ang natitira. He was committing into another spray. But unfortunately, it's all up to one remaining member against 3 from AEP.
Tapping in the spike, but the player behind! What the flank na magmumula here from Gian Sanity. Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina. Yung flanks, napaka-importante. Kasi kanina wala talaga. And this wasn't expected by Bren Esports any longer. AEP, getting this game number 2, isa lang ang ibig sabihin yan mga kapatid. We are going to game number 3. Mukhang itong players ng AEP si Ching, tamang lang. Turo-turo lang. Mukhang masaya naman sila. Pero hindi pa tapos daw ang laban. Si Coach Amix, nasa likuran lang
Pansin ko rin talaga na hindi sila na-overwhelm, na-overjoy dito sa pagkapanalo nila in game number 2. Dahil sabi mo nga, papasok tayo in a game number 3 kung saan Haven pa yung last decider map natin. So, it's a big factor dahil nakita natin yung pagpupursige ng Bren, makuha nila yung reverse sweep laban sa AEP. Pero this time, will it be the same storyline? This is another momentum given for the side of AEP. At ngayon, Bren Esports, di ko rin alam kung ano nangyari, pero sobrang landslide yung naipakita nila sa atin ngayon in Icebox.
If last time na nagkatapat sila, AEP was able to take it from a 39 score, this time around nakita natin almost naging one-sided yung matchup natin. Lalo na nung nasa defensa o nasa defense ang mga players natin from AEP side. Now, heading to the post-game and stats na meron tayo rito, makikita at masisilip natin that 13-6 ang naging score. So, merong anong tawag
Laki ng
dito?
difference eh.
Merong nagbago. Lalong nabawasan ng score ang Bren Esports. Mukhang talagang napaganda lalo ang laro ng AEP rito sa ating game number 2. But it's still a little bit one-sided here on AEP side. At makikita rin naman pagdating dito sa graph natin that the economy is just really on the hands of AEP at one point.
Di rin talaga nakabelo dito laban sa mga duels ang Bren Esports. To the fact na alam natin kapag nakapag-pop off na ng Blade Storm dito si Sanity, there will be a sure kill. There goes the trades, yes, pero hindi pa rin talaga ito magiging enough. Lalo na yung composure nila pagdating sa post plant and favor of AEP sa mga walls na ginagamit nila and sa mga space na kinecreate nila. Imagine na ilalapag mo all the way from yellow going into snowman yung wall na yon para mas malawak yung mapanghawakan mong aim the walls pag magre-retake na dito yung Bren Esports. At hindi ito inaasahan ng Bren Esports. Let's look into the KDAs and into the average score lines na meron dito ngayon. Sina Sanity popping off at a 19 to a combat score of 303. Hindi naman sila nagkakalayo dito ni Jin dahil parehas lang din talaga silang buy one take one dito makakuha ng mga pick-offs. It was good enough for Bren Esports na makahabol sila for the second half pero hindi pa rin talaga magiging enough dahil masyado nang malayo yung agwat na nilikom dito ng AEP.
Talagang nahirapan yung Bren Esports on the attackers, no? I feel like kapag na-settle nila yung first half kanina nang medyo dikit yung score or nakakuha sila ng mas maraming rounds during the time that they were on the attackers, very much doable tong game na to for Bren Esports. But unfortunately, talagang one-sided eh. Yung first half, 2-10 yung naging score ng mga teams natin. Specifically for Bren Esports, sila yung nasa 2 points doon. And like I said, no more room for errors for the rest of Bren Esports team. They tried and tried and tried. But there are just rounds that hindi mo minsan ine-expect yung mangyayari. And no one will. Kasi nga, hindi naman nila alam kung saan talaga nakapwesto tong mga to.
Exactly. Talagang lang din, hindi natin nakita yung naging composure nila, yung magandang buwelo nila in the first map. Dahil nga sa mga times na it's just all up to Chingagod to clean things out. Everything laban dito sa side na nga na ngayon ng Bren Esports. But with all of the things said, talaga nakita natin na tug of war itong series na ito, Taylor.
Definitely a tug of war dahil nga pupunta tayo sa Game 3 later on. But syempre, alam nyo na, mainit ang laban ngayon. Kaya bigyan muna natin kayo ng isang mabilis na break, no? Just a quick break for you guys. When we come back, it is gonna be map number 3. This is AEP versus Bren Esports, ang huli nating series para sa araw na ito. Kami pa rin ang magiging casters nyo later on. Taylor at Honey Glaze nga pala. See you guys in just a bit. Don't go away.
Wesley test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call, like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne, no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me, why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like
The tides have turned nga pagdating dito sa ating pangalawang series at huli para sa araw na ito. Dahil pupunta tayo sa ating pangatlong mapa which is gonna be Haven. Ito ay yung natirang decider map na meron tayo at dito natin malalaman, Honey Glaze, kung sino ang bababa sa lower bracket at sino naman yung magsistay sa upper bracket.
Kaya talagang maninibago ako kung hindi ito umabot to game number 3 dahil alam ko kung paano makipagbeluhan ang dalawang ito sa bawat suntok na ibibigay nila sa isa't isa. Sanity kanina umaariba but this time we saw kung ano-ano nangyari ng group stages, kung paano pinaluhod ng Bren Esports itong AEP in this map. Pero ito ba ay mangyayari muli or talaga magkakaroon pa rin naman ng composure dito ang AEP? The question remains, pero still yung execution nila ang abangan natin din this game number 3.
The thing is, Alpha Esports Pro, they play a map like Haven, like they dominate it. So, itong mga matches na nakita natin from Alpha Esports Pro way back, they do great in this specific map that basically is the decider map. And Bren Esports, all we know, they also play this map. Knowing na ito yung mga OG map picks na meron talaga tayo, hindi mo maiwasan na talagang, kumbaga sa perfection, perfected na ng mga teams natin here on the VCT stage. And mainit lahat ng players, no? Unfortunately, on the side of Bren Esports on map number 2, it was a little bit lopsided pagdating sa kanila and hindi talaga sila nakakahanap ng buwelo. But in a Haven map, baka sakali mag-iba yung storya natin.
Kanina fracture, parang angkin na angkin talaga nila bawat segundong papasok sila for a flank. Papasok sila for the planting of the spike. Tapos ang nakikita natin ngayon in Icebox is talagang alam din na laruin na nila Giant CNSK kung paano sila ika-counter out. Parang pinainit lang nila yung game number 1 tapos game number 2 silang din naman pala yung mamama. Pero in game number 3, talaga makikita ko kung sino yung pwede nga dito magkaroon ng momentum or talagang equalize lang din yung mga scorelines or possibly a overtime for this round. Pero this time kasi momentum na buo na game number 2 ng AEP
Yun yung pwedeng masakyan ng AEP actually, is the momentum itself. If you can remember vividly, the last time that they've met, yung na-reverse sweep sila basically ng AEP. During that time, they also played the map Haven. Yun din yung naging decider map actually ng dalawang teams na to. And it was in AEP's hands. In a very close fight. 13-11 yung naging score nila during that time. And that time as well, Jin and GN Sanity was just extremely popping off in the rounds. Aside from that, Savi was also popping off crazily on that specific game as well. We saw doon sa Icebox map natin na medyo nahirapan si Savi in finding those kills or frags that he typically does.
Hirap nito for Bren Esports, lalo na't kanina they did well on performing na pwede sila makapasok inside the sites, makakuha ng mga frags. Pero kasi ang nagiging problem lang dito is napapangunahan kaagad sila ng Alpha Esports Pro kung paano makakuha ng mas malaki pang lead, commanding lead, to make sure na sila yung makakakuha din ng momentum. And the second one, kahit makabuela lang dito ng ilang mga suntok ang Bren Esports. Sabi mo nga, Bren Esports, they had a close fight in this map. Pero this time, will it be the same? Will it still be in favor of Alpha Esports Pro or Bren Esports? Talagang alam na nila kung paano mag-adjust at sino ba yung kailangan nilang mga agents dito dahil we're going into the draft.
That's true. Last time, Bren Esports, si
wow.
Hot Sauce ang naka-chamber rito. But they change it up actually. Hindi na sila gagamit ng chamber in this map. Instead, they're gonna use that Cypher para sa player na si Hot Sauce. And this can change up things for the rest of the team. Lalo na nilabas din nila rito si Fade in the hands of Savvy 8K. So we're seeing again a different agent picks mula naman sa Bren Esports, and this just brings something new to the table. Alam mo yon, yung typically kaya nilang basahin na Bren Esports, ito yung picks nila, ito typically ginagamit nila, but this is why you see kung gaano ka-flexible yung teammates o yung ibang mga team members ng Bren Esports, and marami o malaki ang madadagdag niyan when it comes to actually making something happen.
Yeah, I can also say the same for Alpha Esports Pro dahil nakakapag-adjust sila, nakakapagbigay sila ng magandang flavor in this map. Pero this time, they're sticking in the OG picks. Almost same ng mga ginamit nila kanina in map number 2. Pero kasi gusto natin makita ulit yung yin-yang plays dito given to us by Sanity. We have the gang with those overwhelming plays, with those lineouts, especially na makakapag-aggressive dito yung dalawa. We have your Alpha Esports Pro again on the attacking side. This will be a huge problem for Bren dahil alam natin kung gaano kalakas bumelo dito ang AEP, lalo na't ngayon hindi sila magdadalawang isip to get inside lobby, pero tamang abang lang din naman sila with the utilities na pwedeng ibato sa kanila ng Fate.
Medyo makati yung pag-decline nung nung buhay. Pero babalik din naman yan. Sanity. Jin, ito na naman yung combo. May crossfire nga lang na nag-aabang dyan. Kapag lumabas ka, hindi ko na lang alam kung ano mangyayari. But it seems like this is gonna be EJ shutting him down. And simple to get that 3 frag. Nabigla ang mga players dito ng AEP. Hindi sila makapasok as Savvy punishes 2. Isa na lang ang natitira. That is RUBU. Meron pang drone, meron pang Sova, dart. Pwede gamitin. Kaso nga lang, this is gonna be in the hands of Bren Esports already immediately.
Grabe yun. Alam nila na gano'n ang gagawin ng AEP. Imagine yung mga series ng rounds ng mga laban nila dito here in VCT. Hindi lang stage 2, mula pa sa mga nakaraang pang mga buwelo nila dito laban sa isa't isa. Alam na talaga ng Bren dito na agad yung isa-secure ng AEP. Kaya naman hindi sila nagwagi dahil nga sa crossfire na hinold nila here in sewers. Ang akala ni Ching agad, dalawa lang yung nag-hold in A. Kaya naman he went in fully confidently in the east side na wala siyang ka-AD na nandun pala nag-aabang si Savvy who was already popping off with 2K. So ngayon, this is the punishment for AEP. Maghunos dili nawa muna sila dahil we have our EJ with those vectors, with those dash, pero mawawantap lang din pala ni Jin 819.
Na-force out siya nung Recon Madedetect din naman siya. So why not push instead? Unfortunately, wala siyang nasama sa hukay bago siya mamatay. This is a Cypher trap at nabigay nila na kahit papano merong presence coming in here in garage specifically. At maganda yung one-way dito ni Hot Sauce ha. Kitang-kita niya kung sino yung mga nandun. And the perfect blind opportunity was taken by Hot Sauce. Ang gandang combination mula dito sa Bren Esports side. 4 laban sa 4 pa rin.
Still good for Bren para ma-secure pa nila yung kanilang mga buys dito with those vectors. But we have also as well the aggressiveness of Sanity at may nadampot na siya kaagad dito. Free upgrade for his gun. This will be a chance for them to plant in the spike. There's the aftershock pero wala naman makakapag-connect. Half an HP naman dito sa Symbol. So let's see if this is still doable for AEP. Dahil umuulan na ng mga shocklers dito. There's already Tony Fowler. Goes in for info. There's also the slow. Also slow goes in for the kill. Heavy 8K just going in for the space. Pero nakikita naman natin ngayon na isa naman din ang natitila dito. Sanity will be losing out that sprays, that duel laban dito kay Brain Freeze. And now, another 2-0 for Bren Esports.
Mukhang Bren, ito yung pasimula nila in this specific round. Knowing that sila naman yung may advantage when it comes to firepower. But very doable ang mga eco rounds, lalo na sa mapa na to. Kasi malalayo yung duel na kailangan mong gawin eh. Unfortunately, for AEP side, silang kailangan talaga pumush. And without that firepower, mukhang hindi nila masashock. Maganda na sana yung pick-off na nakuha nila sa mid, no? Huli lang talaga sila ni Hot Sauce dito sa garage. Hawak na hawak eh.
Nakapag-flank na rin pala dito kasi si Savvy. Kaya hindi tuloy sila nakatulong once na gusto nila mag-play outside the site for the postman. Pero naabangan sila dito ni Savvy. Naging patient enough naman din yung taong ito para makakuha ng pick-offs. But look at the rotations and the push already committed here in lobby. Di naman sila magko-commit in further dahil may mga smokes na dito nakapwesto, hindi sila makakuha ng pick-off at walang ka-idea kung inaabangan na nga ba sila dito ng AP. At inaabangan na rin naman na. Kaya naman ngayon, they are just deciding to see C-site na lang ang i-commit nila.
Cypher Cage, pwedeng ma-psycho yung mga players. And yun na nga ang nakuha, no? Nagplant ng spike sa harapan ni Hot Sauce kahit hindi niya kita. Alam niya yung magiging positioning. Chrisem, tinutulungan lang yung Sova makapag-plant here on site. This is completely taken away by AEP. Tingnan natin kung anong retake ang kayang gawin ng Bren Esports knowing that 4 of the players are still alive here. At si EJ, ready siya for that big flank kung sakasakali man. Pero kailangan na matinding action here on site. Lalo na ang daming pumasok na blind. That is the paranoia. And also the blind coming in from the breach. Ito na nga, Grissom secures the kill. Simple. On the other hand, nakapatay din at nakapitas. Another one para sa kanila. And the EJ on the flank. This is why it's very important for that flank to wait for the action on site.
Grabe yun, diversion plays ang ginawa dito ng Bren Esports. Ang dami pang mga blind na inulan dito sa AEP at wala silang ka-idea kung saan na nga ba dito naka-travel si EG to get in those flanks. Naabangan niyang makakakuha na nga ng mga winning duels dito ang Bren Esports, pero alam natin kung gaano ka-importante ng mga flanks na ito na hindi natin nakita kanina, but this time it's already happening for Bren Esports. Lawak ba naman din ng mapa sa dami ng pwedeng lungkain dito ng ating defending team, but this time there's already the punishment laban dito sa AEP. No buys for them. They still have one opportunity dito for Jin to use in a Vandal, to buy in a Vandal, but will it be worth it? Lalo na tatlo ang makaabang sa kanya dito, but it will, dahil magbablind naman din dito si Symbol, goes in for the trade, but unfortunately, 4G and Sanity makakatakuha ang mga nataklo dito. Symbol goes for the cleanup laban dito sa AEP.
Nagkaroon sila ng ano dun, emotional damage. Pagdating dun sa shots ni Symbol, huli yung tatlo eh. Biglang nabuo yung Rolling Thunder ni Symbol dito. At syempre, AEP, they are on an eco disadvantage right now. Bren pa rin ang nanalo on that bonus round. Symbol, going for that 5K. Is he gonna get the ace? Just, oh my God, kung aagawin pa ng iba. There you go. The ace from Symbol, ang breach ng Pinas.
Walang peke-peke daw ditong ace for Bren Esports para ma-secure rin nila dito yung pang-apat na round win laban sa AEP. Let's look back at the fact na meron nga ditong Vandal na hawak si Jin, pero with that being said, there's just all of those sprays na pumabor dito kay Symbol. Nakita ko ngayon yung POV niya na nakontrol niya yung sprays dito to go and pop off 2 heads from AEP. So that was very clean, especially na kailangan mo makakuha ng ganong klaseng momentum in this map dahil sobrang attacker-sided dito ng map na ito na pwedeng makabelo nga dito ang AEP, but it's not happening for them. Kahit na dalawa yung duelist nila.
Napa-timeout na nga lang talaga ang AEP. At kailangan nila to. Just to talk, what is the plan here? Ano bang execution na mapapakita natin in this specific matchup? At looking back in the history here from Bren Esports and Alpha Esports when it comes to the map Haven, actually, on the attackers, dun talaga nakabawi ng matindi-tindi. Itong mga players natin, doon sila kumukuha ng mga rounds, both Bren and both Alpha Esports Pro. But it seems like right now, Bren is giving them a hard time. Medyo online dito si Symbol tsaka si Savvy. Hindi pa yan si EJ ha?
Oo nga eh. Mas nakikita natin talaga dito yung paggamit nilang dalawa ng kanilang mga utilities to wisely delay in the players of AEP or even have the advantage na makapag-divert nga ng mga attentions dito. But now, with that being said, this is already the buy for AEP. Buy round na sa kanila. They need to make it worthy. Pero kasi yung mga smokes na yan, sobrang aga nilang nilalapag, yes. Pero sobrang laki ng delay factor nila dito sa attacking team na hindi sila basta-basta makapag-decide kung ano ba yung pagpwesahan nila e-entryhan at lalo na't magamit agad nila yung mga utilities outside of the site, not instead of inside the site. At masasayang at manghihinayan tayo doon dahil wala silang makuhang info.
Information game is strong sa kamay ng Bren dahil dito, chill na chill lang sila. Nag-aabang sila when the players of AEP comes in pero destroying that tripwire gives that info already. Bumaril na kaunti si Hot Sauce na huli pa yung pangalawa when it comes to that trap. Ang matindi doon, walang trade-off na mangyayari dahil they smoke heaven. Sila ang nag-smoke ng heaven. Kaya naman mapaplant ng spike for AEP side. Andito na rin yung Rolling Thunder. Concuss coming in but there is no one on side.
Oh my God!
Here on Hell, hinakapatay pa siya ng isa bago mamatay in that aftershock. May ulti na rin na ginamit dito ang ibang mga players. Brain Freeze on the other hand. And gumagawa na rin ng paraan para makakuha ng take on site. This is Giant Sanity, the last man remaining. They all know this is a guy on A main. He used up the ultimate. Not quite sure why.
Sayang lang din. Dahil nandun siya sa loob ng site, hindi na malaki yung probability na siya yung manalo doon sa duels na yon dahil alam natin na ito pa rin naman yung mga pangawakan na eco advantage ng Bren Esports. They have the Vandals, EJ pa nga naka-quickscope sa kanya. Even though that we have the opportunity na makapag-delay ng diffuser with just the Blade Storm, hindi talaga pa enough yung time na yon, especially na ang daming smokes na pinaglilinger lang dito ng ating defending team. It's already 5-0. Parang nakikita ko, Taylor, kung ano yung nangyari kanina in Icebox, parang ginagawa lang, ginagantihan lang ng Bren laban sa Alpha Esports ngayon.
Kaya nga eh. Mahirap dito, hindi makabuelo. Both Jin and Gian Sanity at this moment, they're having quite a hard time making entries happen dahil nga din sa mga tripwires na yan. Paiba-iba kasi kung napapansin mo in each round, minsan nasa C and then there goes another round, nasa B naman and then this time nasa A ang mga traps ng Cypher. Gian, already here. Nasa garage na nga. Meron na ring bulagan na nangyayari on garage. They quite know the info that this is here and this is Jin going in the crosshairs of that operator. Si EJ nakapatay nga and that is EJ yet again to get the kill on the Blade Storm itself. Gian Sanity and Ching tamang trabaho lang making this a 2v1 situation. May neural depth na pwedeng gamitin si Hot Sauce. This is still doable. One kill out and this is the last kill remaining. Kung sakali man, this is a possible retake. Very much so in the hands of Hot Sauce. May third pa pwede gamitin but this is Ching going down. It's still Bren Esports taking this to a 6-0 scoreline. Malinis na malinis pa rin.
Malinis sa kalat na nangyari inside the site, within the duels, within the crossfires. It's just all in favor of AEP. They were able to win it out laban kay EJ pero kasi yung timing ni Brain Freeze, magamit yung paranoia niya para madali pa dito AEP to go inside tapos hindi nila mabaluan, hindi nila makakuha ng trade laban dito kay EJ na na-quick scope niya na naman dito. Yung pumasok lang from garage, here's an instant TP na kailangan natin na nagkaroon ng magandang placing dito sa symbol and even have EJ to pick onto that Omen. At ngayon, with that low on HP Ching agad, it's just all in favor of Bren Esports na kanila na naman tong round na now. They have enough confidence to pick aggressively all the way from A main and even here in Souls.
Ito na nga, eco disadvantage na naman ang AEP. Hanapan na naman ang paraan kung paano ba sila makakapitas. Now with a play for picks, Hot Sauce being shadowed by this smoke na nagmumula rin naman from their own team. Ang galing din ng Bren Esports paglaruan yung smokes ng kabilang team.
Kaya hindi tuloy alam ng AEP ngayon kung paano ba sila bubuelo dahil kahit kay Hot Sauce pa lang din talaga, ang dami mo ng pag-overthink na gagawin. Imagine yung trippers nga ni Hot Sauce followed up by the utilities here by the Fate. Pero tingnan muna natin yung tutok dito ni Simple. Goes in for 2. EJ naman for the follow-up. Make it 3. Giansanity naman dito with the Guardian. He pops up an end. Pero kasi dalawa na lang silang nagtitira dito with that lockdown. They can still plant the spike. Yung pang-wallbang nila dito kay Brain Freeze ay magiging enough pa. But unfortunately, it's just all the numbers advantage ng Bren Esports. It's still doable for AEP, but they need to be careful lalo na sa mga utility dito ni Fate. And Fate, speaking of, Tony Fowler makakakagat ng isa pero the crossfire might be happening. Pero kasi yung isa nakaabang na nga all the way from up top. And now, dalawa pa yung makakapag-pick through sa kanya. Heavy 8K is down, but EJ just cleans it out. Grabe nga, Taylor, dahil umabot na tayo ng 7 rounds. Hindi makaisa ang Alpha Esports Pro.
Was that important? 7-0 ang score natin. Parang nagiging one-sided yung match natin, no? Kasi kung kanina, sinabi ko from the last time that they've met, sobrang dikit yung score na meron tayo dito. Natapos ng 13-11. Ngayon, 7-0. Tuloy-tuloy yung momentum ng Bren Esports. And to think of, sila pa nga yung natalo on that previous map. Parang ito talaga ang ganti ng api para sa kanila. At talagang nagpa-pop off na rin dito sina EJ. Specifically Hot Sauce. He's really doing great and shining through this map.
Paglalaroan niya po sa damdamin isipan ng Alpha Esports eh. Yung mga fault lines, pero now ha, gantihan lang ng mga paranoia, may matatagin ng recon. There's one using in the up down ni Fowler para maka-reposition. EJ just goes in for the kill. Laban dito sa mga nag-wide swing sa kanya. Half an HP, yes, pero nakapasok na dito si Jin. Dismisses immediately, pero Giansanity for the trade-off as well. Tatlo sa tatlo, pero unfortunately, make it 3 for Symbol. Pero pa siyang ultimate dito and just goes in for the 4K once again. Look at this guy.
Anong ulti-ulti? Pati siya hindi na napagalaw eh. Oh, yung mga reaction dati ng mga players pag nakaka 4K ka, 'di ba? Medyo nagugulo yung mouse mo or kung ano. Pero mukhang si Symbol napabitaw na lang siya sa mouse. Diyos ko, grabe. Tsaka, wait, ang ganda ng take dito ni Jin at saka ni Giansanity here on Garage. Unfortunately lang talaga para sa kanila, si Symbol ang bilis mag-flick. Grabe.
Ang compose niya doon. Imagine, 4 pang natitirang members from AEP. Nauluhan niya lahat yon to the fact na hindi nakabuelo, hindi man lang nakakonstrape in ditong AEP. Pero speaking of buelo, talagang hindi na pinabuelo si Giansanity. Even with the Blade Storm, sinaglit ni Kuya mo EJ down to 4v5. The recon won't be spotting in anyone. So this is a guard take na nagagawin na ngayon ng AEP.
Jin! Mahuhuli yata ng Prowler sa gilid. Buti na shutdown niya. EJ, merong operator here on A-Long. Ang problema ngayon ng AEP, paano nila makakancel out si EJ? Naku po! Hindi na niya kailangan makita yung kalaban bago niya mamatay! Diyos ko! Ano bang kinain ng Bren Esports? Masarap ata ang ulam sa bootcamp!
Sandali, di ko rin alam kung bakit biglang ang init ng Bren na hindi natin nakita kanina. But they are just really doing it kanila. Ang Haven, it's already down to 3 members of AEP. They're still stuck up kung ano ba yung decision sa gagawin nila. Especially the fact na meron na nga ditong idea si Brainface na merong nakalunggay here in B. Now with that sound cue na makakapagbigay nga siya ng pag-overthink dito kay Chingagod, there's Chingagod getting in that info kung nasaan na nga siya. But now, talagang kailangan nilang maging composed. Dahil AEP dito with just the 3-4 na hindi nila in-expect ngayon. It's just the impact of Hot Sauce all the way from this point of time. First half, kanila Taylor. I think we're going in for a double-digit scoreline na hindi man na makaisa ang AEP.
Hello? Hello? 911? Emergency? Hindi ba nakakascore ang AEP? Ladies and gents, si Symbol at si Hot Sauce pa lang ang umahawak. Ubus na ang players ng AEP. Tapos dagdagan mo ng operator ni EJ. Ewan ko na lang, kahit may smoke, sila pa rin ang namamatay, no? Di ko alam kung anong ulam talaga nito sa bootcamp. Parang masarap eh. Huli cam, hindi tumama yung shot na yan. EJ goes back and repositions himself pero nakakatakot na para sa side ng AEP. Wala na namang arep.
Hindi ko rin na-expect na magpipick siya kaagad doon. Pero with all of the confidence na natanong mo niya from the first few rounds na meron dito in this half, talagang pwede na eh. Comfortable siya to go in for the pick. He can go in, immediately dismiss or immediately dash away from any casualty. But this time, it's Hot Sauce. And this is the main problem ngayon ng AEP kung paano sila lalaroin ngayon. Chingagod, he knows that there is a tripwire. Kaya naman props up some time for Bren Esports para makapag-delay, para makapagbigay na nga lang din ng site and just win it out for
planted.
Naku, may
Nako.
Rolling Thunder.
EJ. Chill lang! Para sa kanya, mabagal na movements na nakikita natin from the side of AEP. Kung kanina, sobrang aggressive nila. This time around, hindi nila mapakita. Sabi on the other hand, nag-aabang lang din dito sa Gedli. Habang si Jin, bumagsak na nga. This is the smoke coming in. It's si Sabi pumasok sa loob ng smoke na yan. EJ being spotted by the recon here. Clearing out the side is AEP. 3v1 situation. It's all up to Hot Sauce. Dito na nga ba makukuha ang finally first round na meron sila. Thrifty pa.
Oo nga pinagalitan tuloy si Ate Ishi. Anong hindi makakascore ng isang round bago maka-double digit ang Bren? Ito na ngayon ang AP with the thrifty. Clean of a round indeed. Pero kasi ang dami na rin talagang nabubuo ng momentum dito ng Bren. I gotta say na sayang yung Rolling Thunder na yun dahil hindi sila nanalo sa fact na ay wahiwalay yung pagkuha nila ng retake. And there was also the delay factor ng Hunter Fury. Eh, hindi sila kaagad nakapasok ng site. And imagine all of those recon na info na gather ng recon na yon. Hindi tuloy nakakuha ng magandang timing ang Bren para ma-retake nga yung site. And now this time, look at the Vice. Comfortable enough to say na pwedeng magkaroon ng edge naman ng AEP. Pero kasi kailangan nila mag-ingat kung saan ba nakapwesto si Kuya mo Hot Sauce.
Nako, Hot Sauce receiving the damage from that shock dart. Konti lang naman. Tamang 2 HP, 2 HP lang ang bawas dito. 2 piso. Pero mukhang Rico na to. Walang makikita on site Savvy, just waiting for the right moment kung kailan papasok ang AEP. Parang biglang nawala yung aggressiveness ng AEP. Sobrang dahan-dahan na nila masyadong gumalaw ngayon, making sure that everything's perfect. This is the Lear coming in. EJ trying to get that momentum in and trying to get that timing right, but it doesn't connect. Jin on the other hand, mukhang mainit na nga dito. Nightfall being used by that fade. Mapapaatras ng biglaan ng mga members, but Ching already tagging EJ. 19 HP na lang natitira. Kailangan umatras niyan, sir. Pero 4 na ang nasa A side, and this is simple. Going down in the eyes of the Insanity. Hindi pa ata nasabi na merong naka-booster. Brain freeze with the triple kill. 2v2 situation. Merong nasa kanan. And this is gonna be Hot Sauce securing another kill. 1v1. Hot Sauce versus Chrisim. Chris Brown ng Pilipinas. Who is gonna win? And that is gonna be Hot Sauce. 10-1 is the score.
Huwag niyong hahayaan na matira si Hot Sauce from every round na pwede na nga pumabor dito for AEP. So much happened here inside of A. Kahit na nightfall na sila, nakapasok pa rin sila dito inside the side. Jin goes in for those kills. Hindi pa rin pala magiging dahil si Brain Freeze nakakuha ng 3. Look at this. Was clean take for Gian Sanity. Even have you, even have here Ryu. Pero kasi si Brain Freeze natin, nakaubos pala din ng 3. Kaya naman compose din si Kuya mo Hot Sauce to secure in enough pick-ups pang susunod from that round. And now, it's already the final half. Tapos mababawasan kaagad sila ng isa. Hindi pa nga natin nakita pero naka-flick na agad Kuya mo EJ with 1 member in AEP.
Operator, the hands of EJ. Wala nga si Gian Sanity dito. Yung isa sa mga players o isa sa mga duelist nila, napitas na nga. This Recon, still not detecting anyone here on site. Kaya naman dito pa rin nakaabang ang players ng Bren. Alam nila na dito manggagaling si Symbol because of that aftershock. Kaya ingat-ingat na lang sa pagbato ng utils habang itong Prowler humahanap din ng kalaban. Sabi on another hand, nag-aantay lang din ng tamang timing. Prowler out para sa kanya and the kill! Tamang whip lang din! There's another! Oh, what? Paano hindi nakuha yung trade-off na yun? Ching goes down! Still, Bren Esports taking this round 11-1!
Parang hindi dapat sa EEP yung ambulansya, parang para sa atin eh. They're just giving us all those crazy plays from Bren Esports. I'm almost out of breath dahil nakita natin si Sabi kanina, he whips out the first few shots. Pero nakita naman natin na balik niya rin ulit yung sarili niya to compose himself to completely destroy engine. And Chris M, from that point and from those position na i-spray, transfer niya pa laban dito kay Chris M. Hindi nakabuelo sina Chris M, Gian Sanity as well. Immediately na shutdown siya dito nila EJ. And EJ, ibang klase ang rivalry nila dito laban sa AEP to the point na nilampasan nila ngayon ng AEP to an 11-1 scoreline in the first half. This is just really wild. going through so much utilities pa dito ng Bren Esports na hindi nga maisipan ng kaparaan dito ng AEP kung paano sila ika-counter.
Mauubusan na lang ako ng hininga. Pero itong Bren Esports hindi pa rin tapos pagdating sa pagpapunish ng players, lalo na sa AEP side. Nakikita na nila lahat ng loophole na pwedeng makita. Ito sana ng mga pick-off dito. Lalo na dun sa, dahil sa mga utilities na ginagamit dito ng Bren Esports, nalalaman nila yung info kung saan yung mga players. For example, when the paranoia is used by Brainfeast here, he actually, makikita mo kung saan manggagaling. Lalo na kung close counter ka. And lalo na, even with the fade, you would know where it would come from. Kasi nakikita mo lahat ng utilities na yun. Tapos yung aftershock ni Symbol, nakita din nila. So you can get those information, make use of it as a whole team, as a unit, in giving those information towards your team to make a play happen. Hindi nga lang nangyayari talaga yung play.
Ewan ko rin ba kung ano talaga ang pinamila ng Bren Esports dito. Parang nag-break lang tayo for a bit, huminga na maluwag, nakapag-merienda ang Bren Esports at look at this right now. Nagpa-fuel out lahat ng mga galit nila dito laban sa AEP to win out this game number 3 dahil nakuha nila yung game number 1 Kaya naman bakit pa natin bibiglaing ibigay pa dito for AEP yung mga lahat ng mga napanimulan na nila in the series. We're already here in the second half. Bren Esports is the one attacking, pero mukhang ito ay magiging B-take na nga. The turret is just the only pressure and only hindrance sila dito here in B para makapag-plant. Pero tingnan natin ngayon kung makakapag-decide ba kaagad ng AEP. Lalo na nagbibigay din naman ng mga utilities dito here in the right.
Nako, si Ching! Na-punish dito ng kaunti! Mamamatay at mamamatay pa rin! May kasunod pa ata! That is Chrism! Tinamaan pa sa hulo with that last bullet! EJ still fighting for his life. Hindi na nga enough. And this is gonna be Reyna getting that kill para lang naman magkaroon siya nung armor na yan. Ang kaso, ready for the retake na nga. Dash in sa mukha ang ginawa ni Gian Sanity. Kaso nga lang, Bren Esports gusto na ata nilang tapusin. May lakad pa mamaya. Pa-party pa tayo. Are you Ryu? 12 HP remaining. He has to defuse the spike, but this is still a 2v1. Quite impossible, I would say. Bren Esports.
Match point.
Saan to nanggaling? 12-1. Saan to nanggaling?
I don't even know, Taylor. Kasi yung last series na nagkatapat sila dito in Haven, it's all up to Alpha Esports Pro. Yes, it was a close match, pero Alpha Esports won it. With a 30-11, may sasabi natin na hirapan din yung Bren dito habulin yung scoreline na yon. Pero look at this, mas mahihirapan ang AEP, lalo na match point na. Ang Bren Esports, sinabayan nila ng bias, but will it be working for them? Lalo na ngayon, it's still C for them to take. The utilities are there, Tony Prowler, makakatagpo na nga ng isa. Pero with that being said, sayangin nilang nila yung paranoia dito ni Chris M. No info still given, pero this is so much time for AEP na mag-reconcile na nga dito. Here inside the side, EJ goes in for 1, Giansanity goes in for 2. Pero nandito naman din si Giansanity to clean things up with the 3K. Lone HP, yes, pero Brainfeast is just really going in. Hindi siya mapapatay dito ng Shocker. It's all up to him with an HP and a 3. But unfortunately, nasabayan kasi sila ng bias dito ng AEP. Medyo natagal na sila pumasok, kaya naman punishment is there for AEP, pero they need to make use of it for 11 more rounds.
Si Georgie. Wala nang laban yan dito sa VCT, pero nagwa-warm up pa rin sa comment section. Di ba? Pati si Ching, inaaway na Pag nanalo daw ang AEP, magpapag-giveaway daw siya ng bundle. Sabay nag-reply siya sa sarili niyang comment, syempre daw, imposible. Parang
Nalas kayo sa
inaaway yung Anyway, we're still here. Match point na nga for Bren Esports. Mabilis ang take para sa kanila. Giansanity though to shut down the first player. Ching as well, nakapatay na rin. And this is still in the hands of AEP. Lalo na labang sila when it comes to firepower. Now with the 2 players remaining, it's not gonna happen any longer dahil nga eco disadvantage din naman sila. At Makati na ngayon ang AEP. Parang nabuhay sila, namulat sila dun. Binuksan na ang monitor, guys.
Nakakapag-init-init na rin kasi si Georgie. Nung narinig lang nanonood pala si Georgie, tara na nga, mag-online na nga tayo. Buksan na natin yung mga monitor natin, i-connect nyo na yung mga keyboard nyo, and finally, we're having the point lead in this half. Bren Esports dito, they have the crucial buys. They need to make this worth it for them dahil have an armors, yes, sobrang costly ng round na ito, especially kung hindi sila makakabuelo. Jin is already positioned to make things happen here in sewers, pero mangyayari nga ba yun sa kanya dahil si Tony Fowler will be getting in the info, activating in the Empress. Are you Rio? So much smokes ang meron
Right
dito
here.
here in A-main, pero tama lang din na hindi muna basta-bastang magpupush dito si EG dahil si Ari Rio ay nakaabang na with the Spectre. He can just run it down. We have the Tony Flowers. We have here the updraft. There goes the Blade Storm. There goes the play for contact. EJ goes in. Pops in the Blade Storm. Mabubuhay naman dito si Insanity. Right click won't be happening enough for them. Kaya naman si Symbol na lang din ang lilinis dito. 2 members already out for AEP. Buo pa rin sa Bren Esports.
Ganda ng hawak ni EJ sa positioning na yun, no? Nabigla niya yung ibang mga players dito ng AEP. Unexpectedly, nag-aantay na pala siya sa Gedli. 5v3 ngayon. Honey Glaze. Alam natin, match point na. At mukhang 5-man take ang plano ng Bren Esports. It seems like a triple stack here on C as well from the players of AEP. Guys, pakisabi na lang sa kanila, walang tao sa C. Hello, rotation.
Mukhang nakaramdam at narinig na rin naman ng Taylor dahil ito na, aariban na sila ulit here in City, but let's see if this is going to be worth it. Dahil kulang na lang din sila sa mga utilities. They have the turrets, they have the smokes already, pero they can't be too much laban dito sa Bren. Nakabuelo na nga dito si Gian Sanity with just a Spectre laban dito sa isa, pero 4 pa rin ang makakatunggali niya. Nakaabang na nga, nakapwesto under the smoke, pero we have Versace just as close. And that pick off. Nandito naman din si EJ. There goes to Nightfall, and this is so much of a problem dito. Kasi agad no cleanup to happen for AEP here in a 13-3. What an overwhelming series.
Tulog pa pala si Brain Freeze during that time, guys. Isipin nyo naman. Okay na yan kesa sa isa. Easy. Si Daki, napabisita na ng VCT. Ganun kalala yung laruan, guys. Sabihin nyo na lang kay Daki, ito ang tunay na bang-bang. Ladies and gents, Bren Esports takes it to a 2-1 fashion. A very, very one-sided match. What an improvement from this team that we have right here. Wow.
Imagine ha, nangyari pa to in the first day of the playoffs kung saan ito na talaga may init na labasan ng mga tactical stress silang hindi pinakita ng group stages. But this time, it's just the cleanup crew from Bren Esports to secure in this series. They're still in the upper bracket slot. Kaya naman, let's tackle down kung ano ba ang nangyari laban sa AEP. They have the chances na makapasok sa site, makapag-plant, pero sa mga retakes, nangangambang laging manguna dito ang Bren Esports with the wise usage of utilities and yung mga timings na sabay silang pumapasok, especially in the draft. Sobrang laking naging agwat nito laban sa AEP, lalo na there are just a couple of times na nananalo sila pagdating sa mga duels.
Nahirapan talaga bumuelo dito ang AEP side, no? It was almost as if Ching may possibility, and then si Gian Sanity, saka si Jin, nakakapita sila, 1, 2, yes, it happens. But moving forward talaga when it comes to retake potential and also the take potential na kayang gawin ng mga teams, Bren Esports truly shined in trying to suppress the enemies from taking sides and also making those takes happen dun sa execution na meron ang team na ito. Everyone's just online. Isipin mo nga si Symbol. Hindi naman siya yung duelist dito sa team natin. Si EJ, online. Si Hot Sauce, online. Lahat ng players online for the side of Bren Esports. It was just not happening for AEP. Mukhang hindi sila hindi gumana yung aggressiveness nila kanina, yung confidence. Nawala, parang bula pagdating sa mapa na to dahil nga one-sided.
Sa mga timing ng paggamit nila ng mga utilities dito, yung mga give and take sila with those paranoias and those smokes, even with the spray transfers, talagang nag-clash sila pagdating sa mastery of the fundamentals. Dahil sa Symbol dito, pagdating sa mga multi-kills na yun, sobrang pumapabor sa kanya, especially sa timings na tumatapat mismo sina Jin doon sa crosshair ni Symbol. Kaya naman nalinis niya dito yung mga times na gusto makapanalo na nga ng AEP. Pero there's also the problem na kapag natitira si Hot Sauce in those rounds, and especially in this one, talaga makakabaka kung paano ka makakakuha ng magandang position even though that you have the numbers advantage. Dahil si Hot Sauce dito, one of the clutch guns I've seen. This is exactly the playoffs that we are looking for. And this is already in favor of Bren Esports na nakapagbigay lang din talaga ng 11-1 series in just the first half.
At maraming chances, maraming times din na yung aim duel na nangyayari is actually like a 2v1 situation or maybe even a 3v1 situation. Pero it seems like AEP can't connect the shots that they need to connect during those times. And nakikita nyo naman sa point of view ng Bren Esports, parang si Symbol napakadali niya lang i-shutdown lahat. Yung isa sa mga players, si Savi yata, dalawa ang kinalaban niya, nakaupo lang siya doon, hindi siya gumagalaw ng malapitan, pero hindi niya pa rin mapatay. So, this is a game for Bren Esports. Isa lang ang ibig sabihin yan, they're finally moving again here in the upper bracket. For AEP side, they're going in the losers or lower bracket na meron tayo rito. May isa pang chance. Gaya nga ng sabi dito ni John Lloyd, one more chance. Kaya naman naabangan natin yan soon. But right now, that is finally it para sa araw na ito. My name is Taylor. With me is Honey Glaze. Kami ang mga naging casters nyo for this final series. Don't go away because the next one is gonna be the panel interview. Kakausapin at chichikahin natin yung mga players ng Bren Esports. So right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. Muling magbabalik ang VCTPH.
Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect.
Welcome back to VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers. No stone left unturned over here, with Bren Esports officially turning the stone to their favor. Here on the panel are Likeable, Fluffy, and G10 once again. Boys, let's get into the cream of the crop, the series highlights. Bren Esports really proving that their ambitions are taking them places. Fluffy, is this the Bren Esports gameplay you were hoping to see today?
Yeah, for sure. You know, I was going in with ambition, and I think they really set the bar high with that. Bren Esports coming in very strong on their first game. And unfortunately, though they faltered on the second game, they came back with a dominating victory at the end of it. So many other players getting a lot of those pop-off kills. We saw on Haven Symbol getting a lot of those high-impact multi-frags, especially against Alpha Esports, which is a team that has fairly a very good Haven game. You know, they played really well into Team Secret, the only team that actually took them down on that map. And it really goes to show the progress that Bren Esports has had over the weekend. Like I said also a bit earlier, there's a lot of time between this stage of the game of the league, you know, in playoffs compared to groups. So a lot of adaptations that they had. They're putting up the Fade more as well, which I always like to see. So yeah, a lot of just good plays and good reads coming out of Bren Esports, especially really on that last map.
Oh, we can totally see that. That last map was something else. We just saw Symbol really pop off with those frags. I do have to ask though, G10, you were on the opposing side this game. So what was it about Bren Esports that really surprised you in this series?
What surprised me was really that last map. My god, Haven. I didn't expect them to be so dominant on it, especially considering the fact that AEP had such a... And oh my god, I love this part. Brainfreeze just kind of falls asleep. He's like, easy game, so boring. That was it. But what really surprised me is, AEP was really, really good on Haven. It is one of the maps that they beat Team Secret themselves on. And you know, it really felt like they weren't doing the same things. They weren't doing the same rotations that they were in their secret match versus Bren. And Bren really just kind of felt like they were everywhere, especially for, you know, Hot Sauce and Symbol. Speaking of Hot Sauce, he is going to be the MVP.
He is the MVP, and you know, if you could remember before the match, this man was dancing. He was happy. He was looking forward to going into this match, and it shows. Being the match MVP of this game, it just shows that he had the right energy going into this game. But I'm gonna be heading off into a quick interview with one of the people from Bren Esports. In fact, this person is hot and fresh off from Singapore. So I'm going to be very excited to introduce you guys to Coach Evo of Bren Esports. Hey, Coach. Hi.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Congratulations on the win. I'm excited to see more of Bren Esports as we go into the playoffs. But Like I said, you are fresh from Singapore. I heard that you arrived, if I'm not mistaken, just yesterday. So are you settled in right now in the Philippines? How are you feeling?
Yeah, just like 2 days ago. It's pretty nice. It's pretty cool to be here actually. I like the food as well.
I don't think it's cool. I think it's hot in the Philippines. I think it's the opposite. But I'm happy that you're liking the food. I'm going to be asking you about that later on. But you guys lost to AEP the last time you guys met. This time, it was your redemption arc. How did you guys prepare for this match?
Okay, when we lost to AE on the first stage, it's one of the most painful losses that we ever experienced. So I guess the boys actually wake up. Alpha Esports did amazing during the group stage, and we did pretty badly because we are doing overpicking and stuff. All the basic fundamental things we are not doing well. So for this playoffs, right, we picked up whatever mistakes that we have, and that's pretty much it.
That's lovely. We can see the boys at the back. We can even see Savvy really portraying his lock of neon earlier with a jersey that he's wearing right now. And I do feel like the energy is a bit different with the team this time around. Has something changed with the mentality of the boys from the group stages going into the playoffs?
Our main mentality for this is just pick. Basically, just if we want to fight, we just fight together and stuff. If we lost a round, it's okay. It doesn't matter.
Oh, that's plain and simple. But that's good that it's kind of a reset from everything that's gone down throughout the group stages. I can tell that we're in for a stronger group in terms of the Bren Esports. Now, tomorrow, you guys are going to be facing RRQ. Is there a message that you guys would like to say to them?
Yeah. RRQ is like our rivals basically because we have been fighting them like quite frequently. So, good luck to them. We'll definitely try our best to win them, of course.
So I'm excited to see that. See, the energy is just different. I didn't get to see who tried to kiss you on the cheek over there, but that's very sweet. You can just tell that the Bren boys are really, really close together. Now, you did mention that you were liking the Filipino food. Is there anything in particular that has become your favorite now?
I only currently tried like the food the Bren HQ has provided to me, and I tried a little Jollibee for delivery. So, yeah.
Classic Jollibee. Now, is there anybody that you'd like to greet, coach, supporters that you'd like to thank? This is your chance to do so.
Okay, shout out to all the fans that we have for Bren. Okay, #BrenLaMarakas. And most importantly, I'd like to shout out to my mom, who is the main support for me, and she's the main reason why I'm here, Bren HQ.
All right, Bren lang malakas. Thank you so much, Coach Evo. We'll get to see more of you guys tomorrow. So rest up and good luck to you guys.
Okay, thank you.
All this talk about food, man, is making me hungry. I'm excited to eat after this. Although I have to jump back a little bit. Fluffy, you dodged my question earlier. I still need to know. It's been killing me deep down inside to know who is the Valorant agent that Fluffy would date.
Considering it's my main for a long time, not very recently though, I think I'd still go with Viper.
Okay.
Yes, Viper Mommy
Viper
Club.
supremacy.
Let's go.
To be fair, one of the first times that I did get to play with Fluffy, that was the time that he was becoming a Viper main, and that's when he started posting his Viper lineup. So I've seen it. I've seen his Viper days for real. But to everybody that's watching, please get this man a date. I'm really rooting for this guy. He's an amazing man. Get it.
He'll carry you to emote. I
Thanks,
mean,
Laika.
who
I got
needs,
you, man. I
who
got
needs
you.
anything else?
I got you. I got you covered.
Valorant girls, come on, he'll carry you.
Anyway, with all of the action down, let's take a look at today's results. Let's take a look at what's going to be flashed on our screens over here. Dun, 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 dun. No surprise here. This is the brackets that we have had. It is Southfield Esports with a 2-0 versus Oasis Gaming. And of course, as we just witnessed, Bren Esports with a 2-1 versus Alpha Esports Pro. Now that the results are in, I want to see how this is going to affect the next couple of matches. Fluffy, as you can see, your child. I don't know how do you refer to in terms of Oasis, but they're going to be at the lower bracket. So what can you say about the lower bracket that we have now?
Well, when you're in the lower bracket, it's not the most ideal place to be, and they're going to still be playing a lot of these top teams. So I feel like on one end, it's unfortunate for Oasis as well as AEP for being there, but it doesn't diminish any of their chances from reaching the grand finals. We saw it in the previous stage how SBE made their great lower bracket run on the last weekend. So just because this is a start, much like our group stages earlier on the month, it's not necessarily the end for anything. Really, anything can happen. You really, with Valorant especially, it really is a round per round game, and you have to hold your breath and wait till the last moment to really find out who ends up on top.
G10, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, I want to look at the upper bracket because if you guys have noticed, the entire Bren multiverse is up in the upper bracket. You got Team Secret, you got South Built Esports, you got Bren Esports themselves, and those are, the three teams that we kind of joke about being in the Bren multiverse because they did originate from that team at certain times. But RRQ as well, I think, is a very worthy adversary for Bren, and for Team Secret SBE, that's just going to be, absolutely an insane game, kind of a revenge match for SBE after that day one fiasco.
There we go. This is the match schedule for tomorrow. We saw the brackets. We saw how we went from round 1, and this is the round 2 of the upper bracket. It's going to be Team Secret versus the SBE, and then it's RRQ versus Bren. I do want to touch up Fluffy. Coach Evo mentioned earlier that he feels like RRQ is their rivals. Why do you think that's so?
I mean, they come from the same tier. If we're looking at, we have overall the leading teams, the teams that are close to the bottom. So these are the more midfield teams, RRQ and Bren Esports. They were also in a similar situation coming into playoffs, really having to play all their games to maximum effect last week. So I get why they're very similar. They're also two teams trying to really prove themselves. RRQ, of course, coming in with a team that is stacked in their own right, but they just in a way kind of just formed together. It's like 2-2-2 out of the 6-man roster, combining for that Avengers level threat, which I mentioned before. And Bren Esports, of course, they do have that roster that they've had in stage 1 with a few adjustments, but now that they've had the time and everything, they also are trying to both basically prove that they are not just competitors, not just challengers, but they're planning to be champions.
Champions is the name of the game. This is, we're all fighting for that challenger title, that champion title over here on stage number 2. And again, there is a lion's share of $30,000. So we can't sleep on that one. But I do want to ask you guys, since this is day number 1 of the playoffs, is there a message that you want to get to these players so that kind of help them out as they go along with these matches? Let's start with you, G10.
A message, you say, to all the players? I mean, just keep your head down, do your best, focus on your own strats. That's, I think, what we've kind of learned from group stages, honestly, and from today for some of the games,
Oh, there we go. Short and simple, very sweet, very direct to the point. But what about you, Fluffy? I feel like this is going to be the more hardier one, especially since you have had experience in coaching.
I think I just go with something simple. I think what every player has to do right now, every team, every coach, etc., coaching staff, all that, is they just have to start playing to win and stop playing just not to lose, Like, you really have to go for it this time around. It's your last chance to qualify internationally for the Valorant circuit for VCT in this stage too, to go to APAC, etc. If you want to make it to that stage, you have to go through this, and the only way you're going to do it is if you play to win. You cannot afford right now to make the small mistakes like not peeking or being too scared to push something, not willing to trade your teammate, too scared, too overthinking. Like, just play your game and just play to win. Don't play not to lose.
I can't believe that made
Wise
sense,
words.
even for me. Like, play to win, don't play to not lose.
Yeah.
Simple words, but they make sense. I don't know what it is about it. Maybe it's just the way Fluffy says things. But again, beautiful messages.
Like he should be a coach or something.
I think so too. I think so. Beautiful message from our panelists. With that, we'd like to thank everybody that made all of this possible, and most especially to our sponsors. So we would like to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. The VCT Challengers PH Stage 2 tournament is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusement Board.
We would also like again to thank our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home. Fiber strong, family strong with the new G Fiber, only $20.99 on Globe at Home. Game with up to speeds of 150 Mbps, mabilis now, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
Sorry, I think. Hang on.
I was
Give me a
trying
second.
to read your lips. I got you.
Let me get in the multiverse once again. But VCT 2022 is brought to you by the Asus Republic of Gamers. Get the all-new Tough Dash F15, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i7 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. Dash into action with the Tough Dash F15's thin and light and stylish form factor with up to a QHD 165Hz display and RTX graphics with MUX switch and powerful DDR5 memory. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGXVCT 2022 for more information about the Tough Dash F15.
And there you have it, folks. This is what we like to call a wrap. It's a wrap. We are so thankful that you guys have managed to catch up on the show. But again, this is just day number 1 of the playoffs. We still have day number 2 and so on and so forth. And I'm really excited to find out who's going to come out on top. This has been Likeable, Fluffy, and G10 for your panel. Thank you and good night.
See you guys tomorrow.
See ya.
Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap, rap, rap.
The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the 1 in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start.
Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard heard it from me, got it from me. All the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with